I opened my eyes. The first thing I heard was a woman's anxious voice coming from outside the room. Dr. Sean, is there really no other way? Our family only has Xiao Yi left as the only man. If something happens to him, the Lin family line might truly end. Her voice trembled with tears that a moment later, another woman let out a helpless sigh. Mrs. Lin, there's nothing more I can do. His condition is beyond what I can treat. You should take him to the hospital and try there. Maybe they'll have a solution. I'm afraid I can't help anymore. After that, I heard footsteps moving away. The younger woman seemed to have left. Only the quiet sobbing of the older woman remained outside that I slowly opened my eyes. The unfamiliar room, the strange voices outside, and the completely foreign surroundings left my mind in confusion. Where am I? I looked around. The room was old and simple. The furniture was worn, the walls were plain, and nothing here looked familiar. This definitely wasn't my home. The last thing I remembered was sitting alone in a small restaurant after work, drinking to drown my frustrations. I was a regular office worker. Years of routine had already worn away most of my dreams and ambitions. Every day was the same cycle. Work, commute, sleep at a T28 years old. My parents had started urging me again and again to find someone and settle down that I had been irritated by their constant pressure. So after work that night, I went to a small restaurant alone and drank. Then, nothing. Wait, I frowned. I clearly remember drinking last night. How did I end up here? A ridiculous thought crossed my mind. Was I kidnapped? But that didn't make sense. The woman outside had mentioned someone named Xiao Yi. Could she have been talking about me? The more I thought about it, the more confused I became. Just as I tried to recall what happened after I drank last night, a strange sensation suddenly flooded my mind. Then memories began pouring in. Images, voices, fragments of another person's life. They flashed through my mind like a movie playing at high speed. After what felt like seconds, or perhaps several minutes, I lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling. Finally, I whispered, "I crossed over?" The memories told me the original owner of this body was also named Lin Yi. But unlike my previous life, this Lin Yi was only 22 years old. His father had passed away years ago. His mother, Wafeng Lan, had struggled alone to raise him and his younger sister. And the most unbelievable part, the current year was 1955, that only 6 years after the founding of the new country that I sat there in silence, trying to process everything. Then I remembered why the original Lin Yi had died. The corner of my mouth twitched. The previous owner of this body had been completely devoted to love. 3 years ago, when he was only 19, his mother arranged a blind date for him. The girl was Qin Huiru from Qin family village. Lin Ye's appearance wasn't bad that in fact, he was considered quite handsome for that era, clean-looking and gentle. Qin Huiru had also liked him when they first met. The two of them quickly developed feelings for each other. Wafeng Lan had even started preparing for their marriage. But then everything changed. For various reasons, Qin Huiru ended up marrying Jia Dongshu instead. The relationship collapsed. The original Lin Yi suffered a serious illness afterward, and the emotional wound never fully healed. Over the next few years, he went through one blind date after another. Sometimes he rejected the girls. Sometimes the girls looked down on his family's poor situation. Repeated disappointments slowly crushed him. This time, his old illness returned, and he never woke up. After absorbing all those memories, I could only sigh. So this guy really was unlucky. I shook my head. Qin Huiru, Yizhonghai Jia Zhongshu, Jia Dongshu. A strange realization suddenly hit me. This isn't. I've crossed into the world of Siyuan? My eyes widened that I finally understood where I was. A courtyard full of familiar but troublesome characters. In a wonder, the previous Lin Yi and his mother had always been pushed around. Without a strong man in the family, even children in the courtyard could look down on them. I rubbed my forehead. The situation was worse than I expected. The biggest problem was that I didn't even have a proper job. The previous Lin Yi had originally planned to join the security team. In this era, that was considered an excellent position. The status and benefits were comparable to working in a factory security department. But because his physical condition didn't meet the requirements, he failed. After that, he lost all motivation and stayed at home. By modern standards, he had become someone completely dependent on his mother that I couldn't help but sigh. In a wonder, Qin Huiru eventually left him. No matter what era it was, without a way to make a living, life would always be difficult. While I was worrying about my future, a sudden chill came from my chest that I felt like something cold had brushed against me. I quickly opened my clothes and looked down. I froze. There was a birthmark on my chest, but it wasn't an ordinary one. Its shape looked exactly like a leaf. Even the veins on the leaf were clearly visible. What kind of birthmark is this? I frowned. Before I could examine it further, the door suddenly opened. A little girl around 7 or 8 years old walked inside. The moment she saw me sitting there looking down at my chest, she immediately covered her eyes and ran outside. Mom, brother is acting like a pervert. I nearly jumped out of bed. What? Before I could explain, hurried footsteps came rushing in. A woman in her 40s entered the room. Her hair already carried streaks of white, and her face showed the marks of years of hardship. But when she saw me sitting there awake, her tear-filled eyes suddenly lit up. She rushed over and hugged me tightly. My son, you finally woke up. You finally woke up? Your mother was so scared. Her voice broke as she cried. I looked at the woman in front of me. I knew exactly who she was to my mother in this world. Guafonglon. But emotionally, it was complicated. This body belonged to her son, but I was not originally that person. The feelings weren't completely connected yet. I awkwardly raised my hands, unsure where to put them. After a long silence, I finally said softly, Mom, I'm okay now. Guafonglon quickly wiped away her tears. Xiaoyi, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Mom will make it for you. Looking at her carefully, I felt a strange ache in my heart. She was only in her 40s, yet she looked much older. Her hair had already turned partially gray. Her hands were rough and wrapped with pieces of cloth. From the memories I inherited, I learned that she made a living washing clothes, repairing garments, and working at a tailor shop near Dlon. Her small income supported the entire family and the previous Linyi. At 22 years old, he should have been helping her. Instead, he had stayed at home. I couldn't help feeling ashamed on his behalf. Mom, how long was I unconscious? Guafonglon quickly answered. You were asleep for 3 days. Dr. Shun came several times. Even he thought there was little hope. But thank goodness, you woke up. She smiled through tears. I nodded. Then I made a decision. The previous Lin Yi had wasted this life, but from now on, this body was mine. Even without some legendary advantage or cheat ability, I still had memories and knowledge from the future. I would find a way to let my mother and sister live better. And there was still one opportunity. Education.it was only 1955. The college entrance examination system had not yet ended. I still had a chance to study again. In this era, education carried enormous value. Even a high school graduate could find a respected job. A university student would have an even brighter future. The previous Lin Yi only had a middle school education. Fortunately, he had at least graduated. Otherwise, someone in his 20s going back to elementary school would have been impossible. You just woke up. Don't think about anything else. Guafonglon looked at me seriously. Once you recover, Mom will find a matchmaker again. With my son's appearance, there will definitely be girls who like you. I stared at her. She still hadn't given up on marriage. Mom, I'm not looking for a wife right now. She froze. I'm already this old, but I don't even have a proper job. I've been relying on you to support me. No wonder people look down on our family. After being unconscious these days, I thought a lot. First build a career, then start a family. Without the ability to support someone, even marriage won't bring happiness. So, I want to find a way to stand on my own first. The room fell silent. Guafonglon stared at me. Even my little sister Lin Yao looked shocked. It was as if they had heard something unbelievable. After a while, tears appeared in my mother's eyes again. But this time, they were tears of relief. Good, good, good. My Xiaoyi is finally grown up. Whatever you decide, Mom will support you. She wiped her eyes. Tell me what you want to eat. I thought for a moment. Mom, don't trouble yourself. How about a simple bowl of noodles? The moment I said that, Guafonglon froze. After a few seconds, she gave an awkward smile. Xiaoyi, those noodles need white flour, right? We don't have that. How about cornmeal porridge instead? There's also a steamed corn bun. I saved one for you. Only then did I remember. This was 1955. The country was still rebuilding. For ordinary families, food was not something to waste. In my old life, a bowl of noodles was nothing special. Here, white flour was already a luxury. I quickly smiled. I was just saying it. Cornmeal porridge is fine. Seeing my response, Guafonglon smiled again. All right, rest here. Mom will make food. Then she looked at Lin Yao. Yao Yao, don't disturb your brother. Come help Mom. Okay. My little sister obediently followed her out. When the door closed, I leaned against the wall and began planning. First, I needed a job that I couldn't continue living like the previous Lin Yi. Then there was education. High school was probably unrealistic because the family couldn't afford it. Even my little sister hadn't been able to attend elementary school because of the cost. Could I take the college entrance exam independently? I wasn't sure if that path didn't exist. I would have to find another way. While I was thinking, the strange chill returned. This time, it came from the leaf-shaped birthmark that I quickly opened my clothes. The dark red mark had changed. Tea was now a faint green color. And as I watched, the color slowly deepened. Curious, I reached out and touched it. The moment my finger made contact, a cold sensation spread through my entire body that I shivered before I could pull my hand back. A flash of green light appeared before my eyes. My consciousness began fading. A few seconds later, the scent of fresh grass entered my nose. The air carried the faint fragrance of flowers. I opened my eyes again and froze that I was standing in a place that looked like a hidden paradise. Green fields, fresh air, a world completely different from the small room I had just left. I stared at everything in shock. What is this place? I stared at the scenery in front of me, completely stunned. Just moments ago, I had been lying in my room. Now, somehow, I had arrived in a completely different place. In front of me was a vast lake. The surface shimmered under the sunlight, golden ripples spreading across the water. Beneath my feet was a wide grassland stretching as far as I could see. Behind me stood a towering mountain. The entire mountain was covered in lush green trees, like it was wearing a huge cloak of leaves. Birds occasionally flew across the sky. From the lake came the sound of splashing water. Several fish jumped happily in and out of the surface. The gentle breeze carried the scent of grass and fresh soil. The warm sunlight fell on my body, making me feel completely relaxed. I stood there for a long time before a thought suddenly appeared in my mind. Could this place have something to do with that leaf-shaped birthmark? I quickly opened my clothes and looked down. Sure enough, the strange mark on my chest had changed. Before, it had turned a bright green, but now, it had returned to its original dark red color. I narrowed my eyes. The green color must have been some kind of stored energy. Once the mark reached a certain level, it allowed me to enter this place. Calling it another world wasn't quite right. It was more like a separate space. I carefully observed my surroundings. Then, from the corner of my eye, I noticed movement in the distance. A spotted deer was calmly eating grass. Farther away near the mountain, several white and pink rabbits hopped through the field. Then suddenly, a wild animal burst out of the forest. A small roe deer. It rushed forward as if something was chasing it. But the strange thing was, the moment it passed me, it suddenly jumped straight into the lake. The roe deer struggled for a few seconds. Then it stopped moving. It had drowned. I stared at the scene in disbelief. Then I couldn't help laughing. So this really is a foolish roe deer. The saying wasn't exaggerated. Before I could think more about this strange world, another huge creature rushed out from the forest. A wild boar. And not an ordinary one. It looked like it weighed over 200 kilograms. The force of its charge almost sent it straight into the lake as well. Fortunately, it stopped just in time. The boar and I looked at each other. Its eyes were red, and it watched me cautiously. It was almost as if it had never seen a human before. After staring at each other for more than 10 seconds, the wild boar suddenly snorted. Then it turned around and ran back into the mountain. Watching it disappear, I finally understood. This place was a natural hunting ground. Rabbits, deer, roe deer, wild boars, and the lake was filled with fish, shrimp, and crabs. Everything here was food. A smile slowly appeared on my face. If I can hunt here, then my family's problems can be solved. So this is my advantage after crossing over. I walked toward the lake. The roe deer that had drowned earlier was still floating on the surface. Without hesitation, I jumped into the water. The cold lake instantly woke me up. Fortunately, my swimming skills from my previous life had not disappeared. I quickly reached the roe deer and grabbed its body. Then I dragged it back to shore. The animal wasn't very large, around 25 kilograms at most. But in this era, that amount of meat was already incredibly valuable. After removing the bones and organs, there would still be more than 10 kilograms of usable meat. For an ordinary family in 1955, that was enough food to last many days. The only problem was storage. There were no refrigerators that I couldn't just bring back a huge amount of meat without explanation. While I was thinking about how to handle it, a sharp pain suddenly came from my chest that a flash of green light appeared before my eyes. The next moment, I was back in my room that I was sitting exactly where I had been before, as if I had only just woken up that I froze. The roe deer, the lake, the mountain. Had all of that been a dream? But my clothes were completely dry that I immediately opened my shirt and checked the birthmark. The bright green color was gone that it had returned to the dark red state. While I was trying to understand what had happened, the door opened and my little sister Lin Yao walked inside. She came to the bedside and gently shook my hand. "Brother, the food is ready. Mom told you to come eat." I looked at her in surprise. Then I noticed she was staring at me. A second later, she covered her eyes. "Brother, you're being inappropriate again." I panicked and quickly pulled my clothes back on. "No, I'm not. How am I being inappropriate?" Looking at my little sister, I felt a strange sadness. She was adorable, but her face was pale and slightly yellow. Her body was thin and weak. In this era, that was the reality for many ordinary families. People struggled just to fill their stomachs. Proper nutrition was almost impossible. I reached out and gently rubbed her hair. "Come on, let's go eat." When I entered the dining area, I saw the meal prepared on the table. A bowl of cornmeal porridge, 2 golden steamed buns, a small dish of pickled vegetables, and a bowl of scrambled eggs. My expression changed. "Mom, where did these eggs come from?" Guofenglan turned around from the kitchen and smiled. "I borrowed them from your Aunt Wang next door. I'll return them after I get paid. You need to recover, so eat them all." I frowned. Eggs were precious in this era. Most families saved them instead of eating them. Yet my mother had borrowed them just for me. I quietly shook my head. "Mom, protecting a child too much only harms them." Parents everywhere were probably the same. They saved the best things for their children. They always said things like, "Mom doesn't like it. Mom already ate." But the truth was obvious. They simply wanted their children to have more. I looked at my sister's thin figure, then at my mother's exhausted face. Without hesitation, I divided the eggs into 3 portions. Under their surprised expressions, I smiled. "Good things should be shared." "Yao Yao, didn't you say you were hungry? Come eat." My sister immediately looked toward Mom if asking permission. Guofenglan hesitated, but seeing the change in her son, her eyes quickly became wet. She nodded. "All right, let's eat together. Yao Yao, try the eggs." Only after receiving permission did my sister happily begin eating. The 3 of us shared 2 eggs. Each person only got a few bites. My sister finished hers quickly. Then she secretly licked her lips. She clearly wanted more. Seeing her expression, I almost gave her my portion, but she immediately stopped me. "Brother, I'm full. Eggs are delicious. You eat yours." Then she ran outside. Watching her leave, my heart became even heavier. "Mom, is there anywhere nearby where people can fish?" Guofenglan frowned. "I heard people go fishing at Shikahai, but it's winter now. There probably aren't many fish." Then she suddenly realized something. "You're not thinking of going fishing, are you?" "No, it's freezing outside. The roads are slippery. The rivers are frozen. If something happens to you," I interrupted gently. "Mom, you can't keep protecting me forever. I'm already over 20. I used to live like I had no purpose. All I thought about was marriage. But after this illness, I understand now. This family only has me. I should be the one carrying responsibility. From now on, I'll work hard and make sure you and Yao Yao can eat properly." My mother's eyes slowly filled with tears. She never expected that after suffering such a setback, her son would finally grow up. She forced herself to smile. "Xiaoyi, Mom doesn't need you to become rich. I only want you to stay healthy. That's enough. I can still work." I quickly shook my head. "Mom, I'm serious. Please let me do my part." After finishing my meal, I stood up. "I'll go out and see if I can find something. Maybe I'll bring back some fish." Of course, fishing was only an excuse. The real reason was the mysterious space. The roe deer was still there. The lake was full of fish. If I brought back a few things occasionally, I could improve our lives. But I had to be careful. This was 1955, at a time when everyone was struggling that if I suddenly brought home meat and fish every few days, people would notice. And in a courtyard full of complicated neighbors, that could create unnecessary trouble. So I needed to move carefully. After putting on an old cotton coat, I prepared to leave. The moment I stepped outside, a freezing wind hit my face that I shivered. Near the entrance, I saw Lin Yao squatting on the ground drawing something. Yao Yao, what are you doing here? She looked up. When she saw me, her face immediately lit up. Her cheeks were red from the cold. Brother, you finished eating? I nodded. Yes. It's freezing outside. Go back inside and wait with Mom. Okay. She stood up, then suddenly remembered something. Brother, where are you going? I smiled mysteriously. I'm going to find something delicious for you. Go home and wait. The moment she heard something delicious, her eyes brightened. She was still just a child. She didn't think about complicated things. She nodded quickly. Brother, be careful. I'll wait for you at home. After watching her run inside, I walked toward the front courtyard. But just as I reached the entrance, I ran into Yin Bugue returning home. He was one of the 3 respected elders in the courtyard. He was also a Chinese teacher at Hongxing Elementary School. Everyone called him Third Uncle. He was also known by another nickname, Yin the Stingy. The moment he saw me, a trace of dislike flashed in his eyes that he clearly wanted to pretend he hadn't noticed me, but he couldn't completely ignore me. So he stopped and asked, Linyi, you recovered? What are you going out to do? Yin Bugue clearly didn't want to talk to me. To be honest, I didn't have much interest in talking to him either. Usually, whenever he saw the old Linyi, he would throw in a few sarcastic remarks. But today, he was the one who spoke first. That left me no choice but to respond politely. Teacher Yin, I'm almost recovered. I was just going outside for a walk. I deliberately called him Teacher Yin instead of Third Uncle. That small difference changed the distance between us. If I had called him the same way everyone else did, he might have felt even more important. But being called Teacher Yin reminded him of his actual profession. His eyebrows moved slightly, but he nodded. You just recovered. Don't catch a cold again. Your family is counting on you now. After saying that, he didn't stay any longer. He walked straight past me. I glanced at his back and smiled faintly before continuing outside. I didn't care about his attitude. Right now, the most important thing was finding a place where I could enter that mysterious space. I needed to retrieve the roe deer, and I also needed to make a fishing rod. There were no convenience stores selling fishing equipment in this era. Everything had to be made by hand. Later, when I had some spare money, I could buy nets. If that wasn't possible, I could make one myself. Throw it into the lake inside the space. There would definitely be a harvest. After leaving the courtyard, I walked through the surrounding alleys. After searching for quite a while, I finally found a deserted dead-end alley. There were no houses nearby. It was just a narrow passage between 2 courtyards that almost nobody came to. Perfect. I looked down at the leaf-shaped mark on my chest. The energy had already recovered. The birthmark had turned bright green again. I placed my hand over it. The next moment, green light flashed before my eyes. The familiar dizziness came over me. Before I even opened my eyes, the scent of grass and flowers filled my nose. I had returned to that mysterious space. Everything was still the same. The beautiful lake, the endless grassland, the mountain in the distance. Fish occasionally jumped from the sparkling water. Several deer were grazing peacefully. Rabbits hopped around without fear. Then suddenly, a sharp cry came from above. Caw. I immediately looked up. An eagle was diving toward the ground at incredible speed. My expression changed. It wasn't targeting the rabbits. It wasn't targeting the deer. It was coming straight for me. My heart sank. I quickly pulled out the kitchen knife I had brought from home. Originally, I had planned to use it to process the roe deer. I never expected it would become a weapon first. Before the eagle even reached me, the powerful wind from its wings already hit my face. I quickly scanned my surroundings. Then, the eagle spread its wings above me. The impact was so strong that my body staggered backward. Its sharp claws shot toward me. The last moment, I twisted sideways. The claws missed, but the huge wings swept toward me. I had no choice. I swung the knife. That moment, there was no other option. Either I killed this eagle, or it killed me. The eagle was enormous. With its wings fully spread, its size was terrifying. Its claws were as sharp as blades, but it was still a bird. Its body wasn't heavily protected. The moment my knife struck, a sharp, tearing sound echoed. Blood sprayed. The force of the impact sent both me and the knife flying backward. Boom! The injured eagle crashed into the grass. It rolled several meters before finally stopping. That I wasn't doing much better. I landed heavily and felt like my bones were falling apart. That I quickly turned to look. The eagle was badly injured, but it still forced itself back onto its feet. Blood flowed from beneath its wing. My strike had hit the vulnerable area under its wing. The two of us stared at each other. The deer and rabbits nearby had already fled in panic. That I slowly stood up. Ignoring the pain, I walked toward it. That I had to deal with this eagle today. Otherwise, every time I entered this space, I would have to worry about it attacking me. How could I hunt? How could I fish? This one eagle alone would become a huge problem. After searching for a while, I found the knife. Holding it tightly, I walked toward the eagle. Even though its injured wing prevented it from flying, it still refused to show weakness. It let out a warning C or wide as if telling me not to come closer. I smiled. Up in the sky, you're stronger than me. But on the ground, you're not my opponent. I raised the knife, but the eagle wasn't helpless. Its claws gripped the ground tightly. When the knife came down, it suddenly shifted its body and avoided the attack. I froze. You actually know how to dodge? I laughed. Then I continued attacking. But the eagle was intelligent. That it knew it couldn't win on the ground, so it turned around and ran. Every few steps, it tried to flap its wings, but the injury was too severe. More blood flowed. That it couldn't take off. The scene became ridiculous. That a man holding a kitchen knife chasing an injured eagle. The eagle desperately running away. After a long pursuit, my already weakened body finally couldn't keep going. I stopped, breathing heavily. The eagle had already escaped. Far away. I turned around. The roe deer was still waiting. I needed food first. After eating and recovering my strength, I would deal with that eagle later. Near the lake. A campfire crackled. A large piece of roe deer meat roasted above the flames. Oil dripped from the surface. The smell filled the air. Even I couldn't stop swallowing. When the meat was cooked until the outside was slightly charred, I used the knife to cut off a piece. There was no salt, no spices, no seasoning. But the moment the meat entered my mouth, the rich natural flavor exploded. I closed my eyes. This was the first time I had cooked outdoors like this. Without any seasoning, the pure taste of fresh meat was surprisingly satisfying. I immediately cut another piece. But before I could eat it, I noticed something watching me. I turned my head. The injured eagle had returned. At some point, it had come back. Its sharp eyes were fixed on the roasted meat. If its wing wasn't injured, if it wasn't afraid of the knife in my hand, it probably would have already rushed over and stolen the food. I looked at it. After our fight, it clearly had a new respect for me. Thinking about it carefully, I guessed why it attacked. There had never been another human inside this space. The eagle. Humans were completely unknown. It didn't understand the danger, so it attacked first. Now, perhaps it had finally learned. Humans were not easy prey. The smell of roasted meat spread across the grassland. Even the mountain behind me seemed to react. I could hear movement among the trees. Animals were being attracted by the smell, but I wasn't worried. I had my knife. And if things became dangerous, I could simply leave. After eating nearly half the roasted meat, I finally felt full, but without salt. Eating too much meat became tiring. Looks like I need to bring some salt next time. I looked at the remaining meat. A whole roe deer wasn't something I could finish alone, and I couldn't bring everything home. If people in the courtyard saw my family suddenly eating meat every day, it would create trouble. I planned to take only a few kilograms home. The rest could be sold. Even a few yuan would greatly help the family. I looked at the eagle. Here, I'll give you a piece. I cut off some roasted meat and threw it over. The eagle immediately rushed forward. It swallowed the meat. But only a moment later, it spat it back out. I couldn't help laughing. The meat was probably too hot. Or maybe it wasn't used to cooked food. The eagle seemed offended by my laughter. It lowered its head again and picked up the meat. Although I couldn't read its expression, I watched as it slowly ate. For some reason, I felt respect for it. Whether the meat was too hot or unfamiliar, it still chose to eat. Because survival came first, I cut another piece of raw meat and threw it over. The eagle glanced at it, then ignored it completely. Instead, it hopped toward me. I wasn't afraid. I still had the knife. And the eagle didn't seem interested in attacking anymore. It walked directly to the fire. Then, despite the heat, it pecked at the roasted meat that I tore off a large piece. Immediately, it dropped it because it was too hot. After waiting for it to cool, it swallowed, again and again. Eventually, it finished all the remaining roasted meat. Only then did it walk away and rest. Its wing was injured. It couldn't fly. It needed time to recover. But staying on the ground in this vast wilderness was dangerous. Eye in the sky. It was the ruler on the ground. Many creatures could kill it. But that was no longer my concern. There was nothing I could do. After resting, I packed up the remaining meat. The best parts were wrapped carefully. Those would go home to my mother and sister. The scraps were left for the eagle. Whether you survive or not depends on yourself. If I come back next time and you're still alive, maybe I'll help you. Good luck. The eagle obviously couldn't understand my words. That it tilted its head and watched me. But somehow, it could sense that this human meant no harm. Especially when the meat was placed in front of it. There was a strange feeling of trust that it watched as I disappeared. Only then did the eagle suddenly jump up in shock. It looked around desperately, searching for the human who had vanished after leaving the space. I carried some of the roe deer meat and headed to the pigeon market that in this era, whether it was roe deer, pork, beef, or mutton. All kinds of meat were highly sought after. It was the end of 1955. The ration ticket system for grain and cooking oil had only just begun. Starting in November of that year, purchases of grain and oil were restricted, and grain tickets and oil tickets were introduced. Meat tickets, egg tickets, sugar, and other supplies would come later. So technically, buying meat still didn't require special tickets yet. But because supplies were limited, meat was still difficult to obtain. Having money didn't always mean you could buy what you wanted. When I arrived at the market with the roe deer meat, people immediately gathered around. What kind of meat is that? Little brother, that doesn't look like pork. Where did you get it from? Is it legitimate? How much are you selling it for? Voices came from every direction. I smiled and looked at them. This is genuine roe deer meat. Wild game. I only have this much. Whoever wants it can make an offer. Roe deer meat. Are you serious? Aren't roe deer only found in the Northeast? How could one appear in the capital? Maybe it's fake. Before the discussion could continue, someone stepped forward. Why argue about whether it's real or not? I'll buy all of it. The others immediately quieted down. The man looked at the meat. Looks like there's more than 10 gene here. How about this? I'll give you 5 yuan for all of it. The moment he said that, people immediately objected. 5 yuan? That's too cheap. At least let everyone buy some. Exactly. Can one person even finish that much meat? Little brother, I don't need much. Sell me 2 gene. I'll pay 1 yuan per gene. Me too. I want 2 gene as well. In an instant, everyone began offering the same price. Nobody cared anymore whether it was truly roe deer. Nobody questioned how it reached the capital. Everyone only cared about one thing: to meat, a 1 yuan per gene. The price was extremely high for that era. Most workers earned only a dozen or 20 yuan a month. But people didn't care whether the meat was wild or farm-raised if it could satisfy their hunger. That was enough, especially fatty meat. Fat could be rendered into oil. Oil could be used for cooking. Even leftover rendered fat was considered a delicacy. The reason everyone accepted such a high price was simple. Scarcity created value. These days, just finding meat was difficult. Who had the luxury to be picky? In no time, I sold everything. Holding more than 10 yuan in my hand, I couldn't help smiling that my mother worked an entire month just to earn less than 10 yuan. That money had to support 3 people, but I had earned more than that in only half a day. The speed of making money was almost unbelievable. Just as I was about to leave, a middle-aged man stopped me. He looked to be in his 50s. He wore a faded military-style green jacket and a cap. His eyes were sharp and steady. Even though he was smiling, I could feel something unusual about him. This man had definitely been on a battlefield before. I nodded politely. Are you a hunter? I smiled, something like that. The man thought for a moment. Then how about this? If you hunt anything in the future and want to sell it to me. I paused. You'll buy any kind of prey? He nodded. Yes. Wild chickens, rabbits, wild boars, whatever you bring, I'll take. I looked at him carefully. A long-term buyer. That would save me a lot of trouble. In the future, I could simply bring my harvest here, and I didn't need to worry about being accused of doing something illegal. The laws against private trading would not appear until much later. Right now, the country was still in the process of reorganizing private businesses. Selling hunted animals was not a crime. I smiled. All right. But if I find something, how do I contact you? The man thought for a moment. Go to the grain headquarters. Ask for old Xiao. The grain headquarters? You work there? He laughed. Yes. My surname is Xiao. When you arrive, just say you're looking for old Xiao. Grain headquarters. Old Xiao. I'll remember. I nodded. Then it's settled. Next time I have something, I'll bring it there. But let's be clear first. I won't lower the price. These animals are obtained through real effort. The man laughed. Of course. A fair price is a fair price. Seeing how straightforward he was, I added, what about fish? I can also catch fish. My family isn't large. If I catch too many, we can't finish them. If your grain station accepts fish, I can sell those too. The man's eyes immediately brightened. Fish. If you have fish, that's even better. Then it's settled. I nodded. Next time I'll bring my catch to the grain headquarters. See you. I turned and left. The man watched my back disappear. The smile remained on his face. Not long after, a young soldier walked over. Minister, if you want his game, why not have him deliver it directly to your department? Why send him to the grain station? The man smiled. I just think that young man is interesting. And right now, supplies are limited. Using hunted animals to supplement meat shortages is a good idea. Old Xiao is the grain station director. Let him handle distribution. Let's go. We'll visit the grain headquarters first. Yes, Minister. The young soldier saluted. Then the two walked toward a nearby jeep. The sun was setting. The sky over the capital was dyed red. The fading light spread through the old alleyways. That I walked home in a good mood. That I in one hand. I carried 5 jean of roe deer meat. That I in the other. A bag of apples and several pieces of pastry. All bought with the money I earned from selling the meat. I even hummed a song from my previous life. When I entered the courtyard, I saw Yen Bugue outside his door, carefully studying his flowers. This time, my feelings toward him were different. That I smiled and greeted him first. Teacher Yen. Busy. He looked back. Yes, busy. Then his eyes landed on what I was carrying. Wait, Linyi. What's that in your hand? His eyes immediately locked onto the meat. They practically lit up. I didn't hide it. Roe deer meat. Have you ever eaten it? The moment he heard the word meat, Yen Bugue stood up. He walked toward me quickly. Roe deer meat. Where did you get it? Let me see. He reached out. I immediately moved away. I found it outside. The roe deer was foolish enough to get itself into trouble. Luckily, I happened to find it. Yen Bugue froze. It got itself into trouble? His mind seemed unable to process it. Could something like that really happen? He stared at the meat. Then his expression changed. Roe deer meat needs special preparation. If it isn't cooked properly, it can taste strange. I know someone from the Northeast who taught me several ways to cook it. How about this? You bring it to my house. I'll cook it for you. I almost laughed. So this was his real goal. That if 5 jean entered his house, getting even 1 jean back would be impressive. That I shook my head. Forget it. Teacher Yen, there are only a few ways to cook it. My mother knows how. You don't need to worry. I turned to leave. Seeing that I wasn't falling for it, Yen Bugue's expression darkened. He quickly followed. Where did you find this roe deer? Could it be poisonous? I answered casually. I went near the mountains today. I wanted to see if I could find something. Luckily, I got lucky. Lucky? Do you know how to hunt? Yen Bugue raised his voice, but his words were powerless. The meat was already leaving with me. There was no getting it back. An MY family lived in the back courtyard. Our room was between Lu Haizhong's home and the deaf old lady's room. That IT was small, but enough for me, my mother, and my sister. As evening approached, the cold wind became stronger. My mother kept looking toward the entrance while preparing dinner. Only when she saw me returning did she finally relax. That I opened the door. Cold air rushed. Inside, Mom, I'm back. She hurried over. Where did you go? You were gone all afternoon. But then she saw the meat, apples, and pastries. Her expression changed. Xiaoyi, where did you get these? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? She was worried. Given the previous Lin Ye's behavior, it was understandable that I didn't blame her. I smiled. Mom, you really don't trust me? I just got lucky. I found a roe deer. These 5 jean are for us. We can keep them for later. It's cold now. so they won't spoil quickly. The rest I sold. Then I took out the money. More than 10 yuan. My mother stared. These are really from roe deer? You didn't, I interrupted. Mom, what kind of person do you think I am? I won't do anything illegal. Then I explained. I found out there's a mountain more than 20 li outside the city. I don't know its name, but there should be animals there. In the future, I plan to hunt. We'll keep some meat. The rest can be sold. With the money, I'll send Yao Yao to school and repair our house. Whenever it rains, the roof leaks. When snow falls, I worry the whole thing might collapse. And Mom, you don't have to work anymore. Your son will support you. As I spoke, my mother's eyes slowly turned red. She had waited for this moment for a long time, but when it finally arrived, she felt a strange sadness. Her son had grown up, he could finally help the family. But that also meant, one day, he would leave. That I comforted her before walking into the room where my mother and sister slept. When I opened the door, I saw Lin Yao lying there. She held a tiny pencil stub, writing carefully on a piece of paper. The paper was already filled. There was almost nowhere left to write, but she was still completely focused. That I walked over and smiled. Yao Yao, what are you writing? She jumped, then quickly turned around. Ah, brother, you're back? Back in this era, compulsory education did not exist yet. If someone wanted to attend school, they had to pay tuition. And because my family simply couldn't spare the money, my little sister Lin Yao had never been able to go to school like other children her age. She was already 7 or 8 years old, but I could tell she wanted to study. Whenever she had nothing to do at home, she would take the tiny pencil stub she owned and a single sheet of paper that had already been used countless times. She would keep writing, keep drawing. Even though she was still young, she had already learned how to write several simple characters. That I looked at her. Yao Yao, you're already old enough to start school. How about this? Tomorrow, your brother will go ask the school if we can get you enrolled. The moment I said that, the little girl froze. She looked at me in surprise. Brother, our family doesn't have money for school. I can wait. Her eyes reddened. The excitement that had just appeared disappeared almost instantly. That I smiled. Who said our family doesn't have money? Your brother just earned some. Then I took out an apple and a few pieces of pastry. That I waved them in front of her. The moment she saw them, her eyes widened. She quickly took the apple. Brother, is this an apple? Where did you get it? Her words made my heart ache. Since she was born, she had never eaten an apple. She had only seen them once or twice at other people's homes. She knew what it was, but she had never tasted one. That the reason was simple. Our family was too poor. Poverty affected everything. I nodded. Yes. This is an apple. Eat it. And these pastries are for you and Mom. Hearing that, she immediately looked at the pastries. That a child who had never eaten an apple naturally had no idea what pastries tasted like. She held them carefully, like they were priceless treasures. She didn't even want to damage them. She just stared at them quietly. Only after I told her that food would spoil if she didn't eat it did she finally take a tiny bite. The soft texture, the sweet flavor. The moment she tasted it, it was like she had discovered an entirely new world. She looked surprised and happy, but she ate extremely slowly. She didn't even dare take a bigger bite. Whenever crumbs fell, she carefully picked them up and put them back into her mouth. Watching her like that, I felt a deep sadness. My father had passed away early. He was gone before my sister was even 1 year old. After that, my mother had raised both of us alone. In this era, people had to rely on physical strength or skills to earn money. For a woman like Wafeng Wan, there were very few choices. Factories didn't want her, and even if they did, she couldn't leave her children unattended. Fortunately, she knew sewing. At first, she helped people repair clothes and do small sewing jobs, earning a little money here and there. Later, she found work at a tailor shop near Chelan. Her monthly income was only around 10 yuan. That money was enough to keep the family alive, but supporting my sister's education on top of that, almost impossible. Is it good? Lin Yao looked up. It's delicious. Really delicious. Then she held the pastry toward me. Brother, you eat too. I took a small bite. Then I handed it back. You eat. Your brother bought several pieces. Everyone can have some. From now on, if you want something, just tell me. I'll buy it for you. The two of us sat there smiling. That moment, the smell of meat began spreading through the courtyard. The aroma quickly drifted from the back courtyard to the middle courtyard. The moment it reached the Jia family's home, Jia Zhangshi immediately became restless. Who's cooking meat? Huiru, go see who's making meat. Qin Huiru also noticed the smell. This smell is different. It doesn't seem like ordinary pork. She quietly took another breath. Since marrying Jia Dongshu in 1952 and giving birth to Bongging in 1953, the Jia family had eaten meat only a handful of times. She could count them on one hand. And she had only given birth a few years ago. Her body still needed proper nourishment. But in their current situation, that was almost impossible. Many women in this era didn't even have enough time to recover after childbirth. They had to return to work quickly. For the Jia family, meat was something they couldn't resist. Huiru, go see who's cooking. Maybe you can bring back a bowl. Jia Zhangshi ordered. This wasn't the first time the Jia family had done something like this. Whenever someone cooked meat nearby, they would find a way to ask for some. And Qin Huiru had long become used to it. She picked a large bowl from the house, put on her cotton coat, then walked outside. The cold wind cut through the courtyard. For a while, it was difficult to tell exactly where the smell was coming from. The wind carried the aroma everywhere. She first checked the middle courtyard. Every chimney was smoking, but no meat smell came from there. Qin Huiru had developed a surprisingly sharp sense for food. After smelling carefully, she quickly identified the direction, the back courtyard. She walked there with the bowl in hand. But the moment she stepped inside, she froze. The smell was coming from the Lin family, the one place she least wanted to visit. Her thoughts immediately returned to the past. Originally, she had been engaged to Lin Yi. They were almost ready to arrange the marriage. But before everything was finalized, Yi Zhonghai and Jia Zhangshi had persuaded her to change her mind. Not long after, she married into the Jia family. Now she stood outside Lin Ye's door again. This time, with a bowl in her hand. Her expression became complicated. Memories flashed through her mind. But soon, Qin Huiru pushed them aside. A faint smile appeared. She had no regrets about leaving Lin Yi. In fact, she felt fortunate. Jia Dongshu had a proper job at the steel factory. He was a real worker. And with Yi Zhonghai, an experienced master technician, guiding him, his future would be stable. Once he learned enough skills, his salary would naturally increase. Compared with Lin Yi, what did he have? He stayed at home every day, did nothing, relied on his mother to work outside and support the family. Fortunately, she had not married him. Otherwise, she didn't even want to imagine it. With that thought, Qin Huiru stepped forward to knock. But before she could, the door opened. Guofenglan came out carrying water. The two women looked at each other. After a moment, Guofenglan spoke coldly. Qin Huiru, what are you doing here? Qin Huiru smiled. Aunt Gua, I just came to see you. I heard your family was cooking meat. She stretched her neck slightly, trying to look inside in Guofenglan's eyes. If Qin Huiru hadn't changed her mind back then, her son might never have fallen into despair. That event had broken him. After that, he became obsessed with marriage and blind dates. Seeing Qin Huiru again naturally brought back those feelings. And when Guofenglan saw the bowl in Qin Huiru's hand, she immediately understood. Humph. Your Jia family's life is much better than ours. Our family finally gets to eat meat once. And you still come here thinking about it? Qin Huiru remained calm. Aunt Gua, don't say that. We're not rich. We're just doing slightly better. At least Dongshu has a proper job. That sentence immediately angered Guofenglan. Yes, your family is doing so well. So why are you here asking us for meat? Go ask your mother-in-law. Go ask Jia Dongshu. Have them buy meat for you. You don't feel embarrassed coming here? But we do. Splash. Before Qin Huiru could react, a basin of dirty water was thrown out. It hit her directly. The winter wind was freezing. The cold water soaked through her clothes instantly. She stood there trembling, looking toward the Lin family door. She gritted her teeth. Someone like your son, he'll never find a wife. She turned and walked away. Mom, who were you talking to? I walked out from my sister's room. Why mother's expression darkened. Who else? Qin Huiru. She came here with a bowl, asking for meat. Where does she get the nerve? Normally, my mother had a good temper, but Qin Huiru was different. That was the one person who could instantly anger her. Because the original Lin Ye's downfall had started with her, I understood why my mother hated her. As for Qin Huiru, I didn't have much affection for her either, but the past was already over. I smiled and comforted my mother. Forget it. It's all in the past. We should look forward. One day, I'll bring home a good daughter-in-law for you. My mother nodded. I believe you. But speaking of a good daughter-in-law, there really is someone. I froze. Who? For a moment, I thought my mother was arranging another blind date. But she smiled. During the war years, your father had a close friend. The two families once talked about a marriage arrangement. If your father were still alive, maybe the two families would have become relatives. But your father has been gone for so many years. I couldn't help laughing. Mom. A childhood marriage promise? That was probably just something people said back then. It doesn't count. Even if Dad were still here, do you really think another family would accept it? I treated it like a joke. Even in this era, such promises were not guaranteed. The reality was simple. Poverty was the biggest obstacle. With our family's current situation, most people would avoid us. Even someone like Chin Huiru had looked down on us. Why would another family be different? My priority now was simple. Make money, improve our lives. Then prepare for the college entrance examination that if I entered university, my future would naturally change. And failing? I smiled. That wasn't something I considered in my previous life. I had been an excellent student. Getting into a good university had never been beyond me. As long as I entered university, finding a job later would not be a problem. Actually, I still have the document. My father and your uncle even signed it. My mother looked serious. I waved my hand. No one will take that seriously. By the way, Mom, set aside 2 bowls of meat for me later. I have a use for them. My mother immediately became alert. 2 bowls. Xiaoyi, you're not giving them to Chin Huiru, are you? I laughed. Don't worry. Even if I give meat to everyone in this courtyard, I won't give it to them. I just want to improve our relationship with the neighbors. My mother didn't fully understand what I meant, but after the roe deer meat and potatoes finished cooking, she still served 2 bowls. I smiled. Then I carried 1 bowl outside. I stepped outside. The winter wind rushed toward me like a blade, cutting against my face with a sharp sting. I carried the bowl of meat next door. The person I was visiting was the deaf old lady. She was one of the courtyard's poorest residents. She had no children and had never married. She lived alone her entire life. She treated Silly Zhu almost like her own grandson. Because of her age and status, she also held a certain influence in the courtyard. And behind that influence was Yi Zhonghai's support. That was why the other residents respected her. Perhaps some people saw her as someone difficult to deal with. But I had my own plans that I wanted to turn this old lady into someone who would support my family. And this bowl of roe deer meat was the first step. Knock, knock, knocked. I stood against the cold wind and knocked on her door. A short while later, I heard footsteps. Then an old voice came from inside. Who is it? Grandma, it's me. Lin Yi. The door opened. The moment she saw me, she looked surprised. Xiaoyi? You? Her eyes quickly moved to the bowl in my hands. I smiled. It's really cold today. The wind outside is strong. She immediately understood. Come in, come in. Let's talk inside. She stepped aside and let me enter. Inside, I saw that she had already been eating. On the table was a bowl of wild vegetable soup, a small dish of pickles, and 2.5 steamed corn buns. That was probably her entire dinner. I looked at her. Grandma, you're eating? Yes. I was just having dinner. Sit down. She smiled. I didn't stand on ceremony. I walked in and placed the bowl of meat on the table. Xiaoyi. She looked at the bowl. Her expression showed surprise. But even though she tried to hide it, I could see her swallow. The meat smelled too good. Even after being carried through the freezing wind, the aroma still remained. The moment it entered the room, it filled the air. She clearly wanted to taste it. I sat down and smiled. Grandma, my mother asked me to bring you this. Roe deer meat. Have a taste. Roe deer meat. She relaxed slightly. Did you get it from the Northeast? I didn't bother explaining. I smiled. Grandma, don't worry about where it came from. Just try it. All right. She finally gave in. Compared with her plain soup and pickles, this bowl of meat was simply too tempting. She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. The moment she tasted it, her eyes brightened. Not bad. Very good. Fenglan really knows how to cook. Her cooking skills are excellent. Xiaoyi, did you eat already? Why don't you stay and eat with me? I quickly shook my head. No need, Grandma. There's still food at home. If you like it, next time I bring back more game, I'll have my mother cook some and send it over. Good, good. You're a thoughtful child. She smiled so much her eyes narrowed that my goal had been achieved, that a single bowl of meat was enough to create a connection. From now on, no matter what happened in the courtyard, having the deaf old lady speak for my family would make things much easier. After a few more polite words, I left. Before leaving, I emptied the bowl. She wanted to wash it clean for me, that I refused. When I returned home, I saw my mother and Lin Yao already sitting at the table waiting. My mother looked at me. Who did you send the meat to? Next door. The deaf old lady. My mother didn't say much. She only nodded. That old lady lives alone. No one really takes care of her. Giving her a bowl is fine. Then she saw me pick up the remaining bowl. Xiaoyi, where are you going again? I smiled. I still have one more bowl to deliver. You and Yao Yao eat first. Don't wait for me. Before my mother could say anything else, I had already opened the door. Seeing me leave again, Lin Yao stared at the bowl of meat. Guofenglan couldn't help laughing. Yao Yao, let's eat first. Don't wait for your brother. The little girl shook her head. No, I'll wait until brother comes back. Seeing her stubborn expression, my mother put down her chopsticks. She also looked toward the door. Outside, the snow reflected the darkness. The night had already fallen, but the white snow made the courtyard seem brighter. I stepped carefully through the snow. Crunch, crunch. Each step made a clear sound. That I protected the bowl of meat carefully, that I didn't want the freezing wind to cool it down soon. I stopped in front of another house. That I turned my head. Across the courtyard, I saw Jia Zhangshi sitting by the window. She was watching me. Almost deliberately, I lifted the bowl slightly, letting her see the roe deer meat. Then I turned around. Knock, knock, knock. Master Yi? Master Yi, are you home? It's me, Lin Yi from the back courtyard. The door opened. It was first aunt. When she saw me, she looked surprised. Lin Yi? You? I smiled. First aunt. Is Master Yi home? Yes. He's inside. Come in and talk. She let me enter. The moment I stepped inside, I smelled alcohol. That Yi Zhonghai was sitting at the dining table. There was still some white liquor left in his cup. Master Yi. Having dinner? I smiled and greeted him, but the way I addressed him once again created distance. Not first uncle. Not a family-like title. Master Yi Zhonghai frowned slightly. What brings you here today? I didn't answer immediately. That I placed the bowl of roe deer meat on the table. Then I smiled. I was lucky today. I got a roe deer. My mother just finished cooking it. She asked me to bring you a bowl to try. Roe deer meat. Yi Zhonghai froze. That he looked at his wife. She looked back at him. Both of them were surprised. They knew exactly what kind of situation the Lin family was in. Yi Zhonghai was one of the courtyard elders. Everyone respected him as first uncle. Later, he would become an 8th-level technician at the steel factory. His monthly salary would reach nearly 100 yuan. For this era, that was extremely high. Besides his salary, he had various benefits. He had more than enough. The only regret was that he and his wife had never had children. For the future, he had placed his hopes on people like Jia Dongxiu and Silly Zhu, hoping they would support him when he became old. But I wasn't here because I wanted anything from him. His salary meant nothing to me. What I wanted was the same thing I wanted from the deaf old lady. A connection, a favor, a relationship. If both Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady remembered my family's kindness, then my family would be much safer in this courtyard, especially with my future plans. That I would continue hunting. I would sell most of what I obtained, and I would bring some back for my mother and sister. That would inevitably attract jealousy. Before I had enough strength, building support was the smartest move. Besides, according to the memories I inherited, neither the deaf old lady nor Yi Zhonghai had actually harmed my family. They simply disliked the old Lin Yi because he was lazy and obsessed with Qin Huairu. Honestly, even I would have kept my distance from someone like that. So there was no need to turn them into enemies. Using their influence to protect my family was the better choice. I smiled. Master Yi, try it while it's hot. First aunt, don't just stand there. Sit down and taste some too. First aunt smiled. She sat down and picked up her chopsticks. The moment the meat entered her mouth, her eyes lit up. Old Yi, you really have to try this. This roe deer meat is delicious. Yi Zhonghai also tasted it, but he nodded. Not bad. Xiaoyi, your mother didn't send you here just to give us meat, right? What do you need? If I can help, I'll do what I can. I was slightly stunned, then I laughed. Master Yi, you misunderstood. I really just came to deliver meat. My mother said that when our family has something good, We shouldn't enjoy it alone. She said you've helped our family before, so she wanted you to taste it. That's all. Yi Zhonghai froze. He looked at his wife. His wife looked back. Then she gave him a sharp look. I smiled. Well, I'll head back. Enjoy your meal. First, Aunt, could you empty the bowl for me? Oh, right. I'll wash it. No need. Just empty it. I'll take it home and let my mother wash it. After getting the empty bowl back, I left. The moment the door closed behind me, Yi Zhonghai looked confused. Old woman. Did you notice? Today's Lin Yi feels different. His wife looked at him. I think the person who changed is you. Someone gave you meat, and you immediately assumed he wanted something from you. That child is not bad. Treat him better in the future. Don't just eat his meat and forget it. Yi Zhonghai fell silent. I watched Jia Zhongshi's face twist with anger as she saw me carrying an empty bowl out of Yi Zhonghai's house that I didn't immediately return home. Instead, I deliberately paused in the middle courtyard for a moment that I wanted to make sure she saw exactly where I had been. Only after confirming that she had noticed did I smile and head back. Just as I expected, Jia Zhongshi was furious. Her home faced Yi Zhonghai's, so anything happening there was impossible for her to miss. The moment she saw me carrying a bowl of meat into Yi Zhonghai's house, her resentment exploded. Did you see that? That little bastard actually took meat to Yi Zhonghai, but he didn't even think about bringing a bowl to us. What kind of person does that? Jia Zhongshi gritted her teeth as she spoke. Qin Huairu looked at her in confusion. Mom, who are you talking about? Who else? That old lover of yours. I saw him with my own eyes. He carried a bowl of meat into Yi Zhonghai's house, and when he came out, the bowl was empty. And Yi Zhonghai too. Humph. Some master he is. He claims to be Dongshu's teacher, but look at him. Qin Huairu's expression darkened. The words, your old lover, bothered her more than anything else. That was a subject she hated people bringing up. She had chosen Jia Dongshu back then. She had never regretted that decision, but she would not tolerate others using that matter to insult her. Still, she said nothing. After years of living with Jia Zhongshi, she had learned that arguing with her only made things worse. Just when Qin Huairu planned to ignore it and let the matter pass, Jia Zhongshi suddenly looked at her. What are you standing there for? I saw that man's house has plenty of meat. Hurry up and go get a bowl. My grandson is still growing. He needs proper nutrition. Qin Huairu glanced at Bonging, who was still playing on the bed. Mom, Bonging is only 4 years old. Can he really eat that much meat? Stop talking nonsense. What does being 4 years old have to do with anything? Go. Although Qin Huairu was unwilling, she still took a bowl from the kitchen. She walked toward the backyard. At that moment, all her frustration was directed toward me. If I had not openly taken meat to Yi Zhonghai, would her mother-in-law have become so angry? Would she have been the one forced to deal with this? With an irritated expression, Qin Huairu arrived at my door. Bang. 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 She knocked so loudly that it sounded more like she was trying to break the door. In the past, the original owner of this body had always treated Qin Huairu kindly whenever he saw her. Even knowing she was married and had a child, he had still smiled at her. Even when she mocked him, he had endured it. Qin Huairu naturally assumed I was still that same person. She believed she could act however she wanted. That moment, I had just sat down with my mother and was preparing to eat. The sudden pounding startled me. My mother, Wafeng Lan, immediately frowned. Who is that? Are they trying to wake the dead? Mom, keep eating. I'll take a look. I smiled at her. By then, I had already guessed who it was. I walked to the door and opened it. Qin Huairu, are you crazy? You came to my house at night and started banging on my door? Anyone who didn't know better might think you came here because you wanted to rekindle some old relationship with me. You're already someone else's wife. I'm still an unmarried man. Don't ruin my reputation. My words left Qin Huairu speechless. After a long moment, she stammered. Ew. Who said I was ruining your reputation? Humph. Who wants to rekindle anything with you? Then she changed the subject. Lin Yi, answer me. Did you just send me to Uncle Yi's house? I calmly nodded. Yes, I did. What about it? You clearly had meat at home. Why didn't you give me a bowl when I came before? She was so angry that she completely lost her logic that I couldn't help but laugh. Qin Huairu, can you think before you speak? The meat in my home belongs to my family. If I want to give it to someone, why would I need your permission? Who are you? And your Jia Dongshu is such an outstanding man. He's a worker at the steel factory. Are you saying his family can't even afford meat? If that's really the case, then your life isn't going very well either. My words made Chin Huiru furious. Several times she wanted to argue back, but she swallowed the words. After a while, she calmed herself down. Yes, back then I broke off our engagement and married Dongxiu. I admit that I handled that badly. I hurt you, and maybe that's why you've never moved on all these years. But you don't have to take revenge on me like this. We still had a past, and now we live in the same courtyard. Why make things so difficult? How about this? If I meet a good girl in the future, I'll introduce her to you. You give me a bowl of meat, and I'll bring it back for Bonging to improve his health. Deal. Chin Huiru thought she had softened her attitude. She even gave me a suggestive look, believing I would return to my old self. Instead, I made a disgusted expression. Enough. Stop trying to make me sick. Chin Huiru, do you really think I'm still thinking about you? Let me tell you the truth. The way you act now isn't much better than someone everyone avoids. And Bonging. He's a Jia family child. Why should I use my meat to support him? Also, let me thank you. Thank you for refusing to marry me back then. If you want meat, ask your husband for it. After saying that, I didn't spare her another glance. I turned around and went back inside. The door slammed shut. Chin Huiru stood frozen outside. She stared at the closed door in disbelief. The Lin Yi standing before her today felt completely unfamiliar. When Chin Huiru returned home, she did not repeat my words exactly. Instead, she exaggerated the parts about me insulting Jia Dongxiu. The moment Jia Dongxiu and Jia Zhangshi heard what happened, their expressions turned dark. Chin Huiru nodded. Mom, he even said our family was like beggars. He said I married Dongxiu because I came here looking for someone to support me. That little bastard. Jia Zhangshi exploded. No, I may not get the meat, but I'm not going to let this humiliation pass. Jia Zhangshi was famous for her temper. She had never been someone who accepted being bullied. Now that Lin Yi had embarrassed her, how could she swallow her anger? Especially since the old Lin Yi had always been weak. His family had no strong man to stand up for them. If Lin Yi's father had still been alive, Jia Zhangshi would never have dared behave this way. Jia Dongxiu clenched his teeth. Looks like Lin Yi needs to be taught another lesson. I'll deal with him. He turned to leave. Jia Zhangshi immediately followed. Wait for me, son. I'm coming too. Huiru, stay home and watch the child. Don't come out. Chin Huiru quickly agreed. After watching the mother and son leave, the corner of her mouth slowly lifted. The cold look flashed in her eyes. Lin Yi, since you humiliated me, let's see how proud you can stay. After sending Chin Huiru away, I had barely settled down when someone knocked on my door again. That I thought she had come back to continue arguing that I was already preparing myself to drive her away again. But when I opened the door, I saw the person standing outside was the old deaf lady from next door. I was slightly surprised. Grandma, it's so dark and slippery outside. Why did you come over? Mom, Grandma is here. I quickly helped deaf Grandma into the house. My mother, Guofeng Lan, also came out. Grandma, be careful at night. Don't fall. I'm fine. My body is still strong. I'm not as fragile as you young people think. She smiled. I came here because I wanted to thank you too. Your family doesn't have an easy life either, but you still sent such a large bowl of meat to an old woman like me. One person like me would need several days to finish it. Although she said that, I could tell she was genuinely touched. This bowl of meat was not just a gift in this courtyard. Having one more ally was far better than having another enemy. I helped her sit down. My mother smiled. Grandma, that meat came from a deer Lin Yi hunted outside. We couldn't finish it all ourselves. It would have been a waste if it spoiled. So we thought we'd bring you some and let you enjoy it. We're neighbors. If we can help each other, we should. Deaf Grandma quickly waved her hand. Feng Lan, the more you say that, the more ashamed I feel. When your husband passed away, this old woman couldn't help you. And later, when Lin Yi and the Jia family's daughter, she sighed. I still feel guilty whenever I think about it. I immediately interrupted. Grandma, that was years ago. There's no need to bring up old matters. I was young back then and couldn't see things clearly. Thankfully, I realized it in time. Deaf Grandma's eyes turned slightly red. She smiled and nodded. Lin Yi really is a good child. Feng Lan, having a son like him means you'll enjoy good days in the future. The room was filled with laughter, but then a loud voice came from outside. Lin, get out here. Is it such a big deal to ask your family for one bowl of meat? You think you're something now? I want to see where you got the courage to speak like that. The shouting grew louder. The insults became harsher. Everyone inside froze. Deaf Grandma's expression immediately turned cold. The person outside. Is that Zhangshi from the Jia family? I nodded. Yes, Grandma. It's Jia Zhangshi. This is my fault. Qin Huiru saw me bring you meat earlier. She came over asking for some, and when I refused, she said I would regret it. I didn't expect her to bring her mother-in-law here. Deaf Grandma's face became even darker. Refusing to give meat means she comes here to curse people? Does she think this courtyard belongs to bandits? Come, I want to see what exactly she plans to do. She stood up and walked toward the door. Outside, Jia Zhangshi was still shouting. The door opened. Deaf Grandma stepped out with a cold expression. Zhangshi, what exactly are you trying to do? Coming here at night and making a scene. Is this how someone behaves? Grandma. The moment Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu saw Deaf Grandma walking out of Lin Ye's house, their expressions changed. They immediately stopped shouting that I stepped outside with Deaf Grandma beside me. The moment Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu saw her, neither of them had expected it. Their anger disappeared instantly. Jia Zhangshi opened her mouth several times, but she couldn't come up with a single proper explanation. Jia Dongshu, however, noticed the mocking smile on my face. That only made him more furious. Deaf Grandma looked directly at Jia Zhangshi. Zhangshi, your courage has really grown. You actually came here demanding food as if it was the most natural thing in the world? You came asking for a bowl of meat? How did you even manage to say those words? Whether someone eats meat or not, what does it have to do with you? What? They refused to give you any. So you came here shouting and cursing. You're becoming more unreasonable by the day. Deaf Grandma's authority in the courtyard was not something to underestimate. The usually aggressive Jia Zhangshi could only lower her head. She didn't even dare argue back to BY then. The disturbance had already attracted everyone from the front, middle, and back courtyards. Lu Haizhong, Yin Bugui, and Yi Zhonghai, the three courtyard leaders, also arrived. Grandma, you what? What else do you want to say? I heard everything from inside. Deaf Grandma turned her eyes toward Jia Dongshu. And you, Jia Dongshu, your mother acts recklessly, and you follow right behind her? So this is the Jia family's upbringing. You really don't know your limits. She was genuinely angry. Her face flushed as she stared at them. Seeing that, I quickly stepped in. Grandma, don't get too angry. They're not worth hurting your health over. Then I looked at Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu. Since things have already reached this point, I'll say something honestly. Today I went hunting and happened to have some luck. I brought back a roe deer. My original plan was simple. I wanted to stew it at home and let my mother and little sister eat something better. Our family isn't wealthy. We struggled just to have enough food. For us, this meat is already like a feast. But I never expected that a little bit of meat would cause such a huge disturbance. I looked around at the neighbors. Everyone, I apologize on behalf of my family. We disturbed everyone's rest tonight. I'm sorry. After I finished speaking, the neighbors who had gathered around gradually shifted their attention toward the Jia family. Most of them did not hear every detail, but they understood the basic situation. The truth was simple. The Jia family came asking for meat that my family refused. Jia Zhangshi lost face and came over to curse. Jia Annie, this really isn't right. Exactly. Lin Ye's family already has a difficult life. Why bully them? That's right. Your family has a son and a daughter-in-law. You can't just push around others because you're stronger. You're usually outspoken, but this is too much. A few years ago, you already ruined someone's marriage opportunity. Now you're coming here demanding their food. Have some shame. In an instant, Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu became the target of everyone's criticism. The endless accusations made Jia Zhangshi's face turn pale. She looked close to breaking down. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai stepped forward. The moment Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu saw him, they looked like they had found a lifeline. All right. Everyone calm down. We all live in the same courtyard. Watch your words. Yi Zhonghai's appearance immediately silenced the crowd. His reputation still carried weight. Jia Dongshu hurried over. Master, he wanted to explain his grievances. Jia Zhangshi's eyes turned red. Old Yi, you have to judge this fairly. Isn't this bullying? Fine. If Grandma scolds me, I'll accept it. But now the entire courtyard is insulting us. Is only Lin Ye's family struggling? What about our family? Ever since old Jia passed away, I raised Dongshu all by myself. Enough. Yi Zhonghai interrupted her coldly. Jia Zhangshi froze. Even Jia Dongshu looked surprised. Something about Yi Zhonghai today was different. His expression, his eyes, they felt unfamiliar. Was this really the same Yi Zhonghai who always protected their family? Yi Zhonghai glanced at them. Sister-in-law Zhangshi, I already understand what happened. If we're talking about who is right and wrong, this matter is your family's fault. And don't keep bringing up the past. You raising Dongshu alone was not easy. But tell me, whose life is easy? Was Lin Ye's mother's life easy? Was the kid next door, Zhuzi's, life easy? These days, every family is struggling. If we compare hardships, your family at least has neighbors who help you. But the Lin family? After old Lin passed away, their life became even harder. Now Lin Yi finally has some ability. He risked going into the mountains in the snow and brought something back to improve his family's life. And you came to their home demanding meat? If old Jia were still alive, wouldn't even he be angry? Look at yourself, sister-in-law. Then look at Feng Lan, Lin Yi, and his younger sister. They're all thin. That little girl is almost suffering from poor nutrition. So what's wrong with them eating the meat themselves? Why did you have to cause such a scene at night? Lin Yi knows how to behave. He's polite and even apologized to everyone. But you two, besides shouting and making trouble, what else did you do? Sister-in-law, your family is clearly in the wrong today. Apologize to Lin Yi and his mother. Whether they forgive you afterward is their choice. What? Master, you want me to apologize to him? Jia Dongshu's eyes widened. Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he slapped him. Smack. The sound echoed through the courtyard. Jia Dongshu stood there stunned. Apologize. Yi Zhonghai, are you crazy? Why did you hit my son? When Jia Zhangshi saw Jia Dongshu being struck, she immediately rushed forward and protected him. Yi Zhonghai looked serious. By this point, the matter was no longer just about the bowl of meat I had sent him. Jia Zhangshi had always been arrogant in the courtyard. Almost every neighbor avoided provoking her, and with Yi Zhonghai supporting her family from behind, nobody wanted trouble. But today was different. Deaf Grandma was standing in front of my family. She had openly chosen to protect us. Even Yi Zhonghai could no longer simply take Jia Zhangshi's side. And with all the neighbors watching, if he openly favored the Jia family, his position as the respected first uncle would be damaged. Sister-in-law. Before old Jia passed away, he entrusted Dongshu to me. Now that he's gone, I am Dongshu's master. It's my responsibility to discipline him. This matter is clearly your family's mistake. Everyone here has seen it. Apologizing won't hurt you. Yi Zhonghai explained. Then Deaf Grandma laughed, but it was a cold laugh. Yi Zhonghai, since you say you're Jia Dongshu's master, shouldn't you also apologize to Lin Yi and Feng Lan? Yi Zhonghai froze. Grandma, why would I apologize? Deaf Grandma smiled. You're his master. If your student makes a mistake, shouldn't the teacher take responsibility as well? Her words left Yi Zhonghai speechless. Soon, the other neighbors also stood behind Deaf Grandma. For years, they had tolerated the Jia family's arrogance. Now that even Yi Zhonghai and Deaf Grandma were no longer completely united, they saw a chance to finally release their frustrations, and I simply stood aside, watching. Originally, I gave Deaf Grandma meat because I wanted someone in the courtyard who could speak fairly when trouble came. That I never expected things would develop this way. She had completely chosen my family's side. Even Yi Zhonghai, whom she usually respected, could no longer avoid criticism. Fortunately, Yi Zhonghai still understood the situation. Although he was unwilling, he needed to protect his reputation. That he nodded. The old lady is right. As Dongshu's master, I should apologize. Lin Yi Feng Lan. Today, in front of Grandma and everyone here, I apologize. I failed to teach my disciple properly. Please forgive me. After saying that, Yi Zhonghai bowed deeply toward my family. The courtyard fell silent. No one expected that a man of his stature would actually lower himself. Their respect for Yi Zhonghai increased. After all, he had apologized. That showed he was willing to take responsibility, but I saw through it. This bow was not truly for my family. He was forced by the situation. He was protecting his own reputation and authority in the courtyard. Deaf Grandma turned her eyes back toward Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu Zhangshi. Dongshu, What are you two waiting for? Do you need everyone here to force you? As soon as she finished speaking, several young men from the courtyard stepped forward. Their expressions made it clear if Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu refused to apologize, they were prepared to help. Jia Zhangshi finally became nervous. She quickly nodded. Sorry. Deaf grandma frowned. Where is your sincerity? Jia Zhangshi's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and stared at my family. Then she bent forward. Sorry. Only then did deaf grandma turn to my mother, Fenglan. Will you accept their apology? My mother sighed. Grandma, look what this has turned into. It was never a big matter. It's fine, as long as they don't act like this again. My mother was still kind-hearted. She only wanted peace. I had no objection. Since my mother chose not to pursue it, I wouldn't continue. Deaf grandma nodded. You heard her. Fenglan is generous enough to forgive you. Zhangshi, your mistake was the biggest. As an elder, you should have set an example. Instead, you caused trouble. And Yi Zhonghai, as Dongshu's master, you also need to discipline him properly. Otherwise, your family will suffer from this attitude someday. All right, it's late. Everyone go home. The courtyard slowly dispersed. The neighbors returned while discussing what had happened. Once everyone left, deaf grandma smiled at my mother. Fenglan, don't worry. If anyone tries to bully your family in the future, come to me. If others won't protect you, I will. And if someone keeps pushing things too far, even if this old body has to fight for it, I'll help your family get justice. Worth it. One bowl of roe deer meat had earned my family deaf grandma's protection that I couldn't help smiling that I walked over. Grandma, let me walk you home. The morning came that my mother had already prepared breakfast. Inside a small bamboo basket were more than a dozen steamed corn buns. Each person had a bowl of cornmeal porridge, some leftover roe deer meat from last night, and a small plate of pickled vegetables. In this era, a meal like this was already considered extremely luxurious. My mother finished eating early. Xiaoya, stay home with your sister today. Don't cause any trouble. Mom, take Yaoya with you. I have something to do today. I quickly replied that my mother turned around and looked at me. What do you need to do? I need to go hunting. Otherwise, how will our family have meat to eat? I smiled. The moment she heard I was going hunting again, her brows tightened. Because of what happened yesterday, although the incident ended without becoming too serious, we had completely offended the Jia family. With Jia Zhangshi's personality, there was no guarantee she wouldn't try to retaliate later. My mother wanted to avoid provoking them whenever possible. And on top of that, the heavy snow made the mountains dangerous. The roads were slippery. The entire mountain was covered in snow. If something went wrong, before she could persuade me, I already understood what she was thinking. Mom, our family can't keep living like this. Yao Yao is already old enough to start school. I want to hunt and earn some money so I can save enough for her tuition. I'll be careful. Don't worry. Then I looked at my younger sister. Yao Yao, go to work with Mom today, okay? Your brother will find something delicious for you. Yao Yao blinked her big eyes and nodded quickly. Brother, will we have roe deer meat again tonight? Roe deer meat might be difficult, but maybe we'll have wild chicken, rabbit, or even fish. I smiled. The moment she heard the word fish, her face lit up. Really? Brother, I want fish. All right. Then today I'll catch fish for you. Yay. My sister happily cheered that my mother could only sigh and nod. Fine. Yao Yao, come with Mom. Xiaoya, be careful when you go fishing. The ice isn't stable. You never know where you might fall through. She continued reminding me for a while before finally leaving with Yao Yao. Once they were gone, I immediately started preparing. Whether I wanted to fish or hunt, I needed proper equipment. For fishing, I decided to use bamboo poles that I also planned to make a simple fishing net. If I put some bait inside and left it underwater, fish would naturally swim in. These things were not difficult for me. Back when I was in college, I often watched survival programs featuring people like survival experts that I had learned quite a few practical skills from them. Of course, I still needed to buy materials. After breakfast, I went alone to the store at this time. The department store system had already become publicly private operated, and buying these supplies did not require special ration tickets. That I left the courtyard and headed straight there. Since it was early morning, there were not many people inside. After walking around for a while, I found everything I needed. The total cost was just over 2 yuan. After returning home, I immediately began making my hunting equipment, traps, fishing nets, tools, Fortunately, everything was simple. After an entire morning, I finished out a net, a fishing spear, and a crude spiked club made by hammering nails into a wooden stick. The club was mainly for protection. In my previous world, I had personally seen a wild boar weighing nearly 500 gene. A wild boar was completely different from a domestic pig. It was stronger, more aggressive, and far more dangerous. Besides that, who knew what other animals might exist in those mountains? Having something for protection was necessary. When I save enough money, buying a gun for protection wouldn't be bad. I thought about it, but if I wanted a gun, I would have to visit the night market. Right now, I simply didn't have enough money. If today went well, and I managed to bring back enough prey to sell, perhaps I could afford one. As for a bow and arrows, even if I had the materials, I couldn't make one properly. I planned to look for one at the night market after earning money. After finishing my preparations, I placed a knife at my waist. I adjusted my clothes and checked everything again. When I was about to touch the leaf-shaped mark on my body, a thought suddenly crossed my mind. The next moment, a flash of green light appeared. When I opened my eyes again, I was already inside the hunting space. Warm sunlight fell over me and my entire body felt comfortable. The air carried the scent of grass and flowers. The sound of flowing water reached my ears. Not far away, I could hear animals moving. Blue skies, white clouds, a vast open horizon. This place was practically a paradise. I looked around, slightly lost in the scenery. If I could live here forever, that honestly wouldn't be a bad choice. After admiring the place for a while, I picked up the fishing net I had made. Without meat as bait, I could only put half a corn bun inside. Hopefully the fish would like it. After preparing everything, I walked to the lake. I threw the net into the water. The extra rope was tied securely to the shore. Now all I needed to do was wait for fish to swim inside. Fishing with a rod was mostly for passing time. I didn't have that kind of luxury today. Even catching just one fish would be enough for my entire family to enjoy a proper meal. After setting the net, I turned toward the mountain in the distance. If I wanted prey, I first had to conquer that mountain. Determination flashed in my eyes. Holding the spiked club in one hand, I touched the knife at my waist with the other. Just as I was preparing to move forward, a loud eagle cry suddenly rang out. The sharp sound startled nearby rabbits and deer, sending them fleeing in all directions. I quickly turned around. Not far away, I saw a clumsy eagle running after. A rabbit. A flightless eagle wasn't even as useful as a chicken. I couldn't help laughing. Looking at the awkward eagle, I almost felt sorry for it. Unable to soar through the sky, it could barely even catch insects. Catching a rabbit was impossible. The wild rabbit ahead made a few jumps and disappeared from sight. The eagle flapped its injured wings and let out a frustrated cry. Then it turned around. When it saw me, the culprit responsible for its current condition, its anger exploded. It rushed toward me. If I hadn't injured its wing yesterday, it wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state today. When it charged close and tried to stab me with its beak, I simply stepped backward and avoided it. I looked down at the eagle. It had only been here for a day, but it seemed almost crazy now. Anything it saw, it wanted to attack, especially me. The one responsible for its injury. It looked completely desperate. Clearly, the eagle was starving. While dodging its attacks, I laughed. "You're hungry, aren't you? Don't worry. If I catch something later, I'll share some with you." Of course, I had no idea whether it understood me. I picked up my spiked club and walked toward the mountain. After hesitating for a moment, the eagle followed behind me. The mountain had never been explored by humans before. There was no proper path. If I wanted to enter deeper, I had to create my own route step by step. Walking through grass that reached halfway up my body, I used the knife and club to clear the way. Just as I cut through a patch of grass, a white blur suddenly flashed past today. Rabbit. I wasn't going to let such an opportunity escape. I immediately swung the club. A sharp cry sounded. The rabbit was struck. Because I used too much force, the blow ended the fight instantly. The rabbit's body hung on the spikes of the club. I removed it and tied it around my waist. Looking back at the eagle, I saw it still hadn't given up trying to attack me. "You really shouldn't follow me. If I'm not paying attention, I might accidentally step on you. Go back down the mountain. When I return, I'll roast some meat for you." The eagle obviously couldn't understand. Its eyes were still full of hatred. It seemed determined to get revenge. I knew an eagle's beak was extremely hard. Even bones could be crushed. Although it couldn't fly right now, that didn't mean it was harmless, and the fact that this revenge-driven eagle kept following me was dangerous. I remember watching videos before. People said that taming an eagle requires patience. Maybe I'll find a chance to try. If I can tame this one, it could become a useful hunting partner. I continued deeper into the mountain. Point one rabbit was far from enough that I needed larger prey. Only then could I earn more money and improve my hunting equipment, so I kept clearing the path and moving upward. More than an hour passed. Besides that one rabbit, I found nothing else, and after walking for an hour, I had barely made any progress. I wasn't even halfway up the mountain. Tired, I sat down to rest and I had brought 2 corn buns and some pickled radish. I took them out and began eating. Walking through mountains like this consumed a huge amount of energy. Suddenly, caw! An eagle cry came from behind. I turned around. The injured eagle had actually followed me all the way here. I smiled. I'm eating corn buns. Can you even eat this? I broke off a small piece and threw it in front of it. The eagle stared at the food. Then it looked at me. It seemed unsure what this strange thing was. But hunger wondered if it didn't eat and recover its strength, it might not survive until its wing healed. So it grabbed the bun and swallowed it. I stared at it in surprise. Then I laughed. Looks like hunger affects animals too. You really do eat whatever is available when you're starving. I broke off several more pieces. Soon, 1 corn bun was finished between 1 man and 1 eagle. I kept the remaining bun. I had no idea how long I would stay here today. Until I left the mountain, I needed to conserve my food. The rabbit at my waist was for later. After brushing the crumbs from my hands, I glanced at the eagle. Then I continued deeper. Time passed quickly. After another hour and a half of walking, I noticed the deeper I went, the darker it became, and I was certain it wasn't even noon. Yet, there was no way the sky was dark because of night. Around me appeared enormous trees more than 10 meters tall. Their thick branches and leaves blocked out almost the entire sky. Only small rays of sunlight broke through, but even those rays weren't enough to illuminate the forest. I looked around carefully. Just as I was deciding which direction to search for prey, a roar suddenly came from the distance. My entire body tensed. I immediately crouched down. Using the grass as cover, I carefully looked toward the sound. A moment later, a wounded wild boar charged in my direction. With its size and speed, it was no different from a small car racing at full speed. If it hit me directly, I might not die, but serious injury would be unavoidable. The wild boar charged forward like a runaway vehicle. Boom! A deafening impact echoed through the forest. The boar slammed directly into a tree only a short distance away from me. The massive tree shook violently from the collision. Leaves rained down from above. I stared at the scene in complete disbelief. My luck was almost ridiculous. Yesterday, I found a roe deer. Today, I ran into a wild boar, and both of them had practically delivered themselves to me. But I didn't move. The boar had sprinted out in panic and even died from the impact. That could only mean one thing. Something far more terrifying was chasing it. A wild boar was not a weak animal in the forest. Even when facing a pack of wolves, a large enough boar could rely on its powerful body and thick defense to force them away. Yet this boar looked to weigh at least 300 or 400 gene, and it had still died from fear while running away. What kind of creature could scare it into this state? I didn't dare reveal myself. I remained hidden in the grass, staring toward the direction the boar had come from. Even the eagle beside me lowered itself and watched the same area carefully. Seconds passed, then minutes, but the terrifying creature never appeared. Only after the feeling of danger gradually faded did I slowly step out of hiding. I approached the dead boar. Up close, I could see how violent the collision had been. Its eyes were wide open. A deep dent had formed on its head. The impact had been powerful enough to break one of its tusks. I looked back at the tree. The bark had been torn away in a large section. A crack had also appeared in the trunk. If the impact had been just a little stronger, the tree itself might have broken. Such a waste. I sighed. A wild boar like this was an incredible treasure. I stepped forward and tried to lift it, but after several attempts, I was already breathing heavily. The boar didn't move at all. 300 or 400 gene. There was no way I could carry it away alone. I fell into thought. The smell of blood had already spread. If it continued drifting through the forest, other predators would definitely be attracted here. But carrying it was impossible. Leaving it behind was even worse. After thinking for a while, I took out a rope that I tied it around the boar's forelegs. Then I searched nearby and found several branches as thick as my arm that I placed them underneath the body. With the branches acting like simple rollers, I finally had a way to move it. Once everything was ready, I pulled. It was exhausting, but at least the boar slowly moved. The eagle, meanwhile, acted like it had completely forgotten it was supposed to hate me. It jumped directly onto the boar's body and let out several proud cries. It almost looked like it was mocking me. I dragged the boar with the rope over my shoulder. When I finally reached a downhill area, the wet grass caused the branches underneath the boar to slip away. Damn. My expression changed. I immediately chased after it. The boar rolled down the mountain slope. Along the way, it knocked against several trees, making them shake. Fortunately, it didn't stop halfway. It continued all the way down. The sudden movement scared several deer grazing nearby, sending them running. Looking at the boar lying at the bottom, I couldn't help sighing. Even if that first collision hadn't killed it, the fall afterward would have finished the job. Then I suddenly remembered something. The eagle. It was still on the board. It couldn't possibly have. Before I finished the thought, the eagle slowly climbed up from the other side of the boar. It shook itself. Then it angrily cried toward me from below. Seeing that, I laughed. The eagle was still alive. After reaching the bottom, I used the same branch method and dragged the boar toward the lake. This thing should sell for a good amount of money at the grain station. If they pay 50 cents per gene, 100 gene would already be 50 yuan. This boar should weigh at least 3 or 400 gene. That means 1 or 200 yuan. I calculated silently. Selling the entire boar would definitely earn more than cutting it apart myself. In this era, when the average monthly salary was only around a few dozen yuan, 200 yuan was close to a worker's yearly income. With that money, I could go to the night market and buy better hunting equipment. After this experience, I also realized I needed proper tools for transporting large prey. If I had a cart, things would become much easier. Any large animal I caught could simply be loaded onto it. Thinking about that future made me excited. As for my mother and sister, tonight I would bring them fish. I placed the boar aside. Then I gathered some dry branches and started a fire. I cleaned the rabbit I caught earlier beside the lake. Then I placed it over the flames. Soon, the smell of roasting meat filled the air. At the same time, I pulled up the fish trap I had placed earlier. Honestly, I hadn't expected much. I thought catching 1 or 2 fish would already be lucky, but when I dragged the trap out, I froze. Inside were dozens of fish, both large and small. They struggled wildly as I pulled them out. I stared in shock. Half a corn bun had actually attracted this many fish. The smile on my face couldn't be hidden. After choosing carefully, I kept only 5 of the largest fish. The rest were released back into the lake. For me, there was no point taking more. My family couldn't finish them anyway. 0.5 fish were already enough. I roasted 2 fish over the fire. Soon, the rich smell spread everywhere. All right, time to eat. I turned toward the eagle. It was still standing on top of the wild boar, staring into the distance. That moment, it almost looked intelligent, almost like it was grieving. Only after the smell of food filled the air did I call the eagle over. The eagle jumped down from the boar. I threw it a roasted fish. The fish from this lake had tender, delicious meat. Even the eagle seemed to enjoy it. Although there were no seasonings, it ate happily. I also tore off some roasted rabbit meat and gave it to the eagle. It accepted everything. But strangely, it didn't seem excited. It looked distracted. I frowned and tore off another piece of meat. Do you have something bothering you? The eagle looked up at me. For a moment, I saw worry in its eyes. It seemed anxious about something. Unfortunately, it couldn't speak. After both of us finished eating, I clapped my hands. All right, I need to go back. Tomorrow I'll treat your injured wing. Stay here. I focused my thoughts. The next moment, I disappeared from the hunting space. But the wild boar remained beside the lake. The eagle looked around. After confirming that the human had vanished again, it slowly lowered itself to the ground. There was still loneliness in its eyes. After a long while, it looked up at the blue sky. Then it released a sorrowful cry. When I returned home, my mother and Yao Yao still hadn't come back. It was already afternoon. I didn't bring the boar back. A 3 to 400 gene wild boar appearing in the courtyard would definitely attract attention. Instead, I brought back several fish. I placed them into a basin and added water. Soon, the fish swam happily, completely unaware that they would soon become dinner. I left the house. Without even cleaning myself up, I hurried toward the front courtyard. I borrowed a wooden cart. Then I pushed it to an alley not far from the grain station. After the leaf-shaped mark on my body regained enough energy, I returned. I loaded the boar onto the cart. Another flash. The cart and boar appeared back in the alley. Only then did I begin pushing the massive animal toward the grain station. Inside the station manager's office, Chow was working. A staff member walked in. "Station chief, there's a young man outside asking to see you." "Who is he? What's his name?" The worker shook his head. "I don't know, but he brought a wild boar." "A wild boar." Xiao's expression changed. Then he suddenly remembered something. Yesterday, someone from above had personally visited him. He had been told that a young hunter might come to sell game. And whenever that person appeared, the grain station should accept the goods. Xiao immediately stood. "Let's go take a look." The two quickly walked outside. A crowd had already gathered. In this era of scarce resources, a wild boar weighing several hundred jin was extremely rare. Many city residents had never even seen one. That was why everyone gathered around, discussing it. When Xiao appeared, the crowd moved aside. He walked toward me and looked at the boar. "Young man, you caught this yourself?" I paused. Then I glanced behind him. "Are you Station Chief Xiao?" "Yes, that's me." I nodded. Yesterday's person wasn't here, but it didn't matter as long as I could sell the boar. "Someone told me yesterday that any game I hunted in the future should be brought here. I happen to have good luck today. I caught this wild boar. Please tell me what price you'll offer." Xiao smiled. Even without the earlier instructions, they would have accepted such a valuable animal. But now that he had received orders from above, he couldn't deliberately lower the price. "This wild boar is quite rare." "Young man, is hunting a family skill passed down to you?" I slightly frowned. "Station Chief Xiao, we're here to make a transaction. You don't need to ask too many questions. Just tell me the price." Instead of being offended, Xiao became more interested. He turned to a worker. "Xiao Lu, check what the current market price for wild boar meat is." The young worker thought for a moment. "Station Chief, I honestly don't know the price of wild boar, but I know something about regular pork. Fatty pork is around 80 cents per jin. 3-layer pork is about 65 cents. Lean meat is cheaper, around 50 cents. But wild boar, I really don't know." The others also shook their heads. Nobody had much experience with wild boar meat. There was no established market price, and nobody wanted to casually set a purchasing price that could affect the station's costs. Suddenly, a young woman in her 20s stepped forward. "Station Chief, I heard my father mention that someone sold wild boar meat at the pigeon market before, but that was last year. The price was 80 cents per jin." After speaking, she immediately realized the atmosphere had changed. Everyone was looking at her strangely, as if blaming her for saying too much. But Xiao simply smiled. "That's enough. At least we have a reference. People have always said wild boar tastes better. We aren't exporting it. This will be used internally. Young man, how about this? I'll buy your wild boar at 85 cents per jin. How does that sound?" I looked at him in surprise. At 85 cents. That was higher than I expected. I nodded. "Deal." The staff at the grain station quickly finished weighing the wild boar. Total weight, 419 jin. The purchase price is 0.85 yuan per jin. I froze for a moment when I heard the number 419 jin. That was far heavier than I expected. The total value came to 356.15 yuan. It was much more than the 1 or 200 yuan I had estimated before. Station Chief Chow walked over with a stack of bills. He smiled warmly. "Young man, I really didn't expect you to have such ability. A wild boar weighing over 400 jin. Even experienced hunters would hesitate to go after something like this. When I was younger and still lived in the countryside, my family were hunters too. I remember once a 400 jin wild boar came into our village and destroyed crops. More than 20 strong men from the village worked together to kill it. Even then, 7 or 8 people were injured. But you managed to hunt one alone. You have a bright future." Hearing that, I felt my face heat up slightly. "Hunt it? How could I say I hunted it? That wild boar had practically killed itself by smashing into a tree. I had only gotten lucky, but I couldn't explain that. Even if I did, nobody would believe me. Who in the world could have such unbelievable luck?" Yesterday, I found an injured roe deer. Today, I found a wild boar. Would I find a tiger or a bear tomorrow? If my luck was really that good, I wouldn't need to do anything that I could just walk around picking up. Pray every day that I scratched my head awkwardly. Station Chief Chow, you're exaggerating. It was mostly luck. You're being too modest. Chow smiled. Here. This is the payment for the wild boar. 356.15 yuan. Check and make sure it's correct. I took the money and put it away. No need to count. The grain station's reputation speaks for itself. Then I asked, Station Chief Chow, if I have more game in the future, will you continue buying? Of course. Why wouldn't we? As long as you bring us hunted animals and want to sell them, we'll purchase them according to the market price. Hearing that, I finally felt relieved. Having a stable buyer who paid immediately was exactly what I needed to my future catches would have a destination. More than 350 yuan. That was already an enormous amount of money. If I handed all of it to my mother at once, she would probably be frightened. For our family, even 35 yuan was already a huge sum. After chatting with Station Chief Chow for a while, I left the grain station. Chow stood there watching me leave. Only after my figure disappeared into the distance did a worker approach him. Station Chief, that young man really is impressive. A 400-gene wild boar, and he killed it alone? Chow shook his head. Impressive isn't even enough to describe it. That wild boar had thick skin and a powerful body. Normally, it's extremely difficult to kill. Even a hunting rifle might not easily penetrate it. I checked it just now. The main injury was on its head. There was a large depression. Most likely, it died from the impact. The worker stared. The wild boar killed itself? That's too stupid. Stupid? Chow laughed. Wild boars aren't stupid at all. They're actually very clever. They eat all kinds of things, wild fruit, grass, roots. And sometimes they hunt small animals too. Their awareness of danger is extremely strong. When they encounter an enemy they cannot defeat, they usually choose to escape. But this one, it actually ran itself to death. That's quite interesting. Chow thought carefully. There are probably only two possibilities. Either that young man kept forcing it into a desperate situation until it had nowhere to go, or he created enough pressure that the boar panicked and fled blindly until it crashed into something. Station Chief Chow truly came from a hunter's family. He had almost reconstructed the entire scene. Unfortunately, he had guessed in the wrong direction that it wasn't me that made the boar feel threatened, that it was something else in the forest, something that forced it into a desperate escape. But Chow would never know the truth. All right, let's take the boar back. Find 2 experienced butchers to process it. Then send the meat to the public security department. Minister Yang is waiting. The worker nodded. The 2 returned inside. Not long after I arrived home, my mother and Yao Yao returned. The moment they entered the house, they saw several large fish swimming in a basin. Both of them froze. Then Yao Yao's face lit up. Brother caught fish today. My mother smiled. You were craving fish, weren't you? Tell Mom how you want to eat it tonight. I'll make it for you. I want braised fish. All right. Mom will cook one. We'll keep the others alive in the basin. There was no way we could eat all of them at once. Keeping them alive meant we could eat them later. Yao Yao happily clapped her hands. Then she ran into my room. She wanted to tell me about dinner, but she found me already asleep on the bed. I was simply too exhausted. Carrying a 400-gene wild boar down the mountain and pushing it all the way to the grain station had drained almost all my strength. After returning home, I had collapsed almost immediately. Mom. My brother fell asleep. Yao Yao came out quietly. My mother smiled. Your brother worked hard today, just so you could eat fish. Don't disturb him. Go play with snow outside or rest. When dinner is ready, I'll wake you both. Yao Yao nodded happily and ran away. Meanwhile, at the public security department, a female police officer knocked on the minister's office door. She was tall and elegant, with a confident presence. Soon, a voice came from inside. Come in. Yes. She opened the door and entered. The man sitting behind the desk smiled when he saw her. Xiaobai? Weren't you supposed to rest for 2 more days before reporting? He put down his pen. She walked closer and smiled. Minister Yang, I really can't sit still. I thought I would start working first. Minister Yang nodded. Your work in the Northeast was excellent. By the way, how is your father? I haven't seen him for many years. He's the same as always. He's used to living alone. Then she hesitated. This time, when I came back from Russia, he gave me another task. He wants me to find my fiancé. Minister Yang frowned. You still haven't found him? She shook her head. No, I searched everywhere in the Northeast. But they had already left before the founding of the country. Perhaps, she stopped. But Minister Yang understood. Those years had been chaotic. The Northeast had suffered first. Countless innocent lives had been lost. The person she was looking for had been from that region. Now there was no trace, no confirmation of life, no confirmation of death. The hope was extremely small. Minister Yang sighed. Don't worry too much. Maybe he is still alive. During those difficult years, perhaps they simply moved somewhere else. She nodded. Everything depends on fate. My father cares deeply about this. Before I came back, he reminded me every day. But I never told him the truth. I'll hide it as long as I can. I'm worried his health won't handle it. Minister Yang understood. All right. Keep it hidden for now. By the way, have you eaten dinner? She shook her head. Not yet. Perfect timing. Today, the grain station sent 20 gene of wild boar meat to our department. They wanted us to try it. The cafeteria should already have finished cooking. Come with me. Let's see what wild boar tastes like. Wild boar. She looked curious. Minister Yang smiled. Older generations always said wild boar meat tastes better, but it has a stronger flavor. If you don't know how to cook it properly, it's difficult. Fortunately, we have an old chef here who knows exactly how to prepare it. And today he personally cooked. Let's find out how different wild boar is from regular pork. All right, I'll follow your lead. Minister Yang laughed. I'm telling you, the young man who caught this boar is quite unusual. He's young, but very capable. Station Chief Chiao said the boar weighed more than 400 gene. And somehow, a young man managed to bring it down. That boar was sold to Chiao by him. He continued talking enthusiastically. The female officer listened quietly. Soon, they reached the cafeteria. Before they even entered, the rich smell of meat filled the air. Both of them suddenly felt hungry. They hurried inside. Many officers who were still on duty were already waiting with lunchboxes. Minister Yang couldn't help smiling. Looks like today's situation is quite rare. Xiao ya yao yao. Dinner is ready. Come eat. Night had fallen. Darkness covered the outside world, but the snow on the ground reflected the moonlight, making the night less dark. That I walked out of my room, still half asleep. That I looked at the table. Mom, you cooked the fish? My mother smiled. Yes, I cooked one. We'll keep the rest alive. When you want more, I'll cook again. Yaya wanted braised fish, so I made one. I laughed. No need. When we want fish again, I'll just catch more. There are plenty. My mother looked at me. Where are there plenty? Shikahan. Yes. Exactly. I nodded. She gave me a meaningful smile. These days, many people went fishing at Shikahai to improve their meals. Even if they caught something, it was usually small fish. The larger ones had already been taken, but the fish I brought back were huge and fat. There was no way they came from Shikahai. Still, my mother didn't expose me to as long as her son was happy and wasn't doing anything illegal. That was enough. Soon, Yao Yao ran out. When she saw the braised fish, she almost drooled. Little glutton. Go wash your hands first. Okay. She happily ran off. At that moment, I took out 100 yuan from my pocket. When I placed it in front of my mother, she froze. 100 yuan. For our family, that was an enormous amount. My mother's monthly salary was only around 10 yuan, sometimes even less. Seeing this much money naturally shocked her. That I didn't take out everything, because I was afraid of frightening her. If I suddenly showed more than 300 yuan, would she even sleep tonight? She might stare at it until morning. Xiaya, where did this money come from? Tell Mom the truth. Did you do something wrong? She looked worried. That I shook my head. Mom, this money is clean. I earned it from hunting today. I kept some aside. I'm planning to go look around the night market and see if I can buy some tools. After hearing that, she still looked doubtful. What kind of animal could sell for so much? Only after she repeatedly asked did I tell her the truth. That I explained that I had sold a wild boar. Everything was true, except I didn't mention that it had sold for more than 350 yuan. Even so, my mother was shocked. Xia, next time you see a wild boar, run first. Don't fight it. The winter night wasn't as dark as people imagined. The endless white snow reflected the moonlight, making the surroundings surprisingly bright. The sound of footsteps crushing through snow wasn't annoying at all that I moved quickly toward the night market. The so-called ghost market was a place where people secretly sold goods after dark. Most sellers gathered beneath the city walls. The things they sold were all kinds of items that second-hand or third-hand, even things that had passed through many owners. After walking for nearly 40 minutes, I finally arrived. The warmth from my body had almost disappeared. Every breath created a cloud of white mist. I wore an old black cotton jacket. A worn hat covered my head. A dark red knitted scarf wrapped around my face. Both hands were tucked inside my sleeves, leaving only my eyes visible. When I arrived at the ghost market, the only sound was the crunch of snow. Nobody spoke loudly. Under the city wall sat a row of people. Most were dressed like me. Thick cotton coats, bodies completely covered, hands hidden inside sleeves. They sat against the wall on the snow, looking almost like they were asleep. There were no goods displayed in front of them. Nothing visible at all, but occasionally someone would walk up and quietly speak with them. The wind was strong. The conversations were low. Most communication happened through gestures that I couldn't hear what they were buying or selling. But I knew exactly what I wanted, and the things I was looking for were not items that could be openly purchased. That I walked along the wall, carefully observing everyone. After going about 50 meters, I noticed some people had begun placing items in front of them. Bottles, containers, objects that looked like old antiques. But I didn't understand antiques, and right now, I didn't have money to waste on them. My priority was hunting equipment. When I stopped in front of a man, I saw he looked to be in his 30s. He had a full beard. His eyes were closed. He leaned against the wall as if asleep. I stood there quietly. Only after a while did he slowly open his eyes and look at me. I smiled. "Brother, do you have this?" While speaking, I pulled one hand from my sleeve and made an 8 gesture. The man looked down. His expression didn't change. "What for?" "Going into the mountains. Looking for food." The man understood immediately. "Double barrel. 8 yuan. Single barrel. 6 yuan. 20 rounds included." His voice was low. The price wasn't expensive at all. Not for me. After all, I had brought more than 200 yuan. A gun with ammunition included was completely acceptable. I nodded. "Can I take a look?" "Wait." The man waved toward the distance. Not long after, another man wearing a military green cotton coat ran over. After a brief conversation, he looked me up and down. "Double barrel or single?" "Double barrel." The man studied me again. "All right. Follow me." The young man walked ahead. I followed behind. After more than 10 minutes, we entered a narrow alley. Then another. By the time we stopped, I was completely confused about the route, but I understood why. Anyone coming here could be dangerous. Who knew if someone was actually a buyer or someone pretending? If outsiders remembered the location, they could come back and expose the place. That would be disastrous for the sellers. We stopped in front of a small house, the young man said. Nothing. He walked up and knocked. .5 knocks. .3 heavy. .2 light. After the signal ended, someone inside opened the door. The person first looked outside carefully. Only after confirming everything was safe did he open the entrance. "Come in. Look at the goods." The young man led me inside. The person who opened the door stepped outside afterward. He closed the gate, then lit a cigarette. Sitting by the wall, he was clearly acting as a lookout. The courtyard was small. There were only 3 rooms. .2 seemed to be living quarters. The other looked like a storage room. The young man brought me there. He took out a key and unlocked the door. Click. The lock opened. A dim light turned on inside. The young man stepped in. "Brother. First time here?" I nodded. "Yeah. Hunter. Something like that." Life got difficult. I had no choice but to go into the mountains and try my luck. That wasn't exactly in this era. Ordinary people struggled to live comfortably. Many found ways to earn extra income outside work. Fishing, hunting, anything that helped support the family. Clearly, I wasn't the only person looking for weapons. The young man nodded. He wasn't surprised. "Come. Take a look. You wanted a double barrel." He opened a wooden box. Inside were various weapons, rifles, old military guns, different firearms, but most were covered with rust. None looked new. Their origins were obviously questionable. I examined them carefully. Eventually, the young man took out a double-barrel hunting gun. Click, click. He checked it, then handed it over. "See if this works for you." I took it. The weight was heavier than expected. I copied his movements and inspected it carefully. Then I looked up. "Can I test fire it?" The young man stared at me. Brother, are you serious? You want to fire it here at night? Do you know how loud a gunshot is? You want to attract the police? And didn't I tell you? You get 20 rounds. That's for testing. Go somewhere else later and try it. If there's a problem, come back. I guarantee replacement. He rolled his eyes. From that one sentence, he could tell I was a complete beginner. This was clearly my first time dealing with such a transaction that I smiled. All right, I'll take it. What about bullets? 20 rounds probably won't be enough. 2 cents per round. You can buy more. If you run into a wild boar, tiger, or bear in the mountains, you'll need extra shots. Not to mention missing. More preparation never hurts. The man continued persuading me. I nodded. The price of ammunition was not cheap. 10 rounds cost 2 yuan. At this time. That was a considerable amount that I took out 30 yuan. 8 yuan for the gun. The rest is for bullets. Also, can you throw in 10 more rounds? The man's expression changed. Brother, this is a small business. We barely make money. If I give you another 10 rounds, I really lose money. How about 5? I looked at him. Forget it. I'll check somewhere else. Wait. The man immediately grabbed my arm. These days business is difficult. Fine. 10 rounds. I'll consider this deal a loss. He took the money. After the gun and ammunition were prepared, I didn't leave immediately. My eyes fell on another item. A knife. How about giving me this too? The man immediately blocked me. Brother, don't go too far. This knife cannot be included. I looked at it carefully. It was almost half a meter long. Similar to a mountain cleaving blade that if I had this while hunting, it would be far better than the knives I currently carried. And it came as a set. 1 main blade, 3 smaller blades, each with a different purpose. I liked it immediately. Then I looked around. Do you have bows and arrows? Bows and arrows. The man looked surprised. Yes. We have traditional bows. They're quite strong. But can you use one? I smiled. If I can't, I can learn. Bring it out. The man suddenly felt uneasy. He studied me carefully. Although unwilling, business was business. He brought out a bow. It was completely black. Some patterns were carved into it. When I held it, the grip felt excellent. I pulled the string a few times. A faint humming sound echoed. Even though I didn't know much about antiques, I could tell this bow had history. In the mountains. There were times a bow was actually better than a gun. And like I said, if I didn't know how to use it, I could practice. The hunting space gave me plenty of room and no need to worry about disturbing anyone. The weight was perfect, not too heavy, not too light. I examined every detail. I nodded. I'll take this bow. Anything included? The man froze. The moment he heard the word included, his expression changed. Today's deal was definitely becoming a loss. Brother, this bow has history. It's not ordinary. Let me tell you. An emperor's relative from the Qing dynasty supposedly used it. It's valuable. If you collect it, that makes sense. But using it for hunting, that's a waste. The hunting gun is already enough. The bow is unnecessary. While talking, he reached out to take it back, but no matter how hard he pulled, it didn't move. I smiled. Something valuable that never gets used is still just decoration. Name your price. The man gave up. For sellers like him, everything had a price, including this bow. He just felt unlucky. This young man was too good at bargaining. Fine. If you really want it, 30 yuan. I'll include the quiver. 20 arrows. Deal. He spoke generously, but the quiver and bow were originally a set. Anyone who bought it would receive them. He had no use for keeping them. I shook my head. Then include that knife set. The man stared. Brother, that's too much. That knife set is something I can sell. If I give it away, what do I sell? I took out another 30 yuan, 1 bow, 1 quiver, 30 arrows, 1 knife set. I'll come back here for more equipment in the future. We can have a long-term partnership. The man opened his mouth, but before he could refuse, I took the bow and knives. Then I looked at him. The arrows? The man stared at me. After a long silence, he sighed. Fine. Today is my unlucky day. Take them. He turned around and brought out the quiver from another box. The moment I saw it, I liked it even more. Just like the bow, it was completely black. The surface reflected a faint shine. A golden Chilean pattern decorated the leather. I took it. Next time I need equipment, I'll come back. Then I left with a full load. Behind me, the man looked at my back. His face darkened. He muttered, "Please don't come back," after leaving the alley. I found an empty place and entered the hunting space. When I opened my eyes, I found that this world was also in the middle of the night. The sky was filled with countless stars, forming a beautiful river of light. The moon hung high above, shining down with a gentle glow. The lake reflected the moon like a silver mirror. Every now and then, fish jumped from the water. The mountain behind the lake looked like a sleeping beast, quiet, ancient, dangerous. The rabbits, deer, and eagle were nowhere to be seen. Only the endless grassland remained beneath the dark sky, and I took out the hunting gun and bow I had just bought. I had no intention of bringing them home, that if my mother saw them, it would only create trouble. Although weapon management wasn't as strict in this era as it would become later, if someone in the courtyard discovered these things, it could still bring unnecessary problems to so hiding them here was much safer to prevent animals from damaging them. I carefully stored everything away. After finishing, I nodded in satisfaction. Then I looked around. Normally, the other animals were gone because they were hiding, but the eagle should still be here. Why couldn't I find it? Could something have happened to it? After all, an eagle that couldn't fly had lost much of its strength to other predators. It was no longer as intimidating that if mountain animals came down, it could easily become prey. Over the past few days, I had slowly grown used to having that eagle around. One person, one bird, relying on each other. I had even developed a strange attachment if something really happened to it. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became that I searched the surroundings repeatedly. Then I slowly walked toward the foot of the mountain. Not long after, when I reached a large rock, I saw it. The eagle was lying there asleep. Seeing that it was safe, I finally relaxed. The moment it sensed someone approaching, the alert eagle opened its eyes. When it saw me, it seemed startled. It immediately flapped its injured wings and jumped up. I quickly said, "Go back to sleep. I just came to check on you. It's already dark. I'm leaving for now. Tomorrow I'll come find you and we'll hunt together." After saying that, I smiled and glanced at it. The next moment, I disappeared. Although this was no longer the first time the eagle had seen this happen, watching me vanish into thin air again, still shocked, it cried out. It walked around the rock searching for me. But the endless grassland showed no trace of the human. A hint of disappointment appeared in its eyes. However, it failed to notice that danger was approaching. On a tree near the mountain slope, a python as thick as an adult man's arm slowly moved forward. Its vertical pupils locked onto the eagle. Its red tongue flicked out occasionally. Silent, patient, the python approached step by step. But after confirming that I was truly gone, the eagle lowered itself again. It closed its eyes, preparing to sleep. The danger continued getting closer. The next morning, the sunlight returned. The courtyard was the same as always. Those who worked went to work. Those who studied went to school. My mother prepared breakfast and asked, "Xiaoya, is Yao Yao staying with you today or coming with me?" I paused. Then I looked at my sister. "Mom, let her stay with you another day. I'm planning to go into the mountains again." Regarding my hunting and fishing, my mother seemed to have gradually accepted it. She nodded. "All right. Then Yao Yao will come with me. But be careful. If something like yesterday happens again, your safety comes first." I smiled. "Don't worry." She sighed. Parents can never stop worrying about their children. "Yao Yao, finished eating? We're leaving." "Finished." Yao Yao quickly ran over. Ever since I started hunting, I brought meat and fish home almost every day. In just a few days, Yao Yao's condition had visibly improved. Her face was no longer pale. Her cheeks had gained some color. She no longer looked as thin as before, and my mother had also become healthier. Seeing this only strengthened my determination that I needed to earn more money, that I needed to improve our family's life. Now that my hunting equipment was almost complete, all I needed was to bring back more valuable prey. Once I had enough savings, I could start thinking about returning to school. As for the childhood engagement my mother mentioned before, I never took it seriously. My father was already gone. Even if that engagement truly existed, there was little chance the other family would still recognize it. And even if they did, they might have forgotten about it completely. For me, some things were simply fate. That I had already crossed into another world. Why rush into marriage? After my mother left with Yao Yao, I sat alone at the table and finished breakfast. The public security dormitory. Bai Ling sat alone in her room. She held a black and white photograph. Her brows were tightly furrowed as she studied it carefully. There were 3 people in the picture: a young man in his 20s, clean-looking, gentle. Beside him was a beautiful woman. In her arms was a baby still wrapped in cloth. The photograph was from the Republic era, more than 20 years old. Clearly, it was a family portrait. After looking at it for a long time, Bai Ling carefully placed it inside a book. Having only this photograph, how is this any different from searching for a needle in the ocean? Linyi, are you still alive? Or have you already? Where am I supposed to find you? She let out a long sigh. A trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. She placed the book beneath her pillow. Then she took a basin from under the bed and went outside to wash. The weather was bright and sunny, a sharp contrast to the freezing winter of the capital. I entered the hunting space again. But I didn't immediately start hunting. Instead, I sat beside the lake and quietly enjoyed the rare peace. The gentle breeze carried the scent of soil. The fragrance of flowers filled the air. The lake shimmered under the sunlight. Occasionally, fish jumped from the water. The fishing net I placed earlier was still underwater. Now I only needed to see today's harvest. Then, the eagle appeared. It walked toward me carrying something in its beak. It dropped it in front of me. I looked down. My eyes widened. It was half of a python. A python as thick as an adult's arm. You killed this? I looked at the eagle in surprise. The moment I spoke, the eagle seemed to understand. It flapped its wings excitedly. Its eyes were filled with pride. Yes, it had killed this python. After I left last night, the eagle had planned to continue sleeping, but the python had found it. The snake wanted to swallow the eagle as prey, but it never expected the prey to become the predator. Although the eagle couldn't fly anymore, it was still not something every creature could bully. The moment it noticed the approaching python, it attacked. Its beak, sharp as steel hooks, pierced the snake's body. The python became nothing more than a piece of meat delivered to it. Ever since its wing was injured, the eagle had relied on me to survive. The food, protection, everything is. After defeating the python, it carried the remains here. Almost like it was showing off. I looked at the excited eagle. Then I understood. I laughed. All right, I know you're impressive. I never underestimated you. Come here. Let me check your wound and treat it. In a few more days, your wing should recover. I grabbed the eagle. It struggled, but I held it down and examined its injured wing. The wound was deeper than I expected. Almost half the wing had nearly been cut through. No wonder it hadn't recovered. Worse, because it hadn't been treated properly. Infection had already begun. If this continued, it wouldn't just lose the ability to fly. It might lose its life. I immediately opened the medicine box I had brought from home. Inside were some basic medical supplies. Some had been left behind from when my father was alive. I didn't even know whether they were still usable. First, I disinfected the wound. Then I heated a small knife over fire. Carefully, I removed the damaged tissue. After that, I applied anti-inflammatory medicine. The entire process made the eagle want to attack me. Again, this human was hurting it. Again, only after everything was finished did I wrap the injured wing with gauze. You were lucky you met me. Otherwise, once this wound became worse, you wouldn't just lose your wing. You'd lose your life. You don't know how to be grateful. You even tried to repay kindness with revenge. Unbelievable. I released the eagle. Then I continued lecturing it. If the eagle could speak, it would definitely curse me. I was the one who injured it, and now I was acting like its savior. Meeting me wasn't lucky. It was unfortunate. The eagle's revenge continued. But this time, it wasn't like fighting the python. It was almost playful. After bothering me for a while, I pushed it away. Then I retrieved the hunting gun and bow I had hidden last night. Today I still planned to enter the mountain. And honestly, I hoped I would encounter another wild boar, preferably one that could eliminate itself again. That would save me a lot of trouble. But I still had one question. What exactly had frightened yesterday's boar? A tiger? A wolf pack? A black bear? I wasn't too worried about those. Now I had a gun. A bow. Even if I couldn't kill them, I could at least scare them away. The real concern was an unknown creature. Something that even these weapons might not handle. Why think so much? If something comes, I'll deal with it. I smiled and pushed the thoughts aside. I carried the gun on my back, held the bow in one hand, held the mountain knife in the other, then walked toward the mountain. The eagle still refused to let me go so easily. It followed behind. Fortunately, the path I created yesterday was still visible. Looking upward, I saw a large section of grass flattened. That was clearly caused by the wild boar that a creature weighing over 400 gene had crushed everything in its path. Thanks to that, my journey was much easier. With yesterday's experience, I reached halfway up the mountain in only 20 minutes that I looked back. Below was a vast green grassland at a peaceful lake, sunlight sparkling on the water. It actually wouldn't be bad if I built a wooden house beside the lake, a place to rest temporarily. The idea suddenly appeared in my mind that a wooden house would also give me somewhere to store my equipment, and when I didn't want to hunt, I could simply lie there and enjoy the quiet. The idea was good that IT only needed planning, but not today that I would need tools and preparation first. That I smiled, seeing the eagle catching up behind me. I continued deeper into the mountain that a gunshot exploded through the mountains. The sound echoed across the entire forest that a flock of birds scattered into the sky and panicked. I in the grass, a deer collapsed after being struck by my bullet. I quickly walked over and looked at the dying animal, but a helpless smile appeared on my face. This was already my 10th shot of the day. To kill this deer. I had chased it for a long time. Fortunately, the 10th bullet finally hit. My shooting skills still need a lot of work. I shook my head with a laugh. Today, my purpose wasn't just hunting. It was training. 10 shots to take down one deer. That wasn't a terrible result. At least it proved I had some talent. Shooting wasn't something a person was simply born knowing. Even someone gifted needed to spend countless bullets practicing. And even someone without much talent could eventually reach a satisfactory level if they practiced enough. That was why I had bought so many bullets at the ghost market. If I wanted to master a firearm, I had to keep feeding it ammunition. Only then could my shooting ability improve. The eagle followed behind me. It hopped over and looked at the deer. Seeing the animal killed by a single shot, blood still slowly flowing from the wound, it became even more cautious of the weapon in my hands. Thinking back, it was lucky that I had used a knife when I injured it. If I had used this thing instead, it probably wouldn't have survived. For once, the eagle didn't rush toward the prey. Instead, it kept a distance and watched cautiously. I didn't notice its unusual behavior. My attention was focused on the deer in front of me. It was a male sika deer. However, it didn't seem fully grown. Its weight was probably around 150 to 180 gene, smaller than an adult male deer. But for me, this was still valuable. The single deer could easily bring nearly 200 yuan. Today's harvest isn't bad. Time to go home. I patted the 2 pheasants hanging from my waist. I had found them while climbing the mountain. They weren't large, but they would be enough for tonight's meal. I had also placed fishing traps in the lake. There should be some fish waiting there. These supplies would already improve my family's meals for several days. I asked for this deer. I planned to do the same thing as yesterday. Sell it directly to the grain station. It took nearly an hour before I finally carried the deer down the mountain. Following the usual routine, I roasted a pheasant and 2 fish. The eagle and I ate until we were full. After that, I checked its injury again. Once I hid the firearm away, I left with the deer. Good heavens. You brought back another sika deer today? And it was killed with 1 shot. When I arrived at the grain station carrying the deer, Xiao station chief was once again shocked. After all, this was winter. The mountains were covered in snow. Most animals were hiding from the cold. Finding prey was already extremely difficult. Even experienced hunters would struggle. Wild animals themselves became thinner during winter because food was scarce, but none of that seemed to apply to me. Yesterday, I somehow brought back a wild boar. Today, I returned with a deer. I scratched my head. Awkwardly, just lucky. Lucky. Xiao station chief looked at me with a strange expression. I'm afraid this isn't just luck. All right, same price as yesterday. 85 cents per gene. Let's weigh it first. Soon, 2 workers came over. They worked together and finished weighing the deer. Station chief. 161 gene. Xiao station chief nodded. The price was the same as the wild boar, but the weight was much lower. In the end, I received 135 yuan. Compared with yesterday, it was much less. But for ordinary people, 135 yuan was already an unimaginable amount. If someone earned 100 yuan every day, that would be 3,000 yuan a month. 3,000 yuan in this era. That was something ordinary people wouldn't even dare dream about. After receiving the money, I left immediately. Only after I was gone did several workers gather around. Station chief. What exactly is this young man? Snow has sealed the mountains, yet he can still bring back prey every day? Exactly. This guy is strange. In today's shot, he hit the deer's neck directly. Listening to their discussion, Xiao's station chief only smiled, but he also had doubts in his heart. What kind of person had such unbelievable luck? Could someone really hunt successfully 2 days in a row? Even experienced old hunters might not achieve such results. After a long silence, Xiao's station chief smiled. This young man, he's interesting. Just as he was about to leave, a jeep approached from a distance. The vehicle stopped outside the grain station. Young minister stepped out. Oh, who did I think it was? It's Minister Yang. Xiao's station chief immediately went forward to greet him. But another person also stepped out from the vehicle, a beautiful female police officer. Bai Ling, when they reached each other, young minister smiled. I came here today specifically to thank you. The wild boar meat you sent yesterday was excellent. Xiao's station chief quickly waved his hand. Minister Yang, you're too polite. That wild boar was thanks to you. If you hadn't introduced that excellent hunter, we wouldn't have been able to enjoy wild boar meat in this winter. Actually, that young man just left. He brought another sick deer today. Another deer? Young minister froze. He immediately looked toward the deer that hadn't been moved inside yet. His expression changed. Because this season, the mountains were already closed by snow. Even experienced hunters avoided entering. Only desperate people would risk going in. Yet this young man was bringing back prey every day. Even young minister found it unbelievable. Are you sure it's the same young man I introduced? Yes. He just left a moment ago. Xiao's station chief nodded. Young minister turned around. Then he exchanged a glance with Bai Ling. Both of them showed obvious surprise. The 135 yuan earned from selling the deer put me in an excellent mood at this rate. Financial freedom didn't seem far away. However, after my conversation with Xiao station chief, I became more cautious. Winter had sealed the mountains. Even experienced hunters avoided entering. Yet I was bringing back prey every single day. To others, this was extremely suspicious. If someone became curious, it could bring unnecessary trouble. Looks like I should slow down for a few days. This is also a good opportunity to build a small wooden house in the hunting space. A place to rest, a place to store supplies, and I can set up traps. That might even be easier than hunting directly. I silently made plans. I also thought of another problem, that I couldn't sell every piece of prey through the grain station. Sometimes, I could take things to the pigeon market instead. The price there might even be higher. Regular livestock had established prices: pork, chicken, duck, goat meat. But wild boar and deer meat were different. There was no fixed standard. Everything depended on demand. If many people wanted it, the price would naturally rise. If few people needed it, the price could fall quickly. So, the best approach was to spread out my sales and avoid doing it too frequently. When I returned to the courtyard, the sky was already painted with the colors of sunset. As I passed through the gate, I saw Yin Bugue sweeping snow outside his home. Originally, I planned to ignore him and continue walking, but Yin Bugue's eyes were sharp. His peripheral vision immediately noticed the fish and pheasant I was carrying. His eyes lit up. Hey, Xiaoya. Wait a moment. Teacher Yin. I stopped and smiled. Yin Bugue quickly walked over. Xiaoya, where did you get these fish and chicken? They're quite large. I immediately understood. This old man had his eyes on them. I smiled. I caught the fish myself. Caught them? Where? Shikahan. I pointed casually in that direction. Yes. Yin Bugue frowned. That can't be right. It's winter. Shikahai is frozen. How could you catch fish there? I glanced at him. Teacher Yin, you don't understand. There's a method called ice fishing. Have you heard of it? Forget it. Explaining it to you won't help. I'm freezing after being outside all day. I'm going home first. Before Yin Bugue could react, I carried the fish and left. By the time he came back to his senses, I was already gone. Wait. Then what about the pheasant? No answer came. Yin Bugue stood there thinking for a moment. Then he returned home. After entering, he sat down with a serious expression. Third aunt came over curiously. What happened? Who annoyed you this time? No one. Tell me, do you know about ice fishing? Third aunt was stunned. Then she nodded. I've heard of it. Why? I saw Linyi just now. He brought back several big fish. I asked where they came from. He said he caught them ice fishing at Shikahai. Third aunt thought for a moment. Old people used to talk about this. In winter, rivers freeze. If people want fish, they cut holes in the ice and fish underneath. The fish still need oxygen. And when the water becomes cold, there are fewer things for them to eat. If you put bait down, why wouldn't they bite? After hearing this, Yin Bugue looked at his wife in surprise. Before today, he had always looked down on her. The reason was simple. Their education levels were different. He was an elementary school teacher. She only had elementary education. In his eyes, the difference was enormous. Yet today, he had actually learned something from her. After carefully thinking about it, he nodded. That makes sense. If I can catch even 2 fish a day, that would save a lot of grain. If I caught fish every day, think about how much food we could save. No wonder Lin Ye's family has been getting better. Especially that little girl Yao Yao. Her face used to be yellow and pale. Now she looks much healthier. Starting tomorrow, after school, I'll go directly to Shikahai. If I don't make it back for dinner, save my portion. Our family can eat fish every day too. Third aunt smiled and nodded. Living together for decades had naturally influenced her. She had also learned Yin Bugue's careful calculations. If this really worked, it was indeed a good idea. Not only could they save grain, they could eat fish. Fish was a rare food in this era. Many families couldn't afford it. Eating it every day? That sounded wonderful. Unfortunately, beautiful plans often collided with reality. The calculations Yin Bugue thought of, others had already thought of them too. At this moment, Shikahai had more people than fish. The next morning, my mother took Yao Yao to work. After breakfast, I stayed home. Today, I had no plans to hunt. Instead, I decided to build a wooden house inside the hunting space. There was no shortage of wood there. I only needed to buy some tools. Using my past experience, I first drew up a simple design. Before crossing into this world, my major had been related to construction. Although I never pursued that career after graduation, building a small wooden house for myself was still within my ability. After finishing the blueprint, I left the courtyard and went to buy the necessary tools. Based on my calculations, building an entire wooden house alone would not be something I could finish in a day or two. Every task would depend on me. The construction process would take quite some time, but I had already prepared myself. Once the wooden house was finished, I would finally have my own place to rest inside the hunting space. After spending the whole morning, I moved all the tools into the space. Although it was just a wooden house, the foundation was still important. Under the curious eyes of the eagle, rabbits, and deer, I started working. First, I went into the mountain and selected trees of suitable size. Then I cut them down and carried them back to the location I had chosen. After that, I began trimming the logs. While I was busy, the eagle would occasionally run over and cause trouble. At one point, it even seemed convinced that I was building a nest for it. After repeatedly chasing it away, I finally prepared all the materials I needed. But by then, the entire morning had already passed. I took out a steamed corn bun, broke it apart, and shared it with the eagle. These days, the eagle had been following me everywhere. The creature that once only ate meat had gradually become an eagle that would eat almost anything, whether it was a corn bun or something else. As long as it could fill its stomach, it wouldn't refuse. Seeing that, I actually felt relieved that at least in this strange world, there was still one companion that stayed beside me. After lunch, I checked the injury on the eagle's wing. After receiving treatment, the wound had clearly begun improving. Before, it could barely move the wing. Now it could already flap several times. In a few more days, it should be able to return to the sky. But when that happened, I would probably return to being alone again. After resting briefly, I continued working on the wooden house. Meanwhile, in the real world, because he had no afternoon classes, Yin Bugue left school early. Carrying his homemade fishing equipment, he headed towards Shikahai. Along the way, he was full of anticipation. He imagined that from now on, his family could finally improve their meals. They could save a lot of grain. But when he actually arrived at Shikahai, he froze. The frozen lake was full of people. Some had broken holes through the ice and sat beside them with homemade fishing rods. Others were using the method third aunt had told him about. A thin fishing line, a hook, and cornmeal bait. The cornmeal had even been mixed with a little sesame oil. For fish, that was supposed to be irresistible. But now, there were hundreds of people gathered on the ice, all with the same goal: fishing. What? How are there so many people? Yin Bugue stood at the shore, staring at the crowded ice. His scalp felt numb. Originally, he thought the only people who knew about ice fishing were himself and Lin Yi. He had imagined a future where his family could finally eat better, but reality was always different from imagination. Although this era had not yet reached the most difficult years, ordinary people still struggled. Large families were often supported by only one worker. Dual-income households were rare. Most women stayed home taking care of household matters. The men carried the burden of earning money. So when people discovered a way to improve their food situation, many naturally thought of fishing, and many had already acted. Judging by the number of people here, Yin Bugue had actually arrived late. "Brother, you're here to fish too?" A middle-aged man approached. He watched Yin Bugue preparing his equipment. Yin Bugue turned around. "You too?" The man sighed. "Who comes here without the same thought? But let me give you some advice. Don't waste your effort. The fish in Shikahai almost have fewer numbers than the people fishing here. These days, everyone wants to improve their life. They all think about fishing and hunting. At first, when few people knew about it, there were still benefits. But once more people found out, more and more people came. Look around. There are more people here than fish." After hearing this, Yin Bugue looked over the frozen lake. The man was right. There really were countless people. But Yin Bugue didn't believe him. More people than fish? That had to be an exaggeration. Maybe this person was just trying to scare him away so he could take his spot. Would Yin Bugue fall for that? Impossible that if he left because of this, wouldn't he be the one losing? So he ignored the man and continued breaking the ice. After making the hole wide enough, Yin Bugue took out a green military-style bag. Inside was a fishing line and a small box of cornmeal. This bait was specially prepared. He had heard that fish couldn't resist sesame oil, that a few drops mixed into the cornmeal would attract them immediately, so he copied the method. Everything prepared, he slowly lowered the hook into the water. The line sank deeper and deeper. When it reached the depth he wanted, Yin Bugue stopped. Now he only needed to wait. The fish would come on their own. The afternoon passed. Yin Bugue remained sitting on the ice, waiting, but the fishing line never moved. Not even once. The surface of the water had even started freezing again, almost sealing the hole completely. At that moment, the middle-aged man returned. "Brother, still not leaving? I told you. Here at Shikahai, there are more people than fish. You won't catch anything." This time, Yin Bugue said nothing. When he first arrived, he refused to believe it, and no matter how many people there were, surely the fish couldn't disappear. But now, more than 2 hours had passed. His legs were numb from the cold, and he hadn't caught even a small fish, at least one. Just one would have saved his pride. Finally, Yin Bugue sighed as he pulled up the fishing line. Then he froze. The fish had not taken the bait, but the cornmeal was gone. Only then did he understand that it wasn't that there were no fish. The fish had become smarter. Every day, countless people threw food into the lake. Even in winter, when the surface froze, they no longer lacked food. They had even learned how to eat the bait quietly without disturbing the fishermen. Yin Bugue had spent hours freezing for nothing. That he packed up his fishing line and hooks. Then he walked home. But his mind kept returning to one question. Where did Lin Yi catch his fish? Why could Lin Yi always return with a full harvest? Why could he catch nothing? There had to be a secret. Thinking about this, Yin Bugue was almost back at the courtyard. Then, he saw Lin Yi walking toward him, carrying several fish, smiling, even humming a tune. Yin Bugue's expression darkened. "Lin Yi? You went fishing again?" Teacher Yin." I noticed it was him. Instinctively, I hid the fish behind my back. Yin Bugue smiled. "Don't hide them. I saw everything." "Lin Yi, tell me honestly, where did you catch these fish?" "Shikahai." "I already told you." Yin Bugue shook his head. "No, I went there myself. There are more people than fish. How could you catch fish this large? Tell me the truth. Where did you actually go?" Seeing that he had already figured it out, I smiled. "Teacher Yin, you know what they say. You don't casually reveal your source of income. If I tell you, everyone will go there. Then how will my family eat fish? How about this? If you want fish, come to me. I'll sell them to you at market price." After saying that, I stopped pretending that I turned toward the courtyard. But before I could take another step, Yin Bugue grabbed my arm that he lowered his voice. "Then how about this? Sell me 2 fish. I'll say I caught them myself. Otherwise, I spent the whole afternoon outside. I won't know how to explain it when I get home. Yin Bugue was stingy, but he also cared about his reputation that if he returned and admitted he caught nothing after an entire afternoon, the teasing wasn't the worst part. The real problem was losing face. Seeing his expression, I laughed. Teacher Yin, you want to buy fish? Sure. These two. Each one is about 10 jin. I won't charge you much. 5 yuan for both. Deal. What? 5 yuan for 2 fish. 2 yuan each. Lin Yi, your math is wrong. I shook my head. My math is fine. 5 yuan for 2. I don't sell them separately. If you don't want them, I'll go home and cook them myself. I turned around that I had no intention of chasing the sale. Yin Bugue's calculating mind was already fighting 0.5 yuan. Even 1 yuan felt expensive to him. But if he didn't buy them, how would he explain it at home? After thinking for several seconds, he gritted his teeth and grabbed me again. Fine. I'll buy them. He pulled out 5 yuan. I took the money and handed him the fish. Then he noticed. In my other hand were 2 even larger and fatter fish, and beside them, a wild rabbit. Seeing my harvest, Yin Bugue's eyes nearly turned red. Comparing people really could make someone miserable. Why could Lin Yi always come back with so much? And why did he freeze himself for hours and get nothing? He watched as I happily accepted his 5 yuan and walked into the courtyard. His heart became increasingly uncomfortable. This kid definitely knows some place others don't. Otherwise, how could he have fish every day? Big fish, fat fish, and even wild animals. Could it be somewhere near the mountain? No, tomorrow, I need to follow him. I want to see where he really goes. Only then did Yin Bugue return home. When he entered, Third Aunt saw the 2 fish in his hands. Her face immediately lit up. Old Yin, you really did it? I didn't expect you had this skill. These 2 fish are excellent. They'll feed our family for days. Soon, the children also came out. Seeing the 2 live fish, they cheered excitedly. Only Yin Bugue himself felt his heart bleeding. These 2 fish had cost his family half a month's grain. After returning to the back courtyard, I was about to enter my house. Then the door of the deaf old lady's home opened. I turned my head. The old lady walked out with her cane. A smile appeared on her face. Xiaoya, you're back. Perfect timing. There's something I want to discuss with you. The old lady walked over with a smile. Lin Yi, I wanted to ask you something. Lin Yi turned around. What is it, Grandma? Ever since the old lady had tasted the venison Lin Yi brought back, she had become noticeably warmer toward his family. She smiled and said, Your mother has been helping you look for a match, hasn't she? A few days ago, I happened to run into the famous matchmaker Lu from around the capital. I told her about your family's situation and asked her to keep an eye out. She came by this morning and said there's actually a girl who might be interested in meeting you. If you're willing, I can have her arrange it. Lin Yi immediately laughed as oh that was what this was about. Another matchmaking attempt. If this had been the old Lin Yi, he probably would have agreed without hesitation. After all, his entire goal had been to get married and settle down. But the current Lin Yi had completely different priorities. Right now, all he wanted was to make money and give his family a better life. After the new year, he planned to review his studies and try taking the college entrance exam. He shook his head with a smile. Grandma, don't worry about my marriage anymore. I've thought it through. Marriage isn't something that needs to happen immediately. People always say you should build your career before starting a family. Everyone in the neighborhood knows what my family's situation is like. Before I think about marriage, I want to find a way forward for myself first. The old lady froze for a moment. Then she nodded approvingly. Build your career first, then start a family? That's not a bad idea. You really have grown up. After these few times talking with you, I can tell you've become much more responsible. All right, focus on establishing yourself first and help your mother improve things at home. Marriage can wait until later. Then I'll tell matchmaker Lu to introduce that girl to someone else. Thank you, Grandma. No need to thank me. It's nothing. The old lady waved her hand before returning to her own home. Lin Yi watched her leave, then went back inside. Meanwhile, at the Ministry of Public Security cafeteria, after work, Bai Ling decided to eat dinner there before returning to her dormitory. As soon as she entered, she noticed Minister Yang was already sitting inside. Minister, working overtime again today? She walked over with a smile. Minister Yang looked up and nodded. Yeah, the new year is coming soon, and there's a lot to handle. The more things pile up, the more I have to take care of. Oh, right, shall buy. I already had someone investigate. I also contacted some old comrades in the Northeast. They said the family your father arranged the marriage with left there many years ago. Some people said they moved toward Hebei. Others said they came to the capital. Don't worry. I'll keep asking around. Do you have any more specific information about them? Their names, their occupations, anything like that? Bai Ling frowned slightly. The family name is Lin. You already know that. My father's old friend was named Lin Dashin. His wife's surname was Gua Right. Gua Feng Lan. And my fiancé's name is Lin Yi. Lin Yi. The moment Minister Yang heard the name, his expression changed slightly. The name sounded strangely familiar, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. After a while, he shook his head. All right. I'll have someone check with the neighborhood offices. If they really came to the capital, they would have registered their household information. As long as they settled here, finding them won't be difficult. Don't worry too much. Bai Ling nodded quietly. Truthfully, she wasn't very anxious about this marriage arrangement. The person who cared most was her father. Fortunately, communication was still inconvenient in this era. There were no phones in her dormitory. Otherwise, with her father's personality, he probably would have called repeatedly, urging her to find the Lin family. They asked for Bai Ling herself. She had met Lin Yi once when she was a baby, but that was when she was still in her parents' arms. She had no memory of it at all. A fiancé who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She didn't know what he looked like. She didn't know what he did. She didn't even know whether he was alive or not. This marriage meant almost nothing to her. If her father hadn't kept reminding her about it, she would have forgotten the whole matter long ago. After listening to Minister Yang, she only nodded absent-mindedly. Actually, finding the Lin family was just a way to settle things. If their circumstances were completely unsuitable, she could end the engagement early. That would at least give both herself and her father an answer point. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Those 3 days were extremely difficult for Yin Bugue. The reason was simple. Lin Yi never went fishing. Instead, he spent his time traveling between home and the store, buying tools for repairing the house. That didn't raise any suspicion from Yin Bugue. The Lin family's house was old. Many parts had already started showing signs of damage. Buying repair tools to fix his own home was completely reasonable. There was nothing strange about it, and Lin Yi truly had no intention of returning to hunting. He planned to use the excuse of building a wooden house inside his personal space to quietly repair his own home as well. Hiring workers to repair a house required money. It also required applications through the neighborhood office. There were too many procedures involved. Besides, many repairs were things he could do himself. There was no reason to spend extra money. More importantly, Lin Yi didn't want everyone in the neighborhood to discover that his family had suddenly become wealthy. Once people noticed, trouble would inevitably follow. So if he could do something himself, he would. That morning, his younger sister stayed home instead of going out with their mother. Lin Yi looked at her. Come on, go buy some things with your brother. Okay. Yao Yao nodded. The two siblings put on their padded coats. Lin Yi wrapped a knitted scarf tightly around his sister, making sure she was protected from the cold. Then they left the house and headed toward the store. The department store mainly sold everyday household goods. That morning, Lin Yi brought Yao Yao inside. There were already quite a few customers. He quickly found the section selling construction tools. This time, buying such items didn't require special tickets. Money was enough. Lin Yi selected several tools and parts. Everything was meant to be taken into his personal space. After paying, he left the store with his sister. Yao Yao, are you hungry? It was almost noon. Since their mother wasn't home today, Lin Yi decided to take his sister out for a meal. Yao Yao nodded. I'm hungry. Mom said there are steamed buns at home and some fish left from yesterday. Brother, we can just heat it up when we go back. Seeing how sensible his little sister was, Lin Yi smiled. Today we're not eating at home. Brother is taking you to a restaurant. Yao Yao's eyes widened. A restaurant? Brother, that costs a lot of money. Their family had struggled for years. Every coin had to be carefully calculated, even as a child. Yao Yao understood that spending several yuan on a meal was a luxury. A few yuan used to be enough to cover half a month of food. Lin Yi looked at her with affection. Don't worry. Your brother has money. Today, we're going to enjoy ourselves. But Mom said. Yao Yao still hesitated. Lin Yi didn't let her finish. He simply took her hand and brought her into the nearest restaurant. The business inside was quiet. Even though noon was approaching, only 2 tables were occupied. One table had a middle-aged man drinking alone. A small bottle of alcohol, peanuts, and pickles were the only things in front of him. The other table had a foreign man and woman. The woman had blonde hair and blue eyes. She was strikingly beautiful, but when Lin Yi entered, he immediately froze. The person welcoming them with a smile was someone he recognized. The owner of this small tavern was Su Huijin, and the foreign couple sitting there were Vladimir and Elena. For a moment, Lin Yi wondered if he had somehow walked into the wrong story. Su Huijin approached warmly. "Little brother, come sit. First time here. What would you like to eat?" Then she looked at Yao Yao and smiled. "This little girl is adorable. Such bright eyes. How old are you?" Yao Yao looked shy. Lin Yi smiled. "She's asking you." "Oh, I'm 7 years old." "7? Then you should be starting school soon, right?" Lin Yi shook his head. "Not yet. After the new year. We'll wait until September next year." Su Huijin nodded. "That's a little later than some children, but as long as she gets the chance to study, that's what matters. Come sit. Take a look at what you want." Lin Yi brought his sister to a table near the entrance. The famous dishes here were probably the Nulinshan liquor and Su Huijin's homemade pickles. Lin Yi didn't drink. He ordered a few simple dishes and several steamed buns. Su Huijin smiled and went toward the kitchen. Not long after she left, the door opened again. A man walked in. Lin Yi glanced over and sighed quietly. Fan Jinyu. The man who caused endless trouble in the little woman. At this point, he should already be the official manager, appointed over the tavern. And according to the original story, he would later try to ruin Su Huijin's business out of resentment. That explained why the place was so empty. "Where's Su Huijin?" Fan Jinyu shouted as soon as he entered. Several government-appointed workers hurried out. The accountant Zhao Yali, the cashier Kong Yuqin, and the server Hiyume. When they saw Fan Jinyu return, they quickly greeted him. "What are you all doing? There are customers waiting outside, and nobody is here? What if something gets stolen? Who takes responsibility?" While speaking, Fan Jinyu deliberately glanced at Lin Yi. It was obvious he was treating Lin Yi and Yao Yao as suspicious. Before Lin Yi could respond, Yao Yao quietly whispered, "Brother, is he saying we're thieves?" Lin Yi laughed. "This is called a thief accusing others of stealing. Don't worry about him. He's just a fool." Yao Yao couldn't help laughing, but Lin Yi's voice wasn't quiet. Fan Jinyu heard every word. His expression immediately darkened. He walked straight over. "Kid, who were you talking about? Who exactly is the thief accusing others?" Lin Yi raised his head and looked at him calmly. "I was talking to my sister." "What does that have to do with you?" "I'm asking you. No, who I talk to and what I say has nothing to do with you. I've heard of people finding money, but I've never heard of someone picking up insults. Instead, I should ask you, who are you exactly? Why are you coming in here and making a scene?" Lin Yi stood up. He had no intention of tolerating this man. Standing face to face, his height and presence immediately pressured Fan Jinyu. After months of hunting inside his space and repairing buildings, Lin Yi's body had become noticeably stronger. Fan Jinyu swallowed nervously that he was about to speak. Then Su Huijin walked out from the kitchen. "Oh, what happened here? I was only gone for a moment. Why does it look like you two are about to fight?" "Fan Jinyu, don't forget your position. You're the government-appointed manager here. No wonder you're acting so arrogant." Lin Yi looked at Fan Jinyu calmly. "So you're a manager appointed by the public side? But whether you're a public manager or a private manager, your attitude toward customers is unacceptable. You see someone walk in and immediately accuse them of being a thief? If you like accusing people that much, why don't you go work at the police station instead?" Lin Yi's words left Fan Jinyu's face flushed red. He wanted to argue back, but Su Huijin gave him a cold look. "Manager Fan, did you just accuse my customer of being a thief?" Fan Jinyu immediately changed his tone. "No, that's not what I meant. I was just reminding everyone that things outside have been unstable recently." He was simply being too sensitive. Su Huijin shook her head. "Enough, Fan Jinyu. You don't need to explain yourself to me. The director asked you to become the public manager because she wanted you to work with me and help run this tavern properly, not because she wanted you to come here and ruin my business. I'll report this matter to the director. Now please leave. I don't want to see you here anymore." Fan Jinyu's eyes widened. "Su Huijin, don't forget who the public manager here is. Who told you we were supposed to manage this place together? To be honest, for people like you who came from private ownership, our responsibility is supervision and education. You really think you're important? You think you can order me around? Fan Jinyu spoke arrogantly, but Su Huijin's expression became even calmer. Fan Jinyu, what you just said, do you dare repeat it in front of the director? Fan Jinyu hesitated. What wouldn't I dare say? Fine. Then say it again in front of the director. Do you dare? I do. Why wouldn't I? Su Huijin, don't think the director protecting you means you can do whatever you want. Times have changed. People like you, people like me. Su Huijin immediately caught the key phrase. Fan Jinyu, tell me clearly, what kind of person am I? The moment she pressed him, Fan Jinyu realized he had said too much. He had always wanted to crush Su Huijin completely. But every time, she managed to turn the situation around. This time, he finally understood he was walking into a trap. He forced himself to calm down. Su Huijin, you just wait. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the kitchen. Zhao Yali and Kong Yuqin followed behind him. Only Hiyume remained beside Su Huijin. Lin Yi returned to his seat. Su Huijin smiled apologetically. Little brother, sorry you had to see that. How about this? I'll give you a plate of our homemade pickles. Try them for free. If you like them, come visit us again in the future. Lin Yi nodded. Thank you, boss lady. It wasn't a big deal. Flies fly around everywhere. It's normal for a few annoying ones to buzz around your ears. When you hear enough of it, you get used to it. Su Huijin and Hiyume both burst out laughing. Soon, the food Lin Yi ordered was served. The small conflict didn't bother him much. As for Fan Jinyu, Su Huijin was more than capable of dealing with him. Besides, based on the timeline he remembered, Fan Jinyu's position probably wouldn't last much longer. There was no need for Lin Yi to waste energy on him. After finishing the meal with Yao Yao, Lin Yi paid the bill and prepared to leave. Although he had encountered the tavern and several familiar characters from another story, he didn't dwell on it. He had already crossed into the world of the Courtyard compound. Why would he be surprised by another storyline appearing? In some ways, it was even better. At least things were becoming more interesting. As he walked outside with his sister, 3 people suddenly entered. 2 men and 1 woman. They looked hurried and serious. Lin Yi didn't pay attention at first. He simply moved aside to let them pass. But then, a familiar face appeared. Lin Yi suddenly turned around. Bai Ling? There was no mistake. The woman who had just brushed past him was Bai Ling. For a moment, his thoughts froze. What was going on? Even Bai Ling had appeared here. The overlap between worlds was becoming much bigger than he expected. Brother? Yao Yao noticed something strange. She gently pulled his hand. Lin Yi came back to his senses and smiled. It's nothing. Let's go home. The siblings left the tavern and headed back toward the courtyard. Lin Yi. These encounters were just small interruptions. Su Huijin and Bai Ling had nothing to do with his plans. Right now, he had only one goal: repair the house he lived in. Finish building the wooden cabin inside his space. Send Yao Yao to school next year. Then prepare for the college entrance exam himself. One's appearance would change his plans. But as the siblings entered a small alley, a sudden burst of hurried footsteps came from behind. Before Lin Yi could turn around, a figure rushed past them. The man slammed directly into Yao Yao. Her small body was knocked to the ground. Fortunately, the ground was covered with snow, and she was wearing thick winter clothes. She wasn't seriously hurt, but Lin Yi's heart tightened instantly. He rushed over and helped her up. Then he looked coldly at the person who had knocked her down. It was the middle-aged man from the tavern, the man who had been drinking alone. You hit someone and don't even apologize, Lin Yi shouted. The man turned back. He glanced at Lin Yi. Then he smiled coldly. That expression immediately angered Lin Yi. He grabbed a handful of snow, packed it into a snowball, and threw it. He only wanted to vent his anger. He never expected the result. The snowball shot forward with shocking speed and accuracy. It struck the man directly in the back. Bang! The force knocked the man forward. He fell face first into the snow. Lin Yi stared in surprise. He hadn't expected that. He had underestimated his own strength. A simple snowball had enough force to knock someone down. For several seconds, Lin Yi just stared. Then Yao Yao's voice brought him back. Brother, did you kill him? Don't talk nonsense. A snowball can't kill someone. You stay here. I'll go check. Lin Yi walked toward the man, but now he was nervous. If he had actually killed someone, wouldn't that be a serious crime? In this era, even stealing could lead to severe punishment. Killing someone would be unimaginable. That he reached the man. The man lay motionless. Lin Yi nudged him with his foot. Hey, are you alive? No response. The man looked completely lifeless. Lin Yi crouched down and turned him over. He wanted to check if the man was breathing. But the moment he moved the body, the man suddenly punched toward him. Lin Yi instinctively stepped back. The punch passed through empty air. The man's expression changed. He had put everything into that strike. Yet Lin Yi avoided it effortlessly. What he didn't know was that, in Lin Yi's eyes, the punch had almost slowed down completely. That a simple movement was enough. What the hell? You're alive. Lin Yi's anger returned. He threw a punch of his own. Bang! He hadn't used his full strength. He only wanted to release some frustration. But the result shocked him. The man was sent rolling backward nearly 2 meters. He struggled up from the snow. You little bastard. Then his hand moved behind his waist. That a pistol appeared. The barrel pointed directly at Lin Yi. At that moment, all of Lin Yi's anger disappeared. Before he could react, bang! The gun fired. The bullet flew toward him. But once again, the world seemed to slow down. At a distance of less than 2 meters, Lin Yi slightly turned his head. The bullet passed beside his face. It struck the yellow clay wall behind him. The man froze. Dodging a punch was one thing, but avoiding a bullet at this distance? That was impossible. Lin Yi didn't wait for him to fire again. He rushed forward. His foot struck the man's body. The impact sent him flying backward. He crashed into the wall behind him. The man coughed violently. His vision darkened. His strength faded. He could barely breathe. Then hurried footsteps approached. Bai Ling arrived with 2 other men. When they saw the middle-aged man collapsed against the wall, barely conscious, they were stunned. After a moment, Bai Ling looked at Lin Yi. You did this? Lin Yi nodded. He hit my sister. He tried to shoot me. I was defending myself. Bai Ling's expression became serious. Lin Yi didn't know the man's true identity, but she did. The man was Wang Shan, a hidden enemy agent who had been operating undercover for years. He was skilled in combat, firearms, disguise, and escape techniques. People like him were extremely cautious. Whenever they moved, they prepared multiple escape routes. This time, he had discovered Bai Ling's group was unusual. So he used the tavern as a chance to escape. He had chosen this alley. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Lin Yi, someone with strength far beyond anything he expected. One careless moment had caused his entire plan to collapse. If not for that mocking smile earlier, perhaps Lin Yi would never have lost his temper. But fate had already decided the outcome. Bai Ling looked deeply at Lin Yi. Fortunately, Wang Shan had been captured. If he escaped, finding him again would have been extremely difficult. Thank you. You helped us capture him. Lin Yi waved it off. No need. It was nothing. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Yao Yao, let's go home. His sister nodded and walked over. Bai Ling watched the siblings leave. She didn't look away until their figures disappeared. Team leader. One of the officers spoke urgently. He still has some breath left. Should we send him to the hospital? Bai Ling nodded. He cannot die. We need Wang Shan alive. Send him for emergency treatment immediately. The officers carried Wang Shan away. Before leaving, Bai Ling looked back once more toward the direction Lin Yi and Yao Yao had gone. For just a moment, she felt something familiar about Lin Yi's eyes. They asked if she had seen them somewhere before. But no matter how hard she searched her memories, she found nothing. After thinking for a while, Bai Ling shook off the thought. Right now, the most important thing was Wang Shan. That he had to survive. There were still many questions that needed answers. On the way home, I kept replaying what had just happened. The more I thought about it, the stranger it felt. When had I become this strong? It wasn't just my strength. Even my eyesight had changed. That man clearly knew how to fight. A punch from someone like that shouldn't have been slow. But in my eyes, it looked almost like slow motion. And the most unbelievable part, I had actually avoided a bullet. At the time, I hadn't really processed what happened. But now that I look back on it, I felt a chill. That if I hadn't dodged that shot, would I have ended up in a morgue? What exactly had happened to me? I couldn't figure it out. But strangely, the thought didn't scare me. My strength had increased, and no matter who you were, becoming stronger was always a good thing. Brother, you were amazing just now. Yao Yao suddenly looked at me with admiration. Her praise caught me off guard. That MY face immediately turned red. Haha, your brother has always been this amazing. Yao Yao shook her head seriously. No, before, even children younger than you dared to bully you. I froze. After arriving in this world and absorbing the memories of the previous Lin Yi, I had already realized something. The old Lin Yi really had been weak. Maybe saying even a 3-year-old could bully him was an exaggeration, but there had definitely been many people who pushed him around. Anyone could come over and humiliate him. He had truly been someone who avoided conflict at every turn. No wonder Yao Yao was so shocked by what she had seen today. I smiled. That was because your brother didn't want to bother fighting with them. I was just letting them have their way. But from now on, if anyone dares to bully you, tell me. I'll deal with them. A flicker of light appeared in Yao Yao's eyes. The MY words seemed to give her something she had never felt before, a sense of security. Especially after seeing what I had done earlier. She had been completely stunned. After a while, she nodded firmly. Okay. The two of us held hands and continued walking home to the hospital. Wang Shan had been rushed into emergency treatment. Not long after, Minister Yang and several others from the department arrived after receiving the news. When they saw Bai Ling, Minister Yang immediately walked over. How is it? Did you capture Wang Shan? Bai Ling nodded. Yes. But he was seriously injured. He's currently being treated. Injured? Minister Yang frowned. What happened? Did your team do it? Bai Ling shook her head. Then she explained everything that happened. It was done by a young man. When we were rushing over, we clearly heard a gunshot. But when we arrived, neither the young man nor Wang Shan had any gunshot wounds. Everyone fell silent. Minister Yang took a deep breath. This Wang Shan. He was a specially trained enemy agent. His combat ability and marksmanship are both exceptional. Right after the founding of the country, we already attempted to capture him. One entire squad surrounded him. Yet he still managed to break through. More than 10 soldiers were seriously injured by him. He has always been extremely difficult to deal with. You're telling me he was defeated by a young man? Minister Yang clearly found it hard to believe. Based on his understanding of Wang Shan, even a trained squad had struggled to capture him. How could someone like that be easily defeated by an ordinary young man, and without gunshot wounds? That meant the injuries were caused by physical force. Just how strong was this person? Could he really be even more capable than Wang Shan? Bai Ling nodded seriously. Minister Yang, I'm telling the truth. I didn't witness the entire fight. But when we arrived, Wang Shan was already badly injured. If you want, I can take you back to the scene. We should still be able to find evidence of what happened. Minister Yang narrowed his eyes. Then he looked at the others. Should we go take a look? Let's do that. I'm curious about this young man who defeated Wang Shan. The group agreed. Before leaving, Minister Yang arranged guards for Wang Shan. He was a major target of the Ministry of Public Security. They could not allow any accidents, especially not allowing his accomplices to rescue him. After everything was arranged, Minister Yang, Bai Ling, and the others drove toward the alley where the fight had happened. More than 10 minutes later, they arrived. The local police had already sealed off the area. Many nearby residents had gathered outside, watching. Curiously, when Bai Ling and Minister Yang entered the alley, they immediately noticed something strange. The scene was not as chaotic as expected. Even the footprints were limited. There were only 2 deep marks carved into the snow by someone being forced backward. After comparison, they were identified as Wang Shan's. In other words, someone had struck him with enough force to send him sliding backward. The strength behind that attack was extraordinary. What did you find? Bai Ling approached one of the officers. The officer immediately saluted when he saw her and Minister Yang. Team leader Bai, Minister Yang. We found a shell casing and a bullet. The shell casing was here. Someone fired from this position. The bullet struck the wall opposite. He led them along the bullet path. Eventually, they found the embedded bullet. But that alone didn't reveal much. It only proved that someone had fired a shot, and the shooter had been Wang Shan. Although with Wang Shan's accuracy, missing a target should have been almost impossible. No1 knew what had happened at that moment. No1 could fully reconstruct the fight. But there was one thing that truly shocked everyone. The damaged wall. When Minister Yang saw the hole left by Wang Shan's body crashing into it, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. To create damage like this, even someone with legendary strength wouldn't be much more impressive. Are you certain this was done by that young man? Bai Ling nodded firmly. There were only two people there. The young man and Wang Shan. Oh, there was also a little girl. Another girl? Then their family probably lives nearby. Minister Yang looked thoughtful. Interesting. There are hidden talents among ordinary citizens. Let's go back. Once Wang Shan wakes up, we'll ask him what happened. The group left the alley and returned to the hospital. But Bai Ling still had one question she hadn't mentioned. When she looked at Lin Yi earlier, for just a moment, she had felt that she recognized him, like she had seen him somewhere before. But she had only recently returned. She barely knew anyone. There was no reason she would have met him before, especially his eyes. They had left a deep impression on her, yet she couldn't remember why. Eventually, she pushed the thought aside. The most important thing now was Wang Shan needed to survive. There were still many questions waiting for answers. After returning home, I continued with my own work, repairing the old house, building the wooden cabin inside my space. Once Yao Yao fell asleep, I immediately entered the hunting space. The flash of green light appeared. When I opened my eyes again, I froze. That my wooden cabin site was surrounded by more than a dozen monkeys. They were destroying the foundation I had just built. Damn it! I grabbed a wooden stick and charged toward them. The monkeys immediately scattered. Several larger ones turned around and bared their teeth at me. They made threatening noises, trying to scare me away. That I didn't hesitate. That I swung the stick. The monkey reacted quickly. It jumped more than 2 meters away and escaped into the forest. I had no good feelings toward these animals. Back when I was in university, I had traveled to Manhwaedit with my roommates. That trip had been terrible. The monkeys there had ripped apart my backpack, broken my phone screen, even torn my jacket. They acted like a group of thieves, robbing tourists without fear. I had even witnessed a child nearly dragged away by 2 large monkeys. The child had ended up with several scratches and was terrified. Those animals had always left a terrible impression on me. Oh, I never expected there would be monkeys here too. And now, they had come down from the mountain and destroyed my cabin. I looked toward the forest where they disappeared. Anger rose inside me. But after a while, I forced myself to calm down. I turned back toward the cabin. The scene inside made my expression darken. Tools and parts were scattered everywhere. Several wooden boards had been used as toys. 2 of them had even been broken. Then I noticed something else. A pile of monkey droppings inside a pit. The smell almost made me sick. Damn monkeys. If I catch you, I'm roasting you. I looked toward the mountain and cursed. Then suddenly, I remembered something. The eagle. I quickly started searching nearby. After spending these past few days together, my relationship with the eagle had become much closer. I didn't even need to train it anymore. Its injuries were slowly recovering. It still couldn't fly. But another 10 days or half a month should be enough. Then it would return to the sky. But where was it? I searched the surroundings. With its current condition, if those monkeys had found it, the outcome would be terrible. The eagle was the ruler of the sky, and no bird could challenge it. But on the ground in the forest, it had too many enemies. Without flight, it had lost its greatest advantage. It was not built for ground combat. If those monkeys discovered a grounded eagle, it might not survive. My worry grew stronger. I searched the entire grassland. Even the deer and rabbits that usually appeared nearby were gone. Perhaps the monkeys had driven them away as well. A bad feeling formed in my heart. Had something happened to the eagle? Just as I circled around the cabin searching, a dark figure suddenly entered my sight. I looked carefully. It was the missing eagle. It hadn't been attacked. Instead, it was on a distant hillside, practicing flight. Again and again, it rushed down the slope, spread its enormous wings, and tried to glide. But after only 1 or 2 meters, it fell heavily into the grass. Yet it never gave up. It stood again, returned to the hill, and tried once more, over and over, without stopping. Even though its wings were still not fully healed. Watching its determination, even I was moved. Maybe it simply wanted to return to the sky. Or maybe. A thought suddenly crossed my mind. Before this, the eagle had always seemed troubled. It often stared into the distance, almost as if it was waiting for something. Could it have children? I frowned. If that was true, then everything made sense. Its sadness, its distant gaze, its desperate attempts to fly again. Returning to the sky should have been effortless for an eagle. But now, even that simple thing was beyond it. It kept falling. and kept trying. Watching it struggle made my heart ache. Does it want to return to raise its chicks? I walked over to the eagle. Looking at its battered condition, I couldn't help but frown. But the eagle completely ignored me. After falling, it would simply get back up. Then it would return to the hillside and continue practicing its takeoff and gliding. This time, it crashed heavily right at my feet that I looked down. The injured part of its wing had started bleeding again. The bandage was stained red. Seeing that, I quickly grabbed it. Stop flying. Your injury hasn't healed yet. Do you really want to break yourself? I didn't know whether the eagle understood me. The moment it realized I was holding it back, it suddenly pecked at my hand that it clearly didn't use its full strength that it hurt. But it didn't break the skin. That alone proved the eagle had held back, and eagle's beak was incredibly powerful that a strike from it could easily crush the bones of prey. Yet my hand wasn't even bleeding. The eagle had intentionally controlled its strength. The pain made me release it. Without hesitation, it ran back toward the hillside. Watching its determination, I became certain it had something extremely important it needed to do. Otherwise, it would never risk its own life like this. But there was nothing I could do. All I could do was watch as it repeatedly threw itself into the air and crashed back down to S.O. In the end, I sat there beside it, watching it push itself beyond its limits that I felt sorry for it. But I couldn't stop it. The eagle had entered a state of almost obsession. Then suddenly, a series of chirping sounds came from nearby. I turned around. The monkeys I had driven away earlier had returned. 6 or 7 large monkeys surrounded my wooden cabin. They jumped around, searching for something. The my expression darkened. You really don't know when to stop, do you? The moment I stood up, the monkeys noticed me. Instead of running away, they started throwing stones at me. My anger immediately rose. Were they actually provoking me? I walked toward them. Suddenly, a stone flew through the it curved downward directly toward my head. The speed was too fast for an ordinary person to avoid. But in my eyes, the stone seemed to move in slow motion. I calmly raised my hand and caught it. Then I threw it back. The stone flew straight toward one of the monkeys. The monkey let out a cry. Fell into the grass. The other monkeys froze. Then they rushed over to check on their companion. Only when I got within several meters did they panic and flee. Even while running away, they kept looking back. I asked if they wanted to see what I would do. I returned to the cabin. Then I took out my mountain knife. With one strike, the monkey's life came to an end. I tied the head with a rope. Then I carried it to the foot of the mountain and hung it on a tree. I wanted the other monkeys to understand. This place was not somewhere they could cause trouble. After returning to the cabin, I looked at the body. Only then did my anger slowly fade. The body shouldn't be wasted. I'll just eat it. I quickly cleaned the monkey, collected firewood, started a fire, and began roasting it. Soon, the smell of cooked meat spread across the grassland. Even the eagle, still practicing nearby, noticed the scent. It stopped, turned its head, then suddenly abandoned its training and rushed toward me. It looked like a warrior bird charging toward an enemy. But when it arrived, its eyes locked onto the roasted monkey. Giving up practice already? Hungry. I smiled at it. The eagle ignored me. It stared only at the meat. The roasted monkey was already dripping with oil. Even I couldn't help salivating. The next moment, while I wasn't paying attention, the eagle jumped. It tore off a large piece of meat with one bite, then swallowed it quickly. I shook my head and laughed. You really can't change that appetite of yours. Come here. I'll treat your wound first. It's time to change the medicine. I entered the wooden cabin. I brought out a small medical kit. But when I returned, the eagle was gone. I looked around. Then I saw it. The eagle was running toward the mountain. I wondered what it was doing. A moment later, it returned carrying several pieces of wild grass. It dropped them in front of me. I picked them up. I didn't understand what it meant. I smelled them. A faint medicinal fragrance entered my nose. Is this some kind of medicinal herb? The eagle cried out. Caw. It sounded almost like a response. I looked at it. Can this heal your injury? Another cry. This time, I understood. I put the herbs into my mouth and chewed them. Sure enough, a medicinal taste immediately spread. After crushing the herbs, I opened the eagle's bandage. I cleaned the wound, then applied the crushed herbs. Finally, I wrapped the wing again. I didn't use all the herbs. I secretly kept 2 pieces. I wanted to study what kind of plant this was. After eating and resting, I finished building the basic frame of the wooden cabin. The remaining work was completing the structure, but that required a lot of wood. So the next step would be cutting trees. It was already late that I decided to continue tomorrow. Before leaving, I checked the eagle's injury once more. After making sure the bandage was secure, I reminded it to be careful of the monkeys in the mountains. Only then did I leave the space. When I returned home, Yao Yao had already woken up. She was in the kitchen washing her pants. I walked over. What happened? Yao Yao. The little girl looked up at me with embarrassment. Brother. I wet my pants. I immediately laughed. You're already this old and still doing that. All right, stop washing. Your brother will do it. And bring the bedsheet too. I'll wash everything together. I laughed, but I still helped her. She was only 7 years old. Something like this was normal. Although she pouted and looked embarrassed, she soon went back to her room. A short while later, she returned carrying the bedsheet. Here. Put it there. I'll wash your pants first, then the sheet. If you have nothing else to do, go rest inside. Mom should be home soon. After this, I'll cook. Yao Yao nodded obediently, but she didn't leave. Instead, she pulled over a chair and sat beside me. Her little hands supported her chin. She simply watched me. I smiled. What are you looking at? Did something grow on my face? No, brother. I just think you've changed a lot. Changed? How? She blinked. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't explain. Anyway, you're different from before. I smiled. Then tell me, do you like your brother now more? Or the old brother? She answered without hesitation. Of course I like the current brother. That wasn't surprising. The old Lin Yi had only cared about marriage and matchmaking that he had. Spent every day thinking about those things. He didn't want to do anything else. Forget washing his sister's clothes or cooking. Even getting out of bed had been difficult. Although Yao Yao was only 7, she could still feel the difference. But now, I was different than him. My personality was warmer. That I wasn't lazy anymore. And I treated her well. How could she not like this version of me? Then she added softly, Brother, don't change back, okay? I like you like this. Mom likes you like this too. Those words struck me deeply. That I looked at her for a long time. Then I smiled. Okay, your brother won't become that person again. From now on, I'll always be like this. All right, okay. She happily stood up, wrapped her arms around my neck, and kissed my cheek. Then she ran back to her room. I watched her happy expression and smiled at that moment. Someone knocked on the door. I turned around and walked over. I thought it was Mom coming home. But when I opened the door, it was First Aunt. She was holding a metal basin covered with a large bowl. First Aunt? What brings you here? Xiao Yi, your mother isn't home yet, right? I made some dumplings at home. Your uncle and I couldn't finish them. So I brought you some to try. Oh, how can I accept this? I said that, but my hands honestly accepted the bowl. I carried the dumplings into the kitchen. Then I washed the container before returning it. You child. You didn't need to wash it. I could have cleaned it myself. Don't say that. You came all the way here to bring us food. If I didn't wash it, that would be disrespectful. First Aunt nodded. Only now did she realize something. The current Lin Yi was not only polite, he was also much more likable than before. She didn't leave immediately. Instead, she sat down. Xiao Yi, there's something I've kept in my heart for a long time. I wanted to tell you before, but never did. Since I'm here today, I'll say a few words. Don't think I'm nagging. I smiled. Of course not. Just say what you want. She had brought dumplings. And in this era, dumplings were not something ordinary families could casually eat. Especially meat-filled dumplings made with white flour. Many families could only have them during festivals. Only because Yi Zhonghai's income was good could their family afford better food. That a normal household would never casually send away a bowl of dumplings. So I listened. About what happened between you and Qin Huairu. Your uncle actually wasn't the one who arranged it. It was Dongshu's mother. She kept asking your uncle to organize a dinner and invite Qin Huairu. You know your uncle was Dongshu's master. And he was also close with Dongshu's father. So before she could finish, I waved my hand. It's already in the past. Let's not talk about it. Isn't it just one person? Whoever she wanted to marry was her own choice. Right? First Aunt stared at me. She had thought bringing up this matter would upset me, but I looked completely calm, almost as if I had already forgotten everything. Only then did she relax. All right. Hearing you say that makes me feel better. Then I'll go home. She stood up. I walked her to the door. Before closing it, I smiled. First Aunt, when you have time tomorrow, maybe visit the temple. People say, when someone does too many things against their conscience, they may lose their blessings. Nothing serious. Just go for peace of mind. The moment I said that, First Aunt's heart tightened. She turned around, but the door was already closed. Only then did she realize. Although I had said the past was the past, I had never truly forgotten. First Aunt's expression became heavy. She sighed, then slowly returned home. You really shouldn't have brought that up. You went there to deliver dumplings. Why did you have to mention what happened back then? You saw it yourself. After Qin Huairu broke off the engagement and married Jia Dongxiu, Lin Yi completely lost himself. He spent years obsessed with matchmaking before finally recovering. And now you went and reopened that wound. The old lady scolded First Aunt. After leaving Lin Ye's house, First Aunt had gone directly to her place. She repeated everything Lin Yi had said, but instead of receiving comfort, she was lectured. First Aunt's eyes turned red. I was only trying to repair the relationship between Yi and his family. And honestly, what happened back then has always bothered me too. Yi arranged that dinner. And then Qin Huairu broke off the engagement. It has always felt like a thorn in my heart. I thought so many years had passed. And recently Lin Yi has changed so much. I thought maybe we could untie this knot and explain everything. Who would have thought? Who would have thought what? The old lady interrupted. Do you really think something like this disappears with time? Do you think anyone can just let it go? If it happened to you, would you forgive so easily? You're standing outside the situation, so you don't feel the pain. But Lin Yi wasn't wrong. Yuri Zhonghai really did something questionable back then. There's an old saying, better to destroy 10 temples than ruin one marriage. Why did he get involved with the Jia family? If Lin Yi resents him, isn't that understandable? The old lady finished criticizing First Aunt. Then she criticized Yi Zhonghai as well. After a while, First Aunt wiped away her tears. What should I do now? Did I make Lin Yi resent our family again? I really was trying to do something good, the old lady sighed. What else can you do? Pretend nothing happened. Listen carefully. Do not mention this matter to anyone again. Especially Naughty. You know his personality better than anyone. If you tell him what Lin Yi said, you'll only make things worse. This matter will never end. From now on, don't bring up the past. Just treat everyone normally. Understand? First Aunt nodded repeatedly. I understand. All right. Go home. You will be back from work soon. Dry your tears before he sees. Honestly, things were finally quiet for a few days, and now you've stirred up trouble again. The old lady looked at her helplessly. First Aunt quickly wiped her face. Then she carried her empty bowl and returned to the middle courtyard. Evening arrived. Yin Bugue returned home looking exhausted. That in his hands was a homemade fishing rod and a bamboo basket. The basket was completely empty. Clearly, he had caught nothing again. That on the way back, he kept feeling confused. Ever since he bought 2 fish from Lin Yi, his original plan had been simple. Follow Lin Yi, find out where he went fishing. But, unexpectedly, Lin Yi had stopped fishing completely. Instead, he stayed home every day repairing his house. Several days passed. There was still no sign of him going fishing again. With no other choice, Yin Bugue had gone back to Shikahai alone to try his luck. Unfortunately, the empty basket said everything. His luck had been terrible. Just as he reached the entrance of the courtyard, he saw Sha Zhu returning with 2 lunch boxes to this point. Sha Zhu was still young, but he had only recently started working at the steel factory. Ever since his father He Daqing left with the widow Bai, life had gradually become a little better for him and his younger sister. At least now he had an income. They no longer had to worry about starving. Hey, third uncle. What did you go do? Sha Zhu called out from a distance. Yin Bugue immediately turned around. His expression changed. He quickly tried to hide the fishing rod and basket, but it was already too late. Sha Zhu had seen everything. Don't hide it. Do you think I'm like you? Always trying to take advantage of people? You went fishing? How was your harvest? How many fish did you catch? Sha Zhu walked closer. He stretched his neck, trying to look into the basket. If Yin Bugue had actually caught fish, he would never hide it. Everyone knew Yin Bugue loved showing off whenever he got something. But today he had caught nothing. So he cared about his dignity. Enough. What's there to see? Yin Bugue said with a dark expression. Sha Zhu laughed. Third uncle. I was just thinking of teaching you some ways to cook fish. What kind did you catch? Let me see. I can tell you how to stew it. No need. Your third aunt is an expert at cooking fish. Why would we need your advice? Go home. Yin Bugue impatiently waved him away. Seeing that, Shaju didn't argue that he nodded and started walking inside. But just as he stepped onto the stairs and Yin Bugue relaxed his guard, Shaju suddenly turned back. He quickly moved to the other side and looked into the basket. There was nothing, not even one fish. Shaju burst into laughter. I see why you didn't want me looking. So you didn't catch a single fish? Teacher Yin, what did I say? If there were really fish, would they still be waiting for you? You're a primary school teacher. Instead of wasting time doing this, you should read more books and improve yourself. Shaju immediately started lecturing him. Yin Bugue was extremely proud of his image. He couldn't stand being mocked. His face darkened. Shaju, that's enough. Don't come looking for trouble. So what if I'm a teacher? Teachers need to eat too. My whole family depends on me. Should I just drink the northwest wind? Unlike you. Your own father ran away with another woman. You only need to feed yourself. The moment those words came out, Shaju's expression changed. He Da Qing was his greatest weakness, and no one was allowed to mention him. But Yin Bugue had stepped directly on that wound. Yin Bugue. You crossed the line. Old Yin. Shaju. What are you two doing? A deep voice came from nearby. Both of them turned at it was Yi Zhonghai returning from work. He was carrying a lunchbox too. But his expression was serious. Seeing the two arguing, his brows tightened. Before things escalated, Yin Bugue wanted to let it go. He didn't want Yi Zhonghai to know he had mocked Shaju. But Shaju refused. First uncle. You came at the right time. He's bullying people because he's older. You little brat. Yin Bugue immediately glared. Who are you saying is bullying people? Enough. Yi Zhonghai stepped between them. I just entered the alley and saw you two glaring at each other. What happened? The two of them explained everything. After hearing the story, Yi Zhonghai's expression became darker. Old Yin. Why would you bring up Hidaching? Don't you know that hurts Shaju? And Shaju, you were wrong too. Third uncle is much older than you. Is this how you joke with elders? From now on, don't speak like that. Yi Zhonghai tried to smooth things over. Although both Yin Bugue and Shaju were unhappy, neither continued arguing. They weren't really going to fight. Seeing Yin Bugue still dissatisfied, Yi Zhonghai continued. All right, old Yin. Why argue with a young person? Shaju has always been straightforward. He doesn't think before speaking. What? Yin Bugue immediately responded. He's still a child? First uncle. Shaju is already in his 20s. He's about the same age as Lin Yi. Look at Lin Yi. Since he changed, he spends his days fishing and hunting. Didn't he even send you meat a few days ago? That kid knows how to behave. Now look at Shaju. They're both adults. But he still acts immaturely enough to fight with me. Yin Bugue was unhappy. Recently, the more he compared them, the more he felt Shaju was inferior to Lin Yi. Yi Zhonghai's expression slowly darkened. Before he could respond, Shaju spoke. Who? That useless guy from the Lin family in the back courtyard? Yin Bugue. Don't compare him with me. He deserved to have his engagement broken. So what? He caught a couple fish. That makes him better than me. Shaju spoke with obvious disdain. Yi Zhonghai frowned. Enough, Shaju. Can you stop saying a few words? It's freezing outside. Do you want to keep standing here arguing? Old Yin. You too. Everyone should go home. Yi Zhonghai turned and walked away. Yin Bugue looked at Shaju. At least he knows how to respect elders. What do you have? How can you compare yourself to him? Then Yin Bugue walked away as well. His words hit Shaju harder than expected. For a long time, Shaju had always believed he was the best young man in the courtyard. He had excellent cooking skills. He worked at the steel factory. Among people his age, there were only a few others, Su Demao, Lu Guangqi, Yin Jieqing, but Lin Yi, he had never taken him seriously. When Xin Huairu broke off the engagement years ago, Shaju had even been one of the loudest people laughing. And later, Lin Yi truly had become a joke in the courtyard, always chasing marriage, always going on blind dates. But now, Lin Yi had suddenly gained respect from everyone. That made Shaju extremely uncomfortable. With a dark expression, he returned home to the police dormitory. After dinner, Bai Ling immediately searched for the old photograph. She needed to confirm whether the person she saw today was really the person she suspected. For most of the day, Whether at the hospital or the police cafeteria, Lin Ye's image had remained in her mind. She felt almost obsessed. She was certain she had seen him before, but she couldn't remember where. Then, during dinner, she suddenly realized she had not seen Lin Yi himself before. She had seen a photograph as she hurried back and found it. Oh, Xiaoling, whose photo is that? Don't tell me it's your boyfriend? A female officer from the dormitory entered. Seeing Bai Ling holding a photograph, she immediately became curious. Bai Ling looked up. Her face instantly turned red. She didn't deny it, but she didn't admit it either. After all, the person in the photo was connected to her through a childhood engagement. There was a connection, but she hadn't fully accepted it. So curious? I'm just taking a look. Bai Ling smiled. Then she looked carefully at the person in the photograph. People could change. Their appearance could become different, but their eyes never lied. Especially those eyes. They looked extremely similar to her father's old friend if she covered the lower half of the face. It was almost the same person. Her heart began racing. Based on her experience as an investigator, she was now almost certain that person was probably the fiancé she had been searching for. Finally, I found you. A smile appeared at the corner of Bai Ling's mouth, but she had spoken without realizing it. Her roommate immediately looked over. Xiaoling, who did you find? Tell us. Over the next few days, I kept moving between the hunting space and the real world. Finally, the wooden cabin inside the space was almost complete. During that time, I also met several carpenters and learned a lot of woodworking techniques from them. That was how I managed to give the cabin its current shape. Back in the courtyard, things had also become much quieter. After what happened with the Jia family, everyone had realized something. The old lady and Yi Zhonghai were clearly, to some degree, standing on my side, so the other neighbors naturally stopped trying to cause trouble for my family. Besides, there was no real grudge between us. Before this, my family had been poor. Everyone avoided us because they were afraid we might ask them for money or borrow food. But now, through hunting and fishing, our situation had gradually improved and my mother had more smiles on her face. She was even willing to stop and chat with familiar neighbors again. As for Yen Bugui, he was still obsessed with fishing. Over these days, he visited several places, including Shikahai, Lianhua Pond, and other fishing spots around the city. But every place he went was crowded. The places he could think of were also places others had already discovered. That made him even more curious. Where exactly had I caught those fish? Not only were there many of them, they were also huge and unusually fat if he could find that place. Wouldn't he have fish every day? So whenever he saw me leave, he secretly followed. But every time, the result disappointed him. I only went to the market or the department store, that I never went fishing. More than a week passed that I didn't bring back any fish or game. One evening, Yin Bugui and his wife were discussing this. His wife laughed. I think you should stop thinking about it. These past few days, haven't you been checking places around Shikahai and Lianhua Pond? There are more people there than fish. Lin Yi probably just got lucky last time. Now he can't catch anything either. Hearing that, Yin Bugui suddenly understood. You know, that actually makes sense. That kid hasn't gone fishing these days, and he hasn't brought anything back. Maybe you're right. He probably has no way either. I spent all this time wondering where he was fishing. What a waste of effort. Yin Bugui finally felt relieved. His wife glanced at him. Forget fishing during this freezing weather. Even if there were fish, others would have already caught them. Wait until spring. When the ice melts, then go try again. Yin Bugui nodded. That was reasonable. Fishing really wasn't suitable right now. All right, I'll stay home this winter. When the weather warms up, I'll go again. Even if there are many people, everyone will rely on their own ability. I don't believe I'll never catch anything. He smiled, but he had no idea. Inside my hunting space, I had just pulled up my fishing net. Inside were more than a dozen large fish, still jumping wildly. If Yao Yao hadn't mentioned craving fish again, I probably wouldn't have even come today. Looking at the harvest, I smiled. Then I glanced toward the eagle. Ever since I used that strange medicinal herb on its injury, its recovery speed had been shocking. Only a few days had passed. The wound on its wing was already healing. That I had even checked old medical records. There was no mention of this plant anywhere. But after thinking about it carefully, I wasn't surprised. This space was mysterious. It was connected to me. The things inside not existing in the outside world was perfectly normal. And after testing the herb myself, I confirmed its effects were extraordinary. A few days ago, I accidentally cut my hand while working on the cabin. I chewed 2 pieces of the herb and applied them. The bleeding stopped quickly. Within less than an hour, the wound had already started forming a scab. Its effect was far beyond ordinary medicine. I tied the fish together and prepared to leave. Normally, tonight we would cook one. The rest would be kept alive in a water tank at home. Whenever we wanted fish, we could take one out. These fish would last us quite a while. Just as I was about to leave, a roar suddenly came from the distance. I immediately turned around. My expression changed. The eagle was racing across the grass. Its wings beat desperately, occasionally allowing it to glide close to the ground. Behind it, a wild boar was charging after it. The speed was terrifying. Damn it, I immediately understood. The eagle had brought trouble back here, and my cabin wasn't even fully finished. If that wild boar crashed into it, all my work would be ruined. I rushed back to the cabin and grabbed my hunting rifle. After days of practicing, my shooting had improved. It wasn't perfect, but it was far better than when I first touched a gun. I aimed, pulled the trigger, the shot rang out. The bullet struck the wild boar, but the result shocked me. Its hide was incredibly tough. The shot didn't stop it. Instead, it only enraged the beast. The wild boar lowered its head. Its eyes locked onto me. Then it charged. The moment the wild boar changed targets from the eagle to me, I knew something was wrong. There was no time to fire again. I cursed the eagle internally. Then I ran. The boar chased after me. The wound on its back was bleeding, but the shot had not seriously weakened it. It only made it more furious. But what surprised me was my own speed. I moved far faster than before. I jumped over obstacles and changed directions quickly. The boar couldn't catch me. After running for more than 100 meters, I looked back. The distance between us was increasing. That was when I thought of a plan. I stopped, raised the rifle. This time, I didn't aim at its body. Its hide was too strong. The weakest place on a wild boar was its eye. This was a test of my shooting ability. A moving target at high speed, aiming at such a small point. Even experienced soldiers would not have complete confidence. I took a breath. Let's leave it to fate. The moment the boar entered range, I fired. The bullet flew, and somehow it hit. The massive wild boar stumbled. Its huge body rolled several meters before stopping. I stared in disbelief. I had actually done it. A smile slowly appeared on my face. This was unexpected. The boar was enormous. It looked to be over 500 gene. Much larger than the one I had encountered before. If I sold it to the grain station, it would bring in a considerable amount of money. And that was exactly what I needed. The new year was approaching. I wanted to buy supplies. In previous years, my family had barely survived. Other families could eat meat and dumplings together, but we couldn't even afford decorations. This year would be different. I wanted my mother and Yao Yao to have a proper new year. I approached carefully. I wasn't sure whether it was truly dead. After waiting, I cautiously nudged it. No reaction. Only then did I relax. But just as I was about to step closer, the wild boar suddenly moved. It exploded forward. Its jaws opened as it charged. I barely reacted in time. I stepped aside. The boar rushed past. That gave me an opening. I jumped onto its back. Then I struck. Again and again. The wild boar struggled wildly. It tried to throw me off, but my grip held firm. My strength kept increasing. The beast slowed. Its movements became weaker. Finally, after another powerful strike, it collapsed. I fell from its back, exhausted. For a while, I simply sat there, looking at the massive animal in front of me. I couldn't help laughing. Ancient times had Wu Song fighting a tiger. Today, Lin Yi fights a wild boar. Looking back, even I felt a little afraid. A wild boar this size was something even predators avoided unless desperate. And yet, I had fought it alone. The strength I now possessed was almost unbelievable. Then I looked toward the mountain. I was about to call the eagle over and lecture it. But suddenly, I saw something else. A group of monkeys stood at the foot of the mountain. They held sticks and stones, watching me. They had witnessed everything. And suddenly, I understood. The eagle and the wild boar had not simply been chasing each other. The monkeys had driven the boar down from the mountain. They had tried to use the boar to deal with me. Those monkeys were smarter than I expected. They had actually planned something like this. I stared at them coldly. Sooner or later, I'm going to deal with all of you. At the Ministry of Public Security. A portrait artist sat at a desk, drawing. Beside him, Bai Ling watched closely. No, the hair should be slightly longer, but not covering the eyebrows. The eyes should be larger and clearer. The lips should be a little thinner. Yes, the overall feeling should be gentle, almost a little shy. Draw it like that. I'm sure it's right. The artist looked back at her helplessly. He had been drawing for nearly 2 hours. Every version was rejected, and no matter how he adjusted it, Bai Ling was still unsatisfied. Finally, he sighed. How about this? Why don't you draw it yourself? Fine, I'll draw it myself. Give me the pen. Bai Ling took the pen from the artist's hand. Ignoring his awkward expression, she sat down in front of Minister Yang and began drawing. Bai Ling had studied overseas and specialized in criminal psychology. She had also studied portrait reconstruction. The moment she held the pen, the image of Lin Yi appeared clearly in her mind. Based on her memory of him, she began sketching. Her technique surprised even the professional artist. Minister Yang quietly walked behind her and looked at the portrait. Then, his expression changed. Wait, this person? Why does he look familiar? Bai Ling immediately looked up. Minister Yang, you know him? Minister Yang narrowed his eyes and studied the portrait carefully. I'm not completely sure. My memory isn't very clear. But this young man, I really feel like I've seen him somewhere. I just can't remember where. He shook his head, his fingers pressed against his temples as he tried to recall that a hint of hope appeared in Bai Ling's eyes. If Minister Yang could remember who Lin Yi was, finding him would become much easier. Everyone waited. After a long silence, Minister Yang suddenly slapped his forehead. I remember. This is the hunter I met at the market. Yes, that's him. No wonder he looked familiar. That young man had quite a skill. I remember he was selling roe deer meat that day. My impression of him was quite strong. Wait, Xiao Bai. On your first day reporting to the department, wasn't the wild boar meat you ate from him? And later the deer meat too. All of it came from this young man. What? Bai Ling froze. She never expected this. Everything was the same person? The hunter who caught roe deer, the hunter who killed wild boar, the hunter who brought back deer meat, and the young man who effortlessly defeated the enemy agent they had struggled to capture. If all of this was done by one person, then everything suddenly made sense. He was a hunter, not a skilled hunter. Someone like that defeating Wang Shan was no longer unbelievable. Old hunters who lived near mountains had always relied on their own abilities. Some had incredible marksmanship. Some understood wild animals better than anyone. Some even had impressive physical skills. With this explanation, everything fit. Bai Ling immediately stood up. Then she rushed outside. Minister Yang quickly called after her. Xiao Bai, where are you going? Minister, I'm going to the grain station. Her voice faded into the distance. Minister Yang shook his head with a smile. After a moment, the artist looked curious. Minister, what relationship does that person have with Xiao Bai? Could he be a wanted criminal? Minister Yang laughed. Wanted criminal? That young man is the fiancé Bai Ling has been searching for. Their families arranged a marriage when they were both still infants. This time, when Bai Ling returned from overseas, one reason was work. The other was finding him. Originally, their family lived in the Northeast. But because of the chaos over the years, everyone was separated. Sometimes fate really is strange. She searched everywhere, and he was here in the capital all along. The artist finally understood. Bai Ling's search for her childhood fiancé had already spread throughout the department, and no one expected they would actually meet in the capital. The artist smiled. Minister, the person you mentioned before, the talented young man who defeated Wang Shan, was that him too? Minister Yang nodded. Exactly. That's him. I remember clearly. That young man is extraordinary. Wang Shan. You know how difficult he was to deal with. He lost to this young man. Exactly what happened, we'll know after Wang Shan wakes up. A sharp look flashed in Minister Yang's eyes. His interest in Lin Yi grew even stronger. If Bai Ling could find him, and if he could be recruited into the public security system, that would be a remarkable story. More importantly, his ability was undeniable. That a person who could defeat a trained enemy agent with his bare hands. The department had no second person like him. The country had only been established for a few years. The remaining enemy agents were still numerous. Many were hiding among ordinary people. They watched. They gathered information. They tried to sabotage the country. Fighting these hidden threats remained one of the most important missions. And people like this young hunter were exactly what they needed. He had ability. Bai Ling had investigation experience. If the two of them worked together and eventually became a married couple, wouldn't that become a true partner team? Minister Yang couldn't help. Hoping for AT that moment, a young officer entered. Report. Speak. News from the hospital. Wang Shan has awakened. Oh, awake already? Perfect timing. Let's go see him. Oh, Xiaozhong. Go to the grain station immediately. Find Bai Ling. Tell her Wang Shan has awakened. If she wants answers, have her come to the hospital. Yes. The young officer left. Minister Yang quickly put on his coat and headed out to the grain station. Station Chief Qiao's eyes widened, so did everyone else nearby, because lying on the ground was a massive wild boar that clearly weighed more than 500 j, and it was in terrible condition. Blood had flowed from its eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Standing beside it was Lin Yi. He looked completely relaxed. Chief Qiao, do you still buy wild boars? How much will you pay for this one? If the price is too low, I won't sell. Just to kill this thing, I almost ruined my hand. Chief Qiao walked closer. He didn't even need a scale. One look was enough. This wild boar was much larger than the previous one Lin Yi brought. It was definitely over 500 j, in this era. A wild boar of this size was extremely rare. People were struggling. Animals were struggling too. Especially in winter. Food was scarce. A creature this fat was almost impossible to find. Yet Lin Yi had somehow brought one in. Then Chief Qiao examined the injuries. His expression became serious. 500. Gene wild boar had thick skin and incredible defense. Killing one with a single shot was difficult, but he noticed 2 gunshot wounds. One near the eye, one on the back. Neither was fatal. The back wound was barely more than a surface injury. Even losing one eye was not enough to kill such a beast. But then he noticed something strange. The boar had blood coming from multiple openings. Could it have been poisoned? If so, bringing poison meat here would be a serious problem. Chief Qiao stood up calmly. Little comrade, can you tell me how you killed this wild boar? Lin Yi glanced at him. Check the back of its head. You'll understand. The back of its head? Chief Qiao froze. He quickly crouched down. Then he saw it at a deep depression where the skull connected to the neck. He reached out. The bones were crushed. Chief Qiao's expression changed instantly. He had been a soldier before. He had seen countless situations. But even he felt shocked. This wild boar had died from a shattered skull. That explained the bleeding. He looked at Lin Yi. You did this? Thinking about Lin Yi saying his hand was almost damaged. Could it be? He had beaten this wild boar to death with his fists. Lin Yi smiled. That's right. I killed it. Chief Qiao, we've done business twice already. I brought this one directly to you. If you want it, give me a fair price. I'll sell the whole thing. If not, I'll take it elsewhere. There are plenty of people who want it. Chief Qiao immediately waved his hands. No. We'll buy it. But I'm curious. You really killed this with your fists? Even now, he struggled to believe it. A human fist against a wild boar and breaking its skull? That sounded impossible. Lin Yi didn't answer. He simply walked closer. Then he held out his hand. The back of his hand was swollen, clearly injured from the fight. Do you believe it now? Chief Qiao stared, then slowly nodded that he understood. Xiao. Xiaoli, come weigh the wild boar. Little comrade, how about this? I'll buy it at 87 cents per gene. Lin Yi laughed. Chief Qiao, last time you paid 85 cents. Now the new year is approaching, and this one is over 500 gene. You're only adding 2 cents? I might as well sell it somewhere else. 1 yuan per gene. If you don't want it, I'll take it away. Chief Qiao fell silent. He understood the value. Near the new year, organizations needed gifts. Wild boar meat was exactly the kind of thing many units wanted. The previous boar Lin Yi sold had already received excellent feedback. He had even been hoping Lin Yi would bring another. Now that one had arrived, he didn't want to miss it. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Fine. 1 yuan per gene. How much does it weigh? A few workers carried the boar onto the scale. Chief, the total weight is 531 gene. Everyone inhaled. Chief Qiao nodded. All right. 531 yuan. I'll take it. Lin Yi smiled. He had guessed correctly. The grain station really had money. 500 yuan in this era was an enormous amount. Xiao Wang, go get the money. Yes, chief. A young female worker nodded. She glanced at Lin Yi. She had been present for all 3 times he came to sell game, and each time, the prey became more impressive. In only 3 transactions, Lin Yi had earned more than 1,000 yuan. In this era, that was a shocking amount. Many families could barely save a few dozen yuan a year. Naturally, people noticed. Soon, the money was brought out. Lin Yi counted it carefully. Chief Xiao, the amount is correct. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Next time I have more game, I'll bring it here. He casually put the money away. Then he turned and left. Chief Xiao watched him disappear. A smile slowly appeared. This young man gets more interesting every time. Just as he was about to return inside, a bicycle rushed over. The familiar figure jumped off. Chief Xiao. Comrade Bai Ling. What brings you here? I had no idea that the person I had been searching for had already passed by. By the time I arrived at the grain station, the wild boar was already lying there. The massive animal weighed more than 500 pounds. I glanced at it, then quickly looked around before walking towards Station Chief Xiao. Station Chief Xiao. This wild boar. Oh, this one? He immediately smiled. The young man brought it here. The wild boar meat and venison you ate before were also from him. He hunted them and sold them to our grain station. Actually, if you want, I can have someone cut it up later and give you some to take home. This wild boar meat is... Xiao began enthusiastically explaining how to prepare wild boar meat. But I wasn't listening anymore. I quickly pulled out the portrait. Station Chief Xiao, was this the person who sold the wild boar? He looked at the drawing. Then his eyes widened. Yes, that's him. Exactly him. He paused. But why? Don't tell me he's wanted by your public security bureau. Xiao immediately became nervous. If the person who sold the wild boar was really a wanted criminal, then this animal might become trouble too. I quickly shook my head. But I didn't have time to explain. Station Chief Xiao, where is he? How long ago did he leave? Which direction did he go? Xiao pointed quickly. That way. If you chase after him now, you might still catch up. The moment I heard that, I didn't say anything else. I immediately got on my bicycle and chased in that direction. My sudden reaction left Xiao and the workers at the grain station completely confused. After a while, one of the workers walked over. Station Chief, what about the wild boar? Xiao looked back. What about it? Should we still keep it? If that person really is a wanted criminal, what nonsense. Xiao waved his hand. We already paid for it. What does it matter whether he is wanted or not? Take it inside. Call old son and the others over. We'll butcher it today. Understood. The workers nodded and began carrying the wild boar inside. Xiao wasn't stupid. He had spent more than 500 yuan buying this animal. If someone came later and took it away, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Before things became complicated, it was better to process it quickly. Meanwhile, I chased after him through the alleys. But no matter how far I rode, I couldn't find him. I searched through several nearby lanes. In the end, I had to admit it that I had lost him. Standing at the entrance of the alley, I felt a deep sense of regret. I was only a little too late. If I had arrived earlier, I would have met him. I took out the portrait again. Looking at that familiar face, memories of our previous encounter surfaced in my mind. Lin Yi was tall, with a clean and handsome appearance. There was even a hint of shyness about him. At first glance, he looked like a warm and cheerful young man from the neighborhood. But his abilities were extraordinary. He had defeated Wang Shan, the most dangerous enemy agent our department had faced, with ease. Even within the Public Security Bureau, there were very few people who could match him. And now I also knew he could hunt. Somehow, without realizing it, my impression of Lin Yi had started to change. Even my original plan to break off the engagement had slowly become less certain. If I find him and tell him about our childhood engagement, what kind of reaction would he have? I quietly wondered. I wanted to see his expression when he learned the truth. Maybe he already knew. After all, when we were still babies, our fathers had arranged the marriage, or maybe he had never cared about it. Maybe he already had someone else. Maybe he was even married. The more I thought about it, the more complicated my feelings became. For the first time, I found myself worrying. What if he already had a girlfriend? What if he was married? And then another thought appeared. Who was that young girl beside him the other day? Was she his sister? Or someone else? My thoughts became increasingly chaotic. I had spent so much time searching for him that I couldn't focus on anything else. Eventually, I returned to the grain station with my bicycle. Xiao was still there. When he saw me return, he walked over with a smile. Comrade Bai Ling, did you find him? No. I smiled bitterly and shook my head. Then I quickly asked, Station Chief Chiao, does that young man often come here to sell his hunting catches? Chiao nodded. Then he shook his head. Not really. It's been more than a month, and he has only come 3 times. This time included. I looked at him. You said he isn't a wanted criminal. Then why were you searching for him with his portrait? I glanced at the drawing in my hand. Then I smiled. His father and my father were old friends. I came back this time because my father asked me to find their family. We lost contact years ago. I never expected to meet him here in 49 City. That's why I wanted to find him. It's just a personal matter. After hearing my explanation, Xiao finally understood. So that's how it is. Then I'm relieved. Tell you what. The next time he comes here to sell game, I'll call your department. You can come directly. I don't think you'll have to wait too long. He seems to come every few days. I immediately nodded. Thank you, Station Chief Xiao. I appreciate your help. No trouble at all. Xiao waved his hand with a smile. Just then, a police officer quickly arrived by bicycle. Comrade Bai Ling. Minister Yang asked me to tell you something. Wang Shan has regained consciousness. What? Wang Shan woke up? Hearing that news, I immediately said goodbye to Xiao. Then I rode straight toward the hospital. Watching me leave, Xiao's smile grew wider, but a worker beside him looked curious. Station Chief, what exactly is the relationship between Bai Ling and that young man? Xiao laughed. You still can't see it? They probably have a marriage arrangement. Otherwise, why would she be so eager to find him? After saying that, he smiled to himself. But honestly, those two really do seem like a good match. Later that day, I returned home. Selling the wild boar had earned me 531 yuan. It was a great harvest. I also had more than a dozen fish with me. Tonight, we could have fish stew again. The moment I stepped into the courtyard, I saw Yin Bugue sitting inside his house with a troubled expression. For several days, he hadn't caught a single fish. The frustration had been eating at him. Then he looked outside and saw me casually carrying more than a dozen fish. His eyes nearly popped out that he immediately put on his shoes and rushed outside. Lin Yi, wait. I stopped and looked back. Teacher Yin? Something wrong. He stared at the fish in my hands. Are these fish you caught today? I nodded. Yes. Freshly caught. What's the matter? Yin Bugue looked around carefully. Then he lowered his voice. Tell me the truth. Where did you catch them? How did you do it? Is there some special method? I couldn't help laughing. Teacher Yin, what special method could there be? Fishing is just about patience and luck. If your patience isn't better than the fish's, how are you supposed to catch one? Back in ancient times, Jiang Zia even fished with a straight hook. What he cared about was his state of mind. The fish that wanted to bite would come. If you don't even have that kind of mindset, then forget fishing. You won't catch anything. I was obviously just trying to brush him off, but Yin Bugue completely ignored those words that he knew better. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Zia wasn't really fishing for fish. That was a completely different situation. Different purpose. You can't compare them. Then he looked at me seriously. Lin Yi, you know my family's situation. I'm the only one working. Several people depend on me. I wanted to fish to improve things at home, but I've gone several days without catching anything. These days I've been so frustrated, I've even gotten mouth sores. He looked around again, then lowered his voice. How about this? I become your apprentice. You teach me how to fish. I stared at him in surprise. Yin Bugue wanted to become my apprentice. That was something I never expected. After all, he was a primary school teacher. He had always carried a bit of an intellectual pride. Someone like him rarely lowered himself. Yet now he was asking me to teach him. After a moment, I smiled and shook my head. Teacher Yin, stop joking. You're older than me. You really want to become my apprentice? What if people find out? Won't they laugh? I turned to leave, but Yin Bugue immediately blocked my path. Learning has nothing to do with age. When it comes to fishing, you're better than me. Learning from someone more skilled isn't shameful. Please teach me. Think about my family. Seeing his serious expression, I smiled. Accepting you isn't impossible, but becoming an apprentice requires sincerity. If someone wants another person to teach them a livelihood skill, shouldn't they offer something in return? Yin Bugue immediately understood that I wanted a gift. Usually, he was the one benefiting from others. Now he was the one being asked. He hesitated. Our family doesn't really have anything you would want. Teacher Yin. If I remember correctly, you still have 2 bottles of matai hidden away. And that pu'er tea. Those things are pretty valuable. The moment I said that, Yin Bugue froze. His eyes widened. Those 2 bottles of matai had been stored since before the founding of the country. For decades, he had never been willing to drink them. The pu'er tea was even older. Those things were treasures to him. How did Lin Yi know? While Yin Bugue was struggling with whether he should refuse or agree, I smiled. Forget it. You can figure out fishing yourself. When you understand it, you'll catch fish. I'm going back. I walked away. Leaving Yin Bugue alone in the cold wind, I carried my fish into the courtyard. Even if I didn't want attention, it was impossible to avoid. When I reached the middle courtyard, Qin Huairu happened to come outside. The moment she saw the large fish in my hands, her eyes showed obvious envy. The incident where she had asked me for meat several days earlier had already passed, but seeing me again today, something changed in her expression. Our eyes met, and she quickly looked away. Only after I entered the back courtyard did I hear no more. I didn't know what she was thinking, but judging from her expression, she seemed to have regrets. That moment, Jia Dongshu returned from work. Seeing Qin Huairu standing there alone, he asked, Huairu, what are you looking at? Jia Dongshu came home and found Qin Huairu standing outside, lost in thought. Nothing. She quickly came back to her senses and smiled. You're home early today. Jia Dongshu nodded. Early? It's already getting dark. Is dinner ready? I'm a little hungry. I didn't even eat enough at the factory today. Not yet. I just finished washing clothes. Go sit inside for a while. I'll start cooking now. Jia Dongshu nodded and went inside without another word. Qin Huairu followed behind him, hanging the washed clothes on the drying line outside before entering the kitchen. Yes, she washed the cabbage leaves for dinner. Disappointment flashed across her face. During winter, most families mainly ate cabbage, radishes, and potatoes. Day after day, meal after meal, there was hardly any meat to be seen. After a long time, people's faces would lose their color from poor nutrition, thinking about Lin Yi, carrying more than a dozen fish back home earlier, then looking at what her own family was about to eat tonight. The huge difference between the two made her feel even more bitter. While she was preparing dinner, she heard voices coming from inside the room. Humph. That little brat Lin Yi from the back courtyard really has incredible luck. He can hunt and fish whenever he wants. Tell me, isn't the world unfair? Back then, their family was so poor they could barely keep the cooking pot going. And now look at them. They're living like rich people, eating fish and meat all the time. Jia Zhongshu's resentment had been building for days. Whenever she thought about Lin Ye's family, she felt uncomfortable. Jia Dongshu sat there silently. Recently, he hadn't said much about it. Everyone in the courtyard was simply living their own lives. But among all the families there, even old deaf grandma included, the Jia family had the hardest time. Jia Dongshu worked at the steel factory as a machinist. He was also Yi Zhonghai's apprentice. Yet their life was still difficult. Once the middle of the month passed, he always had to borrow cornmeal from Yi Zhonghai or Sha Zhu. But the Lin family they had once looked down on, now they were eating fish and meat regularly. How could that not make him feel frustrated? At that moment, Qin Huairu walked into the room. Mom, Dongshu, how about this? Why don't we go fishing too? I see third uncle from the front courtyard has been learning from Lin Yi. Whenever he has time, he goes fishing. If our family could catch some fish too, wouldn't that improve things a little? For a moment, Qin Huairu felt as if she had found a way forward if Jia Dongshu used his spare time to fish like Yin Bugui and Lin Yi. Maybe their family could improve as well. And Bongging was still young, only 3 years old. He was at the age where he needed proper nutrition. Catching a few fish would provide food, add some meat to their meals, and make life a little easier. Why wouldn't they do it? But the moment Qin Huairu finished speaking, Jia Zhongshu immediately looked at her coldly. Qin Huairu, what kind of idea is that? It's freezing outside. It's the middle of winter, and New Year is coming soon. What woman sends her own husband out fishing in this weather? What if Dongshu gets sick from the cold? Those people fish because they're born to suffer. Our family doesn't need to do that. I'm not craving fish. We don't need to endure that kind of hardship. Jia Zhongshu immediately stepped forward to protect her son in her eyes. Jia Dongshu shouldn't suffer even a little if others wanted to fish. Let them, but if someone caught fish, they could always ask for one. But making Jia Dongshu go fishing? Impossible. Chin Huiru's hope disappeared instantly. Her eyes dimmed. Just as she was about to turn away, Jia Dongshu suddenly spoke. Mom, actually, I think Huiru's idea makes sense. Not only third uncle and Lin Yi are fishing. There are also many workers at our factory who do it. These days, supplies are limited. We aren't the only family struggling. But there are always more solutions than problems. Even if I only catch a few small fish and make a pot of fish soup, wouldn't that still be better than eating cabbage and potatoes every day? That's decided. Tomorrow at the factory, I'll make myself a fishing rod. After work, I'll go fishing. After Jia Dongshu said that, his mind was made up. Jia Zhangshi wanted to persuade him again. But Jia Dongshu stopped her. Seeing that she couldn't change his mind, all her anger turned toward Chin Huiru. She believed that if Chin Huiru hadn't mentioned fishing, her son wouldn't have gotten this idea. If anything happened to Jia Dongshu because of this, she would never forgive Chin Huiru. But when Chin Huiru heard that Jia Dongshu really planned to fish, a small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She quietly left the room and returned to the kitchen. That night, the aroma of sauerkraut fish spread through my home. When my mother returned earlier, she had brought back a jar of sauerkraut. The owner of the tailor shop had given it to her. Since I had also brought back fresh fish today, we decided to stew them together. The moment the dish was finished, the smell alone made my mouth water. Mom, how many years has it been since we last ate sauerkraut fish? I really missed this taste. I smiled that my mother looked at me and nodded. Back when we lived in Northeast China, we made sauerkraut every year. After moving to Fornine City, we never made it again. Next autumn, we should buy more cabbage and prepare some ourselves. When we have time, we can stew meat with sauerkraut, make blood sausage stew, or cook sauerkraut fish again. My mother smiled and glanced at me. You make it sound so easy. With our current situation, how could we afford to make sauerkraut? Even coarse salt isn't easy to buy, and it isn't cheap. I frowned slightly. Mom, didn't I give you money? That money is for your future wife. She paused. Oh, speaking of marriage, your Aunt Yang from the tailor shop introduced someone to you. Why don't you take some time to meet her? She says the girl is very good. She's pretty, has a good personality. The only problem is that she's a little older. But women like that know how to take care of a family. I looked at my mother. Older? How old? She thought for a moment. She should be 28 this year. I immediately frowned. Mom, are you trying to set me up with someone who's almost a different generation? 28. How much older than me is that? My mother fell silent. After dinner, I helped my mother clean up. I wanted to wash the dishes too, but she stopped me. Even though I hadn't gone to work today, I was more exhausted than usual. I had been moving back and forth between two worlds. One side needed construction work, the other needed repairs, and today, I had personally taken down a wild boar inside my space. Mom, I'm going back to my room. After washing up, I said goodbye. My mother nodded. Think about that matchmaking matter. Even if it doesn't work out, meeting once won't hurt. Forget it. I'm not interested in blind dates, especially not with someone much older than me. I rejected it immediately. When my door closed, my mother sighed. She didn't say anything else. She simply cleaned up and prepared to sleep with Lin Yao. That night, snow covered Fornine City. The courtyard became quiet. Almost every family turned off their lights. Only the front courtyard still had a lamp burning. Yin Bugue and his wife were still awake. Through the window, his shadow could be seen sitting in a chair. Wife, I've thought about this for a long time, but I still feel it isn't right. For fishing, I nearly threw away my dignity and asked Lin Yi to become my teacher. And he actually wanted my matai and tea. Those are things I've treasured for years. How could I give them away? After thinking again and again, Yin Bugue still shook his head. His wife looked back at him while arranging the blankets. It's your decision. If you don't want to fish, then don't. We can just save a little more and continue living. She also didn't want her husband to give away his treasured belongings, especially to Lin Yi. But Yin Bugue still couldn't let it go. Their family situation was difficult, and New Year was less than 20 days away. Who didn't want to have a better holiday? He wanted that too. If he learned Lin Ye's fishing skills, he didn't need to catch 10 fish every day. Even 1 or 2 would help. At least the family could eat better. At least they could satisfy their cravings. Stop thinking about it. Come sleep. After preparing the bed, third aunt called out to him. But Yin Bugue remained sitting there. After a long time, he picked up his teacup and took a sip. No, I still need to fish. I still need to become his apprentice. Fishing is a real skill. Even after retirement, I could go fishing every day and help support the family. And when we first started dating, I remember you loved eating fish. Later, when life became difficult, you rarely had the chance to eat it. If I hadn't happened to catch those 2 fish recently, you might not have had any. Whether it's for this family or for you, I have to learn. Yin Bugue looked as if he had finally made the biggest decision of his life. But when he looked up again, his wife was already asleep. Looking at her aging face and the wrinkles left behind by time, Yin Bugue smiled. He stood up, walked over, took off his clothes, and climbed into bed. But the moment he lay down, his wife woke up again. What is this? Why is it so cold? It feels like a block of ice. The peaceful night passed. The snow continued falling until morning. Why then? Many families could barely open their doors. Everyone came outside to clear the snow in front of their homes. The MY family did the same. MY mother prepared breakfast inside. And MY little sister Lin Yao wore thick clothes and happily played in the snow. I took some tools and began clearing the path. Once the snow in front of our house was cleared, breakfast was ready. I brushed the snow off my clothes, brought my sister inside, and sat down to eat. Meanwhile, in the middle courtyard, the Jia family had their own plans. Jia Dongshu's decision to go fishing wasn't just a sudden impulse. He had spent the entire night thinking about it. Fishing really was one of the few ways, perhaps the only way, to improve his family's situation. And there was another reason. Jia Dongshu and I had always been rivals in a way. Before this, he had never really considered me a threat, but now I had become the example everyone in the courtyard talked about. Every day, I returned with fish or game and improved my family's life. Naturally, many people were jealous. Even Qin Huairu's opinion of me had changed. Jia Dongshu also wanted to prove himself. If I could catch fish, why couldn't he? He wanted to catch some today and show everyone in the courtyard that he wasn't worse than me. But he didn't tell Qin Huairu or Jia Zhangshi. After arriving at the factory, he planned to find experienced workers and have them help him make a fishing rod. There were several workers in the workshop who knew how to fish. Finding help wouldn't be difficult. After eating 1 cornmeal bun and drinking a bowl of cornmeal porridge, Jia Dongshu hurried off to work. But the moment he left, Jia Zhangshi started criticizing Qin Huairu again. And in the front courtyard, Yin Bugue had also barely slept. The matter of the gift and apprenticeship had troubled him all night. For someone as careful with money as Yin Bugue, giving gifts to others was almost unheard of. After a night of struggle, he finally convinced himself he had to become Lin Ye's apprentice. He had to learn this fishing skill. This was a skill that would last a lifetime. Once he mastered it, he would never have to worry about fish again. Unless one day his body could no longer move. Otherwise, fishing would never stop. After making up his mind, Yin Bugue took out the 2 bottles of matai and a piece of tea he had treasured. Without saying a word, he walked outside. When Yin Jieqing and Yin Jiefeng saw him, they were confused. Dad, what are you going to do? I was about to sit down for breakfast when someone knocked on the door. I looked up. I'll get it. When I opened the door, the cold wind immediately rushed. Inside, standing outside, was third Uncle Yin Bugue. I smiled. Teacher Yin, what brings you here so early? Come in and talk. Yin Bugue nodded and stepped inside. My mother also stood up to greet him. Oh, Teacher Yin, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Sit down and have something with us. As she spoke, Yin Bugue glanced toward our table. The breakfast was simple. A steamed cornmeal bun, cornmeal porridge, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. It looked no different from what his own family ate. He smiled and shook his head. No, I'll just say a few words and leave. Then he took out the things he had been carrying. Xiaoyi, I thought about what you said yesterday. You were right. If someone wants to become a disciple, they need to show sincerity. So I brought some things from my home. Take a look and see if these are enough. I looked down at what was in his hands. 2 bottles of matai sealed in ceramic containers. Just from their appearance, I could tell they had been stored for many years. These were truly valuable items. Yin Bugue had treasured them for decades and had never been willing to drink them. But today, just to learn fishing, he had actually brought them over. The other item was a small box. There was a picture of a tea plantation on it. The packaging was already worn and aged. Inside was a tea cake. Something like this reached the modern era, it would probably be worth a fortune. And Yin Bugue had actually been willing to give it away to my mother, Guofeng Lan. Didn't know the true value of these things, but I did it. I looked at Yin Bugue with some surprise. Teacher Yin, these are your treasured possessions. You're really willing to exchange them just for learning how to fish. Isn't this too much? Yin Bugue sighed. This isn't just about a few fish. It's about my family's livelihood. If I really learn how to fish, I can bring food home regularly. And the children can improve their health too. Hearing that, my mother became quiet. People of this era had to worry constantly about feeding their families. Before this, she had gone through the same thing that Tio raised me and Lin Yao. She had worked countless temporary jobs and endured plenty of hardship. Even with all her effort, she could only earn a modest income, enough to barely support the family. If she had known how to fish, if she had known how to hunt, maybe our life would have become easier much sooner. Seeing Yin Bugue willing to give up his treasured belongings for his family, my mother understood his thoughts. Xiao Yi, whatever he brought is fine. Just teach teacher Yin how to fish properly. I shook my head. Teaching is teaching. A gift is a gift. They're separate things. Teacher Yin, don't you agree? Yin Bugue immediately nodded. Yes, yes. Xiao Yi is right. Seeing both of us agree, my mother stopped arguing. I took the tea and wine. Then I smiled. All right, I'll accept these. I'll teach you some fishing techniques later. As long as you follow what I teach you, I guarantee you won't come back empty-handed. Empty-handed? Yin Bugue froze. What does that mean? I laughed. It means you won't return without catching anything. Professional fishing slang. Oh, so that's what it means. Yin Bugue nodded. All right, you eat breakfast first. I'll wait at home. After saying a few more words, he happily left and I sat back down and continued eating. The truth was, I didn't actually know that much about fishing. Before crossing into this world, I had fished before, but my skills were average. However, I had watched countless fishing videos online. Many professional fishing creators shared their methods. Things like preparing bait, choosing a location, and creating a feeding area all had their own techniques. After breakfast, I took out a notebook, using my memories. I wrote down everything I could remember at the same time, in the front courtyard. Yin Bugue had returned home, but couldn't calm down. Third aunt looked at him. You already gave him the things. What are you still worrying about? If you were going to worry this much, you shouldn't have given them away. Yin Bugue glared at her. What do you understand? I'm just anxious because I need to go to work. Xiao Yi hasn't come over yet. What if something changes? While the two of them waited anxiously, a figure wearing a black cotton jacket and winter hat appeared outside. Teacher Yin, are you home? Yin Bugue immediately looked over. It was Lin Yi. The worry in his heart disappeared instantly. He hurried to the door. Quick, quick. Come inside. You must be freezing. I smiled and shook my head. Then I handed him a piece of paper. Teacher Yin, these are some fishing techniques, experiences, and notes. Take them home and study them carefully. One more thing. When you prepare the bait, make sure you follow the proportions written here. Understood. Yin Bugue carefully unfolded the paper. His eyes immediately focused. 2 bottles of wine, 1 tea cake. And in exchange, just 1 sheet of paper. Third aunt stared at it. Her eyebrows tightened. 2 bottles of wine and a tea cake. And you got 1 piece of paper? Yin Bugue looked at her. What do you know? Lin Yi wrote everything clearly. How to fish. How to create a feeding spot. How to prepare bait. Everything is written down. Third aunt looked confused. What does creating a feeding spot mean? How do you even do that? Yin Bugue also frowned that he was still a complete beginner. Many fishing terms were beyond him. No, I still need to ask Lin Yi about some things. He carefully folded the paper and put it away. All right, I'm going to work. You prepare the bait at home. When I get back, I'll go fishing. Third aunt nodded. Fine, I'll make it. But everyone else digs for worms and insects. Who makes special bait at home? Isn't that wasting food? Yin Bugue glared at her. It's winter. Where do you expect me to find worms and insects? Enough. If you want to eat fish, cooperate. Don't ask so many questions. After saying that, he picked up his briefcase and left. Meanwhile, at the hospital, early in the morning, Bai Ling arrived with several colleagues. Wang Shan had regained consciousness the previous night, but he was still extremely weak. They had tried asking questions, But he couldn't provide useful answers. Since nothing could be gained, they left. But Bai Ling still remembered one thing. Wang Shan was an important figure within the enemy intelligence network. He was one of the main people responsible for enemy operations in 49 City. Many secrets could only be uncovered through him. But there was another reason she wanted to see him. She wanted to know what happened in that alley. Who was the person who had injured Wang Shan so badly? What kind of person could leave him in such a state? When they arrived at the ward, armed soldiers were stationed outside. They were there to prevent any enemy agents from attempting a rescue. Inside the room, Wang Shan was already awake. His face was still pale, but his condition had improved. A nurse was checking him while several police officers stood nearby. How is he? How is he? Bai Ling walked in and asked. One officer immediately replied. Team leader Bai, this guy refuses to say anything. His mouth is sealed shut. Bai Ling smiled. That makes sense. As a professional enemy agent, if he didn't even have this level of discipline, he wouldn't qualify. You can step outside for a moment. I want to speak with him alone. The officers froze. Team leader Bai? The department had strict rules. No one was allowed to be alone with Wang Shan. Not even her. Bai Ling understood. She pointed toward the other side of the room. You can wait over there. All right. The officers nodded and moved away. Bai Ling sat beside the bed. She looked at Wang Shan and smiled. You're quite handsome. Before she could continue, Wang Shan spoke with a teasing tone. You're very beautiful. Bai Ling frowned slightly, but the expression disappeared quickly. Thank you. Wang Shan, I'm not here today to ask about your work. I only want to ask about one personal matter. That day, before you lost consciousness in the alley, what exactly happened? And who injured you? Can you tell me the process? The moment she asked that question, Wang Shan's expression changed. Fear appeared in his eyes. Remembering that day, his voice began trembling. That person was a monster. He caught bullets with his bare hands. Do you believe that? He caught bullets with his hands and then threw them back at me. He wasn't normal. Do you understand? His strength, as Wang Shan described his battle with me. It felt as if he was experiencing that terrifying moment again. Even now, he was still shaken. Tom. Catching bullets with bare hands wasn't something a human could do. That was a monster. A true monster. Bai Ling carefully recorded everything. Finally, when Wang Shan was close to breaking down, she took out the portrait. Wang Shan. Look carefully. Was this the person you met that day? The moment he saw the face on the portrait, his expression changed completely. A scream escaped him. He pulled the blanket over himself, and no matter what she said, he refused to look again. Bai Ling understood. She had received the answer she wanted. She stood up. Please call a doctor for him. Immediately, the officers nodded and left. Before leaving, Bai Ling looked back at Wang Shan. Someone who could terrify this enemy agent to such an extent. Just how frightening was her fiancé? At the same time, her curiosity about Lin Yi grew even stronger. What kind of person are you? A faint smile appeared on her face. Then she walked out of the ward. Achoo! At that moment, I was far away from the snowy world outside. Inside my private space, everything was green and full of life. Flowers bloomed. Grass covered the ground. The contrast with the snow-covered 49 City was enormous. Beside the sunny lake, I sat there roasting fish. The eagle's injuries had almost completely healed. It stood on my shoulder, staring at the grilled fish with longing eyes. The aroma spread through the area. Even the monkeys in the mountains were attracted by the smell, but after several days of encounters with me, they had developed a certain fear toward this human. My shooting skills and archery had become much more accurate, and my physical abilities seemed to have improved as well. Strength, speed, agility, everything had increased. I didn't have an exact way to measure it, but I guessed it was probably related to eating the meat from my hunts. Actually, it wasn't just me. My mother and little sister's health had also been improving. I rubbed my nose. Someone must be talking about me. The roar came without warning. A sound that shook the entire mountain echoed from deep within the forest behind me. Roar. I immediately turned around. Birds scattered from the trees, shooting into the sky in panic. The rabbits and deer grazing on the grass also reacted instantly. They fled in every direction as if they had sensed something terrifying. My expression became serious. I grabbed the hunting rifle beside me. I stared toward the distant mountains. Something dangerous is coming down? The eagle spread its wings and flew straight into the sky. Ever since I activated the strange mark on my body and gained access to this hunting space, this was the first time I had encountered a beast that gave me such a strong sense of danger. From that roar alone, I couldn't tell what it was: a tiger, a black bear, or something else. At that moment, a series of heavy crashing sounds came from the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. I immediately raised the rifle and aimed toward the direction of the sound. My finger rested lightly on the trigger. If anything dangerous appeared, I would shoot without hesitation. But after waiting for a while, nothing came out. The eagle continued circling above me. Round after round. It seemed to be watching the movement inside the forest. Then suddenly, the eagle folded its wings and dove. Its speed was terrifying, like a missile falling from the sky. Before I could clearly see what was happening, a dark shadow flashed past. The eagle had grabbed something that it carried its prey. Upward. I quickly looked up. The eagle's claws held a struggling creature. The animal desperately tried to escape, but the eagle showed no intention of letting go. After reaching a certain height, it suddenly released its claws. The creature spun through the air and fell. Banged. A heavy impact sounded. My eyes followed the falling body. I quickly walked over. The prey was already motionless. Only then did the eagle slowly descend. Its wings stretched nearly 5 meters wide. It landed and looked back at me, almost as if telling me to hurry over. I glanced toward the mountain again. The creature that had produced that terrifying roar still hadn't appeared. Only then did I move toward the eagle. When I reached it, I froze. The thing the eagle had killed was actually a mountain civet monkey. A mountain civet. Its appearance alone was enough to make people uncomfortable. It looked almost like a creature from a nightmare. Its body was far larger than an ordinary monkey. However, this one still seemed young. It had not fully matured. Looking at the body, I frowned. You killed a young mountain civet? Aren't you worried its family will come looking for revenge? I laughed. The eagle simply flapped its wings. Then it looked back toward the mountains. Its eyes carried obvious arrogance. It seemed to be saying, even if its family comes, I can kill them too. I had already learned what kind of personality this eagle had. Back when its wings had not recovered, it constantly fought against the monkeys in the mountains. More than once, I had seen it surrounded by multiple monkeys. They threw it around, seemingly trying to kill it. But every time, the eagle fought back. It had injured those monkeys badly. And it wasn't just monkeys. It had fought snakes, deer, even wolves. Although every battle left it covered in wounds, those fights had also made it stronger. Now, after regaining the ability to fly, a mountain civet like this was no longer a challenge. But can this thing even be eaten? I looked at the body with hesitation. The eagle completely ignored me. It walked over and began tearing open the flesh with its beak. Then it carried a piece of meat toward the nearby fire and dropped it into the flames. Seeing that, I immediately understood. I laughed. You want grilled meat? All right, I'll roast some mountain civet meat for you. Come on. I dragged the body toward the fire. But I didn't know. Far away, high on a tree in the mountains, a white-haired mountain civet was silently watching everything. Especially when it saw me dragging away the young mountain civet, a dangerous look appeared in its eyes. I didn't roast the entire animal. Although it was young, it was still much larger than an ordinary monkey. I removed the head first. That thing looked too unsettling. Then I divided the body into large pieces that I only roasted one portion for the eagle. The rest I packed away. I planned to take it to the pigeon market and sell it. After all, nobody there would know what kind of meat it was. As long as it was meat, there would always be someone willing to buy it. After feeding the eagle, I checked the sky. It was getting late. I packed up everything I had collected today. Dozens of fish, the extra mountain civet meat. Everything was stored away. I placed my tools back inside the wooden cabin. The cabin itself was basically finished, only the interior still needed organizing. My next plan was to do some simple decoration inside, then build a fence around the outside. Of course, that fence wouldn't actually stop the creatures living here, but it would still make the place feel more complete. A flash of green light appeared. I disappeared from the hunting space. The eagle looked around. After confirming it could no longer find me, it suddenly spread its wings. Then it flew toward the far side of the sky. The sunset dyed half the sky red. I arrived at the grain station carrying dozens of fish. Station Chief Chiao. Do you need fish? I caught quite a few today. We won't be able to finish them all, so I thought I'd bring some over. When Xiao saw me, his face immediately lit up. You really are good at fishing. I smiled. I just catch some occasionally to improve our meals. Will you take them? Of course. We'll definitely take them. These days, getting fresh fish isn't easy. How many do you have? I'll take them all. While Xiao was talking with me, he quietly made several hand gestures behind his back. One of the workers immediately understood that he nodded slightly, then hurried back inside the station. There was only one telephone in the entire station. He picked it up, dialed the number. Hello? Is this the Public Security Bureau? I'm looking for team leader Bai.